What better way to end what has been a fantastic 2025 season of the Ultimate Karting Championship than coming to one of the best race circuits, not only in the UK, but in the world. We're here at PF International for round number 6 of the 2025 season of UKC. My name is Zach Sweeney to talk you through all of the racing action that we've got here today. And well, because it's the last race of the season, we get to cram everything into just one day of racing before we then do the National Trophy tomorrow. Very much looking forward to getting things underway today. I think we've got 23 races to get through. Of course, all of our heats, our super heats, and our finals a bit later on. We'll be hearing more from Kev Harris over the duration of tomorrow. But yes, PF International Kart Circuit, it's been around for a while. It's hosted some pretty prestigious events in its time, obviously recently with the British Kart Championship and also with Kart Masters, and a lot of our drivers were taking part in those championships and are looking to use that experience here today. Just shy of 1.4 kilometres in length, 10 turns, and a lot of undulation to go with it as well. Very much looking forward to getting this one underway, where we get to crown our champions. And to be fair, the day's not too bad. It's a mild day considering it's nearly mid-October in the UK, so yeah, not too bad at all. Not too windy, no threat of rain, and the temperature not too bad at all. Perfect conditions to be going racing, and we're just moments away from getting our first race of the day underway with the junior Rotax. Jacob Ashcroft, well, what hasn't that young driver won this year? He's a European champion, he's a Belgian champion, he's a British champion, he's looking to be another UKC champion a little bit later on, potentially today. Currently he sits 81 points clear of Matteo Palazzo in the championship standings. We've had a little bit of a discussion this morning as to how it works with drop scores and things. Essentially, all Ashcroft needs to do is not get disqualified from the round, and he should pretty much be pretty secure as to take another championship. You'll notice he won't be fielding the usual 246 as the number plate. He's fielding the number 1, obviously, off the back of winning the British Championship. And will be looking to, again, to crown himself once again another champion in 2025. A lot of intrigue and excitement this weekend here at PF International as well. Like I say, we've got the final round of the UKC, but then tomorrow as well we have the Rotax National Trophy. We'll be handing out some more tickets to the Rotax Max Grand Finals in Bahrain in just a couple of months' time. So a lot of prestige and a lot on the line coming into this weekend. And the first race getting itself underway in just a couple of minutes' time. Hello and welcome, of course, if you are now just joining us. Probably the best time to have done so. But let us know who you're cheering on for in the YouTube chat. Let us know as well. Has there been any sort of specific highlights that you've had this season? Anyone you're particularly cheering on for? Maybe let us know where you're watching from as well. And obviously, if you're watching both on Alpha Live and on the UKC YouTube channel, to obviously give it a like, a subscribe, and share around to get as many eyes on the talent of the future here this morning. And also to everyone around the paddock, because you can hear me apparently. Very good morning to you. Hope everyone is having a really good weekend. Yeah, looking to top off what has been a fantastic season in 2025. It's gone by so quick. It feels like just yesterday we were back in April where we took to Wilton Mill. That was a very, very good weekend. My first full season, actually doing a full season of karting commentary, and Wilton Mill definitely set the standard for the UKC as to what to come to expect in terms of the racing action. Obviously, when we took to Lark Hall up in Scotland near Glasgow, what a weekend that was with the changeable weather conditions. Pretty much the same when we took to Dunkswell as well for round number 3, all the way down in the south of the UK. Obviously, when we took to Rowra last time out at Warden Law, it's been excitement from start to finish in 2025. And can see a couple of chats coming in as to the championship predictions coming up. We've got the green flag on the circuit, so we'll run you through the grid for the first race of the day. Of course, Junior Rotax heat number 1. It will be Jacob Ashcroft looking to crown himself as champion alongside Kai Clark on the front row. Charlie Wolfert and Matteo Palazzo, the championship runner-up, currently starting in P4. Behind that, Eva Morris from Jack Robinson and Kean Bernard from Lucas Howell on row number 4. Behind that, and of course, to round out the top 10 will be Jared Fox-Whiteley, a race winner a couple of times in the UKC alongside Teddy Cooper, with Finley Smith and Isan Seng sharing row number 6. Charlie King from Hassanan Khan, then comes Riley Bishop and Rory Armstrong in P16. Joseph Mills from Sam Collar, then comes Jack Beasley and Thomas Harper, the top 20. Max Colbert, Sebastian Clark share row number 11 of the grid from Drew Priesner and Blair Smith in 24th. Harney Sadiq from Alex Lynn share row number 13 with Jake Rafferty and Lomond Wilcox from 28th place, alongside Cody Lepetrel and Jacob Jack on row 15. Will Archer and Bella McConneville in 32nd. Then comes Luca Holmes-Balick, Daniel Clancy and Albie Lapper all the way down in P35. Fielding, of course, the 2-plate. He's had a very successful season himself as the young driver. He'll be starting from 35th in the heats, of course. If he wants to make his way to the finals a bit later on, he definitely needs to be making his way a bit further forward. But all eyes to the front, and of course with slightly shorter heats as well here at PF International, definitely means the time crunch is there. As they round the final couple of corners now, you can see Jacob Ashcroft really bunching them up. Of course, alongside him, Kai Clark for KR Sport. Those two have had a pretty year-long rivalry, not only just in the UK, but pretty much across Europe as well, as we get the first race of the day underway. 8 minutes plus the lap for Junior Rotax, heat number 1, and Jacob Ashcroft will lead from pole position, but so far actually a decent start from Kai Clark on the front row, side by side, as I think that is actually Kai Clark getting a little bit miffed going through the first S's. Now as we work our way up the hill, and there's absolute turmoil already towards the back end of the field, multiple cuts involved, can see the 88 being one of them towards the back end of the field. Not entirely sure as to who that is as things stand. Nonetheless, the guys at the front are going to be cracking on trying to get away. The number 4 car of Kai Clark will assume the race lead through the hairpins for the first time. Jacob Ashcroft will fall behind in second. Matteo Palazzo and Charlie Wolfett just in behind that as well. Look out for kart number 6. That is Charlie Wolfett, already up through and now into third place. Up over a bit of a jump as well for one of the karts in the background as we make our way into the final sector for the opening lap. And already a lot of intrigue to talk about in Junior Rotax. Through the long sweeping left-hander into this final chicane, what leads you onto the pit straight. The top 3 pretty much nose to tail. Jacob Ashcroft in the number 1 car, of course, for Dan Holland Racing, chasing after the purple number 4 of Kai Clark. Kai Clark, of course, hasn't had a full season's camp deed, giving Jacob Ashcroft a run for his money, whose win streak was ended last time at Award Law. He's going to try and get that back as he looks to go to the inside of the hairpin. The number 6 of Charlie Wolfett goes with him, so nicely done there from the 6 of Wolfett, just to follow through the 2024 Grand Finals champion, world champion of Jacob Ashcroft, through into the hairpin. So just like that, Kai Clark goes from first to third. Jacob Ashcroft now into the race lead. 6 minutes plus the lap still to go, of course, and so far so good in terms of cleanliness at the front. They're not being overly aggressive. They know it's early on in the day. The last thing that you want is sort of a bent chassis. A couple of warnings coming in, Jack Robinson being one of them from race control. A little bit wide off the exit of the final corner there for Kai Clark. Quick look over his shoulder as well. The number 9 of Matteo Palazzo cruising onto the back of him. Can see a little bit of wind onto the pit straight, and there's a bit of contact actually as well going up over the bridge as a few cuts run side by side. That could well be the fight for sort of 8th place. Jared Fox-Whiteley, Eva Morris, potentially Lucas Howell involved. A look to the inside from a couple of cuts. Kai Clark is going to send the move to the inside of Wolfett. He capitalised on that hesitation and up over the curb. Here comes Matteo Palazzo looking to go to the outside of his KR Sport teammate. Can't quite find a way through, but for a second, Wolfett hesitated on going for the move on Ashcroft, so Kai Clark sort of said, you know what, I'll go for it as well. He now finds his way through in a second place. They have got to be careful, though, because, like I was saying, with the tailwind going in towards turn 1, you definitely want to be tucked up nicely in the slipstream. Lucas Howe, that was the number 19, was running in P7, is not running anymore, unfortunately, in this race. That's going to see him out. He needs to recover later on through the second heat and then into the super final a bit later on. So that's going to promote the likes of Jared Fox-Whiteley, Eva Morris up to P6 as well. Very strong race thus far for the 132. With just under 5 minutes left to go, Jacob Ashcroft, like I say, leads from Kai Clark, and got a bit of a battle a bit further down as well. A few karts keeping each other nicely, nice and company. That's the 42. That's Jared Fox-Whiteley leading a bit of a train. Eva Morris, Kian Bernard just in behind that as well. The 182 looks to go to the inside of the KR Sport driver, of course, of Eva Morris. Does a pretty nice job there. Sees the gap, breaks a little bit later, sees the inside and finds his way through. So up now into 6th place for Kian Bernard and chasing after Jared Fox-Whiteley in the fight for what is P5. Kart's going quite slowly as well. That's the thing with PF International. You've really got to keep a nice rhythm and nice flow going on. Otherwise you can very much lose out. So one small snap of oversteer can definitely be costly, like I said, especially with a bit of slipstream towards the opening corner. Another lap ticked off in the books, and a few shuffles around. Charlie King now works his way up into what is 10th place. Some big gainers as well from P35. Albi Lapper, by the way, we spoke about him being at the back end of the field. He's already up into P14 in this race, up what is 21 places from where he started. He went as well with Luca Holmes-Balak, who's come up a couple of places. The 182 of Kean Bernard tries to go for the lead of that train. That's going to demote Jared Fox-Whiteley down, back to the front, and it is still the 1, the 4, the 9, and the 6 keeping each other company. Ashcroft from Kai Clark. Then comes Matteo Palazzo and Charlie Wolfe at the top 4. They're very much broken away because of that fight in behind with Fox-Whiteley, Bernard Morris, and now Jack Robinson getting himself involved. Eson Sang maybe not overly involved in that battle, but very quickly could be if circumstances allow. 3 minutes left to go in the first heat of the day. So, of course, all of these points not only are going to be crucial for the championship, but also their eventual starting positions a bit later on. They're scoring points for these heats to depend where they start. As a move for the lead there, Kai Clark very nicely finds a way through. Ashcroft ran a little bit wide through the long left up the bridge, and that just allowed Kai Clark to spot a move to the inside. However, Ashcroft almost immediately trying to launch a counter-attack. However, the inside opens up. That's going to allow Matteo Palazzo potentially as well, Charlie Wolfe to find a way through. So just like that, one small gap left open for Jacob Ashcroft. Kai Clark went through, then his KR Sport teammate went through as well as a huge send to the inside from Charlie Wolfe. He spotted the gap, and Ashcroft tried his best to thwart the attack, but I think Ashcroft, as much as he'd love to crown off 2025 with another victory in a final, I think it is just going to be damage limitation. Do not get disqualified, and he has a very good shot of crowning himself a champion. Won at the BNL karting series a couple of weekends ago. A couple of weekends before that, when we took to Sano for the European trophy with Rotax. He won that. Got himself another ticket to the grand finals. And also, as well, as a raffle prize, got himself paid a 2026 entry to the European rounds as well. So he's looking very, very strong for the future. Look over the shoulder from Jared Fox-Whiteley, though. He's trying to keep a couple of cuts at bay. That being the 239, Jack Robinson, now in the red and white machine, trying to chase after him. That's allowed the 182, that will be of Kean Bernard, to try and get away and muscled off the road there. It's only Heat 1, but they're fighting as if it's for the championship. The gap opens up, and Eva Morris finds her way through. So nicely done there. And again, just goes to show how quickly things can change with especially the numerous overtaking opportunities here at PF International. One minute left on the clock. They're running 58s, the leaders. So we'll get what will be, well, 3 laps including this one. 2 laps at the line. Kai Clark leads Matteo Palazzo. KR Sport 1 and 2 looking very, very strong in 2025 as a team, one of the most successful there are. Jacob Ashcroft with the fast lap, he rounds up the top 4, and like I say, I think is probably just in damage limitation mode, and all just looking to get a decent starting position for the super heats, and then of course the super final a bit later on in the day. We get to cram an entire round's worth of racing into one day. Usually on our Live we only broadcast the super heats and the finals, but we get to do all of the heats today as well, and that's going to span us all the way to the lunch break at about 20 to 2. So a long day of racing ahead of us, and a long day of very good racing to go with it as well. 13 seconds left on the clock. We'll work our way onto the penultimate lap, and the top 4 still locked in. A slight gap between Kai Clark and Matteo Palazzo. As a send to the inside there, he had a good old think, did Palazzo, thinking about going for the race lead, but just ran out a little. I think the gap was closing, and that just allowed Kai Clark to stay in front. Now defensive into the hairpin. 3 of them go to the inside there. Palazzo defends Wolfe. Wolfe defends Ashcroft. Now into this second hairpin. A send to the inside from Jacob Ashcroft comes through. Is he going to muscle off the number 6? He is indeed, running wide, keeping his foot in there. So Jacob Ashcroft now trying to settle for 3rd place. The top 2 have gotten away. There goes the number 1 plate. Looks to go to the inside of the next right-hander. Does so very nicely indeed. Now into this long right. Got to get the car slowed down. Come completely back on yourself. Quick flick to the left. And now that run in towards the final chicane. 1 lap left to go then here at PF International for the first heat of the day. A point forward from Kai Clark from Matteo Palazzo. He wants to get away from Ashcroft and get away from Wolfe. Changes in the background as well, with the yellow flags through this first sector, so no overtaking for now. But the KR Sport duo, the 4 and the 9, Clark and Palazzo, are pretty clear of those in behind. Another point forward there. Even though it's the final lap, I think they are just consolidating that lead. Doesn't want Kai Clark to defend. does Palazzo. I think is pretty secure and safe and happy with the P2, especially from where he started. Albi Lapper, by the way, he's up now into the top 10. We're slowly sort of tracking his progress, but from P35 to P9, incredible stuff from the number 2. Currently sits P3 in the championship, wants to try and chase after Palazzo for that runners-up spot. Just a couple more corners left to go then for the first heat of the day. And the checker flag will wave in favour of KR Sport and in favour of Kai Clark here at PF International. Junior Rotax C1 goes the way of Kai Clark. Matteo Palazzo and Jacob Ashcroft will join him on the podium, with Charlie Wolfett and Jack Robinson at the top 5. Kian Bernard, Jad Fuchs-Whiteley, Eva Morris, Albi Lapper and Luca Holmes-Balak carving their way forward from the back row of the field all the way up to a top 10 for the pair of them. Absolutely incredible race. Still got our usual suspects viewing in Bathurst. Very good welcome to you. But here's the results. Kai Clark, Palazzo, Ashcroft, 1, 2 and 3 from Wolfett and Robinson, the top 5. Kian Bernard and Jared Fox-Whiteley, Eva Morris and Albi Lapper with Luca Holmes-Balak rounding out the top 10. Like I say, a sensational drive from Lapper and Holmes-Balak to bring that home inside the top 10. Charlie King and Finley Smith just in behind with Eson Seng, Will Archer and Sam Collar. Then comes Sebastian Clark, Alex Lynn, Loman Wilcox, Jake Graffiti and Max Colbert, the top 20. With Hasnain Khan, then comes Joseph Mills, Jack Beasley, Jacob Jack, Bella McConneville, Drew Priesner, Blair Smith, Daniel Clancy. Then comes Cody Le Pretrell with Thomas Harper, the top 30 drivers in that race. Riley Bishop, Rory Armstrong not able really to make the progress you'd expect from the driver that finished 32nd in the end. Lucas Howe, Teddy Cooper and Hani Sadiq, the 35th and final driver to be classified in the first heat of the day. Next up, we'll be going straight to the Senior Rotax Championship, which could be quite interesting coming up in a few moments' time. Coming into this weekend, the championship between the top 3, incredibly close. Gabe Fairbrother, Jack West and Keane Geraghty, 1, 2 and 3. Between them, there's a 22-point gap to contend with. However, I was told that Gabe Fairbrother was involved in some sort of an incident earlier on in the day, so that could be throwing some doubts. Hopefully, obviously, he is all okay. But that could throw the championship battle up in the air just a little bit. Could see a couple of people earlier on in the day were cheering on Jack West. He's had a fantastic season, did a sweep at round number 3. That was at Dunkswell. So very much looking forward to seeing what he can do this weekend. The second race of the day will be starting, should be in about 3 minutes time or so. So we've got a little bit of time just to relax a little bit just after that first Junior Rotax race of the day. Yeah, it definitely gets very busy as the recovery efforts are there. That was for the number 19 kart. That being the 19 of Lucas Howe, who in the end was classified a little bit further down. He was running as high as P7 at some point. He started this race in P8, so climbed up a little bit, but unfortunately some issues saw him out of contention. But let us know in the YouTube chats, of course. Keep us company. We've got both the Alpha Live and the UKC chats open. Can see obviously a lot of people already giving their thoughts and feelings. Let us know if you've got any queries, questions, or anything really about your thoughts of the season so far, your predictions for the races to come. Who do you think's coming out on top in 2025? And also a good opportunity to thank all of our fantastic marshals here at PF International. Can see they're all doing a brilliant job as to make sure the racing is going as smoothly and as quickly as possible. Also as well, everyone behind the scenes at UKC, the people that you don't usually get to see that obviously put all of their hard work into get this racing underway. And of course, big thank you to all of the drivers, mechanics, parents, teammates, again for all of their efforts in 2025. We'll speak more on that a bit later as well, just to give them a proper send-off in the season. But yeah, it's been a mega effort from every single driver. It's never easy to put on a meeting or participate in a meeting as intense as karting. And they're all doing like I say, a brilliant job. There you can see some of the marshals just having a bit of a calm before maybe the storm that we get with the Senior Rotax just get the grid up as well to see sort of what the situation is going to be with how it's been after the qualifying. We can run through the grid in a couple of moments' time as well. So here is how it's going to line up for the second race of the day. It'll be Cian Geraghty, P3 in the championship, will start from pole position alongside Macaulay Bishop, Joshua Turnbull and Lewis Merica alongside on the second row. Adam Wooden from Kai Hunter, Leon Hasty from Neo Clark, returning to the UKC in 2025, will start in P8. Oliver Liversedge from Harrison Crowther, the top 10. Then comes William Pemble and Jack Lilly, the top 12 drivers. Then comes John Brown from Benjamin Baker, the top 7 rows. Charles Green from Morgan Hudson Brown in P16 alongside one row number 8. Then comes Jack Thompson, Deacon Russell, the top 18 from Miles Roby, and Freddie Ingram rounding out in 20th. Max Taylor from Jack Baker, Alexander Cole and Lewis Harvey, the 24th driver to take to the field. And just in behind that as well, probably a couple more karts to run through. Marcus King, Benjamin Lee, Matt McGilvery, then comes Lex Quintes in 28th. Taylor England from Kieran Ives, then comes Alex Moody, and Dominic Darling, the 32nd driver on the grid. Caitlin Seabrook from Sam Kelbrick and Reese Bailey just in behind that in 35th place. Not got all of our championship contenders in this group. They'll be out a bit later on with obviously how things work out. We just got confirmation as well about Gabe Featherover, unfortunately involved in a crash in Minis a couple of weekends ago at Brands Hatch, and that's going to put him out of racing this weekend, unfortunately. So that, well, hopefully he is okay. I did see some things on social media about that, actually. It was quite a nice crash, but hopefully all is good and looking to recover well for the 2026 season and maybe any more racing this year. But that turns all eyes to the likes of Cian Geraghty and Jack West for the Senior Rotax Championship. Cian Geraghty will be starting this race from pole position. So he'll be looking to get away quite well alongside Joshua Turnbull on that front row. Making their way around the final couple of corners. Once again, it'll be 8 minutes plus a lap for the Senior Rotax. Cian Geraghty, look out for the number 7, the peppermint liveried OTK machine out of the final corner, will put his foot to the floor. We'll go racing once again here at PF International, side by side between the two leaders as they funnel us in formation through the S's for the opening time. Then up the hill, Cian Geraghty I think got away quite well just in front of Joshua Turnbull. Macaulay Bishop the top 3 as they're side by side, I think 3 wide going up the long left-hander. Now over the bridge and back down the hill towards the first hairpin. A good launch, like I said, from Cian Geraghty as a few movers in the background. You can see just a swarm of Senior Rotax as they all try and find their way through and pick their space, but up over the grass there, that was the 31. That's Harrison Crowther that's gone to spin round. He's collected with him as well, the 13 getting involved. And a couple more karts as well. That's unfortunate for those guys, but yeah, just squeezed all the way over to the grass there was Harrison Crowther. And once he's lost the rear end grip, tried to brake for the hairpin. It's completely looped round on him. And well, there's our drama for the opening lap. So far, so good though for Cian Geraghty. The 69 has definitely got a bent rear bumper. That's Freddie Ingram travelling quite slowly, probably just nursing that kart back to pit lane. Through in towards turn number 1 once again, and the Strawberry Racing machine being chased down by the two Dan Holland Racing, and even a contention there for the race lead. Joshua Turnbull followed by Macaulay Bishop, both for Dan Holland Racing, trying to chase after the Strawberry Racing Cian Geraghty. And there has been a swap for the lead, so Turnbull is through, and so too actually the number 6 and Macaulay Bishop. He went with him, so that opened the space up nicely for the pair of them to go through. Cian Geraghty now has to try and go for a bit of a switchback, but he's got Adam Wooden at the 347 trying to up a bit of a move. So now we've got, what, 7 karts involved in this battle, all the way back to Neo Clark at the 28. Just in front of that, the O-plate of Kai Hunter trying to get involved. He was out at Warden Law a couple of weekends ago as well. Giving these guys a good run for their money. 6 minutes left to go in this race. So you'll see the time and tower change. It'll be Turnbull from Macaulay Bishop. Then comes Cian Geraghty in what is now 3rd place. Up over the hill, and a nice space there opens up for Macaulay Bishop. He'll take the race lead. As Cian Geraghty's been overtaken as well. Adam Wooden found a space through, has to go defensive into the hairpin as the rest of the chasing pack go with him, including the 38 of Leon Hasty, who had a fantastic run at his home circuit at Lark Hall. Tamed the conditions very well, gave us a cracking battle to the end. But that battling in behind is allowing this gap at the front to stretch, as the number 6 of Macaulay Bishop able to get clear. He's on an absolute streak of domination. He has taken part in 3 rounds of the UKC. He'd done a clean sweep of 2 of them at round 4 and 5. He did the sweep at Rowry, he did the sweep at Warden Law a couple of weekends ago. If he hadn't really missed Wilton or Dunkswell, could well be a contender for the championship. Is looking to continue that run of form here today. Didn't get the best of qualifying, but has definitely had a pretty decent start in the race. Kean Geraghty gone backwards in this train. He's dropped all the way to P7 as kart number 7. Defensive goes, that'll be the 38 of Leon Hasty. Look to the outside there from Kean Geraghty on Kai Hunter, but that is just going to allow the likes of William Pemble to get involved. That's in fact the 28, sorry, that's Neo Clark getting involved. So yeah, going to the outside, especially through a hairpin, just opens the door for those on the inside to sort of find a way through. Through this fast right-hander, back on the brakes through what is a very long sweeping right-hander back into the final section of the circuit, through a pretty quick right-hander to end it off. And you've got to be careful not to understeer too wide and over that curve, because that can dampen your exit, as the top 2 really are breaking away. Just 4 minutes, of course, plus the lap still to go. And Macaulay Bishop and Joshua Turnbull not really battling too hard. Not entirely sure if that's a canter or won't. It does seem that Macaulay Bishop has got a bit of a pace advantage. Defensive goes Leon Hasty, trying to keep the likes of Adam Woodham at bay. There's contact into the hairpin. That's going to allow Kean Geraghty to get a bit of a switch back on Kai Hunter, but he tries to assume back to the inside. He finds the... Well, that's going to be the 28 of Neo Clark there as well, and it's all kicked off. Leon Hasty has gone towards the front of this train. To the back of it, there's contact with Kean Geraghty as well. There's a huge hip check for the majority of the top 10 now involved in the in this skirmish, even beyond that. So trying to keep a level head, trying to keep your composure and work yourself forward. It's going to be difficult now for Leon Hasty, who started this lap in P3. Has now dropped all the way towards the back end of, probably even outside of the top 10, I would imagine. Yeah, definitely. Back to P11 for Leon Hasty. He's got a tough job as to work his way forwards. Up around this long left, over the bridge. Macaulay Bishop controlling this from Joshua Turnbull. I think Kai Hunter's been able to stretch his legs a little bit. There you can see the Hunter Motorsport O-plate getting away. Kean Geraghty, I think, looking to the inside of Adam Wooden, and side by side as well, just behind that. Charles Green, Lewis Merica doing a good, keeping each other company into the hairpin. It's all about just finding that space and being decisive enough on the brakes not to run into the back of each other. I'm sure the stewards will be looking very closely at some of these nose cones. I'm sure there might be a couple of drop-down penalties just to be applied, just with how much that sort of bunch up accordion effect goes into the sort of the apex of those 2 hairpins. Everyone wants to stay as close as possible to those in front. Adam Wood in the 347, another one that was fighting towards the front end of this train, now down to P9. Lovely little move there. One of the karts getting under 2 of them. That's the 65 machine. That's Jack Thompson that got back underneath 2 karts just to go through on. That would have been Leon Hasty and Charles Green just in front of him. Now back down towards the hairpin. I think maybe an issue for the 347 of Adam Wood, and he's not going particularly quickly in a straight line. And oh my goodness me, up over 2 karts there, and he's collected someone else with him as well. That's the 77 of Charles Green and the 127 of Lex Quintes. And a very bent nose cone of the 74 of Lewis Harvey. So just got squeezed absolutely to the apex of the hairpin. And as soon as you've got a bit of contact, like we just see there, how stiff these karts are, you just get launched upwards. And he's got to hope there that nothing's overly bent that can't be fixed in the time between now and the next heat, as it's all really kicked off. 1 minute plus a lap left to go. So this will be the 3rd to final lap of the race. A few looks to the inside, almost contact as well as they make their way through this long left, up towards the bridge. And that's 74. Oh my goodness me! Might as well not be there for Lewis Harvey. Back to the front though, Macaulay Bishop and Joshua Turnbull have had a pretty calm race. They've not really seen any of the rest of the field. They've just completely cleared off. Kai Hunter and Jack Lilly are the 2 behind. And the chasing pack has really sort of dispersed. They've all had their own separate sort of incidents of some chaos. And that's just opened that gap up and now into sort of, your pairs, your triplets. A tap of the helmet there from Neo Clark just to say, sort of, let's think, we've got 2 laps left. Let's see if we can go get after Jack Lilly for P4. He's heading to the inside, though, as the gap almost immediately opens up. That could well have been William Pemble off the back of the fastest lap, the 96. OTK finds his way through. Look over the shoulder there from Jack Lilly. Can see a chasing pack behind him. Will Pemble wants to think that he's the one to lead the charge, but they're now getting involved in a battle, and that's going to slow them down. So this is now a settled battle for P5 as the 28 of Neo Clark has to go defensive. The 65 Jack Thompson trying to get involved. That's wide for the OTK as he darts to the inside to try and cover off the likes of Cian Geraghty and Jack Thompson as well. Geraghty's got a good run here as he looks to go to the right-hand side. Nicely done. The 65 follows him through, tries to go for 2 and 1. Goodness me, what a send that was. As the clock ticks 0, we head our way onto the final lap. Joshua Turnbull from Macaulay Bishop will see us onto it. The checker flag is waving. There's a huge turn of positions in the fight for what is now P6, 7, 8 and 9. There's contact and 2 drivers out of the running. Joshua Turnbull and Macaulay Bishop, as they'll work their way around one last time. I think the racing's still in effect. There's yellow flags through the final couple of sectors. So we'll await the checker flag this time through. I think there's been a bit of confusion with that one, but Joshua Turnbull still behind Macaulay Bishop. They swap positions momentarily through the final couple of corners for the number 6. I think Macaulay Bishop's come into the pit lane, has he? Yeah, he's been completely dropped by the number 6. He's confused as well. Now, Macaulay Bishop will take the checkered flag. We'll see victory in Senior Rotax. It was Joshua Turnbull, I do apologise, that found his way into the pit lane on that final lap. Now Kai Hunter from Jack Lilly. Turnbull nowhere to be seen. Neo Clark, John Brown, the top 5. We'll have to get these results properly confirmed. But that's the second race of the day in the books. And, well, after what was 10 minutes of very intense racing, that brings it close to it. Macaulay Bishop will finish in P1 from Kai Hunter, and Jack Lilly, as the timing screen will read the podium. Of course, some hard work being done to make sure all is well on that front. We'll update you, of course, with the full results probably a bit later on and their implications to the heats, of course, with the scoring that they get. So obviously P1 in the heats will get 0 points, and by the end of it, through the heats, the super heat later on as well, the fewest points will then decide the grid for the final when we get to that point. But we'll await, of course, the next race of the day. We'll head our way to the Micromax. So we've ticked off juniors, we've ticked off seniors. Next up, of course, will be Micromax. And this is actually one of the closest championship battles that we've got all weekend. Benedictus Masiokis from Alfie Garrett separated by just 11 points coming into this final round. There we can see the 77, that being Charles Green, who was involved in a bit of an incident earlier on.
Did that get ended a lap early?
There you can see the team of each of those drivers that were involved and have got their kart stranded straight away on the scene to get involved. The 69 as well got caught up with some of that. That was Freddie Ingram, who we saw going quite slowly going through. A couple of penalties came through during that race as well. One of them, well, Harrison Crowell was under investigation. We then had a 5-second penalty for Miles Roby. We then had a 5-second penalty for Adam Wooden and a 5-second penalty for Leon Hasty. A mechanical flag for Lewis Harvey as well. So that all came through in the span of just a couple of minutes towards the end of the race. So obviously fast work done by the stewards and those in race control, who are of course very frantic and very busy over the course of this morning and through the afternoon as well. We've got, like I say, we've ticked off 2 races. We've still got 21 to go. With just how packed the schedule is. Obviously, it'll be 8 minutes plus a lap for heats and the super heats a bit later on, and it'll be 10 and 12 minutes plus a lap a bit later on for the super final. So we'll finish racing today around about, I want to say, close on to sort of 6 o'clock. That's going to be a very long and busy day. And some of the drivers will be walking their way back. They've got a lot of work to do, especially in the juniors and the seniors. Those that don't have the best of heats need to, of course, work really hard as to actually make the final at the end of the day. So tough work going into the second heat of the day. We'll see juniors and seniors out after 3 more races. We've got the micros, the minis, and the 177s. Then we go back through another rotation, plus 2 extra juniors and senior races by virtue of just how big those grids are. And we can only, of course, welcome 35, I believe it is, for the finals a bit later on. So with how many karts that we've got, a lot of people will be finishing their season early. Shouldn't be too much longer until we get the next race underway. As soon as the track's clear, I think we should be sort of ready to go. But what do you think of the racing so far, ladies and gents? Can see a few more people coming in. Thanks to everyone that has kept us company in the YouTube chat. Obviously, wishing some luck to Chloe McGill from her brother, her granny, and just her grandparents, just generally. So that's always good to see. Let us know, like I say, even more if you are cheering on any specific driver. Let us know where you're watching from. We've had, I think is it Menorca we had throughout the season. We've also had Bathurst, Michael Burke joining us from down under. So keeping him company on his evening. It's early morning for us, but well, I say early morning. It's late morning now. Should only be a couple more minutes until we get what will be the Micromax out onto circuit. And like I was saying, yeah, with the championship, it's incredibly close. The O plate of Benedictus Masiokis, the GP plate of Alfie Garrett, and Dean Singh Pahal as well, the 23, was looking very, very strong indeed over the course of Wardenlaw. Took the victory in the final. We'll run you through the grid order then as to how they're going to rack up for 8 minutes of racing action for the Micromax. It'll be Ethan Lloyd that takes pole position alongside Harris Barber. Ralph Martin from Arlo Gamble, the top 4 out there on circuit. Albert Farrow from Teddy Murphy, then comes Sebastian Crawford, and Dean Singh Pahal, the highest running of any of our championship protagonists, from 8th place. Behind that and rounding out the top 10 will be Dimitar Usanov from Noah Wilco. Chloe McGill getting cheered on in the YouTube chat from our championship leader Benedictus Masiokis from 12th. Sharing, of course, the 6th row. Behind that, Ansel Murray and Freddie Walker share row 7 from Freddie Baker and Jensen Darlow in 16th place. And then comes Alfie Garrett, 2nd place in the championship, 17th place on the grid. Oliver Woodall from Carter Jackson and J.M. Prakash in 20th. Isaac Garth from Arthur Bowers. Then comes Archie Gupta, Lanny Eden, the 24th placed car. And the final, Ria Peacock in 25th. And the final grid slot, let's see what they can do going forwards. We've seen some pretty decent recovery drives thus far. So, yeah, still some opportunity, even though you're sort of starting towards the back end of the field. Qualifying took place a little bit earlier on in the day. The green flag waves, they'll get onto their formation lap. Ethan Lloyd and Harris Barber had a good 10th and a half over what was Ralph Martin and Arlo Gamble, the 2nd row. They the top 2 did a 104.33 and a 3.4 respectively for Lloyd and Barber. So they were a good couple of tenths clear of the rest of the field. Obviously, it was a cold morning, getting things up to temperature. And, of course, it's a longer lap for these karts because they are slower than the juniors and seniors. That's very wide from our pole sitter of Ethan Lloyd. As they work their way around, of course, for the formation lap, get those tyres up to temperature. Like I say, it's October in the UK, so should be one of our sort of colder months. Thankfully, it's a bit more temperate today. It's not overly chilly. It was a little bit nippy this morning, but I think it's going to warm up as the day goes on to sort of more mild temperatures, exactly what you want to be for racing. But obviously, any precipitation over last night or anything that, I didn't think it rained, but any moisture on the circuit got to get dried up, can make it quite slick, can make it quite cold. So make sure everything's up to temperature and get our way under for the third race of the day. Ethan Lloyd and Harris Barber will share the front row. Look out for the RCE machine, the 66, that being Ethan Lloyd. Behind that, the 32 of Ralph Martin, of course, assuming third place. The 12 that will be alongside him, though, is Harris Barber. Ethan Lloyd, by the way, P8 in the championship, has not actually finished on the podium at any point. Not even, he's been in the top 5 once all season long. Can that change here at PF International? The lights go out and we'll go racing for 8 minutes plus the lap. And a good launch then from the front row as you work our way up towards the bridge for the opening lap. And like I say, a good start for Ethan Lloyd. However, the space opens up to the inside. That's going to be the number 32 of Ralph Martin. Already picked his way up in a second place and now has picked his way through into the race lead. Already defensive as a couple of karts go off towards the background. Darting to the inside there is a pole sitter of Ethan Lloyd. Tries to fend off a couple of karts. There comes the number 1 of Dean Singh Pahal, of course, crowned British champion a couple of weekends ago. So he's fielding that one. Can he boast similar success in the UKC? Look out as well for the GP plate and the O plate of Masiokas and Garrett. They're going to be trying to carve their way forward and score as many points as possible in that battle for the championship. Good thing to sort of note, in terms of heat results, those are the ones that will get dropped. Masiokas' worst score is a P6, so if he scores any lower than that, effectively he finishes in this race in 6th place and thus gets the points for it, because he'll get that score reinstated. So something to keep an eye on for. Very complicated in the way you have to work out these championships. They're side by side for the race lead. There goes Ethan Lloyd and Dean Singh Pahal nipping through on Ralph Martin. Albert Farah now trying to get involved as well as they once more work their way up the hill. Incredibly important, especially in these lower powered Micromaxes, to keep that power up, keep those revs up as they dip their way down the hill. A welcome speed boost assisted by gravity there is Ethan Lloyd will once again assume the race lead, followed by Dean Singh Pahal, who's carved his way through it. He started this race in P8, side by side as well, the 12 and the 32. Harris Barber alongside Ralph Martin, the 12, picked his way through and has found a good few spaces. Sebastian Crawford, the number 8 as well, up a good few. He's inside the top 5 and trying to carve his way forward just a little bit more. There goes a look from the 71 of Teddy Murphy. Doesn't quite get the space, and that's going to open it up for Dimitar Usanov into the final couple of corners. The 53 also looks to pick a way through. That's Noah Wilco. Back onto the home stretch once more. Another lap in the book. Still 6 minutes left to go. Ethan Lloyd, Singh Pahal from Faro, Barber and Crawford, the top 5. Fastest lap going the way of the number 12 machine. All depending, obviously, as to how well you hook the lap up, if you've had anyone overtaking you, and, of course, the very strong effect of the slipstream. You wouldn't think it be too powerful in karts, but you definitely feel it, and it definitely makes a huge, huge difference. Down the hill, now towards the hairpin, on the brakes, and no major looks going on for the top sort of 10, really. No one actually going for some any sends. It's actually further back in the field that you actually see any moves being made. A better exit for the 42 of Albert Farah going into the next left, but not quite close enough to tip past Dean Singh Pahal. As Harris Barber is on the back end of them. Behind that as well, the number 8 of Sebastian Crawford was up into P5 now. Sort of has the task of working with the likes of Ralph Martin, Dimitar Usanov and Noah Wilco to maybe get onto the back of the podium battle. Another lap in the books. They're running 105s. Dean Singh Pahal, though, has got a good run out of the final corner. The RCE teammates are going to swap places. Singh Pahal from P8 now to P1 as we tick our way on to what will be the 4th lap of racing here at PF International. Chloe McGill sets the fast lap of the race as well. She's running in P10 for Sam Pollock Racing, trying to chase after the likes of Noah Wilco, not too far away from them either. So Singh Pahal will lead, controlling this race really nicely. His run of form has been very strong since sort of, well, pretty much the entire second half of the season has been podiums and wins. There goes Harris Barber as well on the inside of Ethan Lloyd, and, well, very quickly you go from the lead to 3rd place, a point forward as well. I think that could have been the 53 potentially Noah Wilco, or even the 32 of Ralph Martin, just to sort of say, guys, let's get after them, please. We don't want to be tripping over each other too much. There's a look there, the 26, Jensen Darlow. So this is a battle towards the back end, just outside of the top 10. Still very much midfield. Still going to be scoring quite well, both for the championship and for for, of course, the superheats and the finals a bit later on. Another lap in the books, though, as Singh Pahal, Harris Barber, Ethan Lloyd and Albert Farrow still assume the top four. Dimitar Usunov has gone onto the back of them, and slightly defensive goes our race leader, knowing of the threat that can happen up the hill towards the bridge. There goes the 12 of Harris Barber. He's dropped from second now, and as soon as the space opens up, you just get absolutely swarmed. There goes the Oplate. Benedictus Masiokis, our championship leader, trying to get as many points as he possibly can. Assumes the inside line and ascent to the inside as well. That was almighty stuff from Chloe McGill. Over the bump there, ran a bit wide, did Arthur Farrow off the back of that hairpin. And they're almost 3 wide as Chloe McGill tries to thread the needle through the middle into the left. Singh Pahal will lead Ethan Lloyd back up in a second. Harris Barber has dropped to the rear end of that train for the lead. Dean Singh Pahal, though, goes wide, and that's a long time to be stuck on the outside. Yes, you get given the inside once again for the left, but the change for the lead is there. Ethan Lloyd once again back through into the race lead. However, that's quickly going to be challenged by Dimitar Usunov to the inside of the opening corner. Singh Pahal goes with him as well. That was brave through what I would imagine in Micromax to be a completely flat out section. They right then into the left, then this long demanding left-hander. You've got to open up the final left over the bridge. And a quick flick to the right where the exit is all important, downhill towards the hairpin. So Dimitar Usunov, cut number 4, leads from what is the number 1 of Singh Pahal. You can see that yellow helmet. Recently won the British Championships. I think it was here at PF International as well. 2 minutes plus the lap still to run. And the top 3 starting to sort of get away from those behind. So if they can just have a lap like this, they can pretty much be free to race for that final lap without too many concerns of those behind. That, of course, being the likes of, I think it's Masiokis now leading that train. We'll see as they come back into frame and when they next break the beam, but I think it is the Oplate who's carved his way forwards. Didn't get the best of qualifyings, did our championship leader, but proving why he is so strong in his craft. Yeah, Ethan Lloyd has dropped back to P6 after, well, he was leading this time a lap ago. Since the inside, almost contact as well. I think that was actually a bit of a tap. I think that was Chloe McGill. Ethan Lloyd potentially smashed, and Crawford could be the one to capitalise. We'll once again see as they make their way into frame and into shot. So this is the third to final lap. I think we are going to get 2 more after this one. Singh Pahal looks to go to the inside for the race lead, but around the outside, the 4 tries to muscle his way through. Harris Barber now capitalises. Singh Pahal has to go defensive. He retains the race lead, but the space once again opens up. So just like that, Dimitar Usunov loses the lead. Now he's trying to get it back. Singh Pahal drops to 3rd place. Harris Barber, through all of that, is the beneficiary. And that's just allowed Benedictus Masiokis and Ralph Martin to close back in. Singh Pahal trying desperately to get himself into the lead. He's gone from offense, now he's firmly on the defensive. He's dropped to the back end of this train. That's the top 5. So just like that, the flip can switch. The pendulum can swing its momentum onto the penultimate lap of the race. It's Harris Barber that leads Dimitar Usunov. Benedictus Masiokis just worms his way through into situations that you wouldn't expect him to be in. Defensive up the hill. Dimitar Usunov tries to switch back, but runs out of corner. As Singh Pahal is trying to carve his way back inside the top 4. That's on Ralph Martin. The 32, he's at the swap. So defensive, not taking any chances on this penultimate lap. There's a bit of space on the inside, but I don't think anyone's going to fill it. Trying to go around the outside, Masiokis, that's brave through the hairpin, never usually works and hasn't on this occasion. This is the penultimate lap of the race. The timer has ticked 0, but they get to complete this and 1 more to decide who wins heat number 1 of 2 for the Micromax. All to decide that grid for the all-important Super Heat and the Super Final a bit later on in the day. 1 lap left to decide who wins in Micromax. Through the final right-hander, and a good run there. Dimitar Usunov has got all over the rear end of Harris Barber now. Could we see a move going in towards turn number 1? Masiokis has to defend Singh Pahal slightly as well. As the number 1 plate tries to claw in, the space opens up. Masiokis darts to the inside for P2. Singh Pahal tries to get involved as well. He's going to muscle his way through, up in a 2nd place. Sensational stuff from the British champion. Masiokis as well gets muscled through. Here comes Ralph Martin, the 32, to get involved. That's going to allow Harris Barber to just assume the race line. Same to Singh Pahal. Dimitar Usunov stuck on the inside. There's an almighty switch back there from Ralph Martin. They're 3 wide on the exit. Usunov will assume the left-hand side into the 2nd hairpin. Masiokis tries to get the up and under. He's trying to consolidate any point he can in the championship. but it's looking good for Harris Barber. It's looking good for Dean Singh Pahal in that fight for the race lead. Are they going to have any more opportunities to swap positions, or is this going to be the status quo through the final few corners for Harris Barber? He started second. He's tamed the pack, and he'll come out of the final couple of corners. He should see the checker flag first. He will take victory at PF International unless there's anything Dean Singh Pahal can do. I don't quite think so. The run to the line too short. They're going to give it a drag race to the line. Singh Pahal just misses out. But Harris Barber will take victory here for Micromax Heat 1. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time. But what a race that was. And I always say it. The Micromax definitely delivers some of the best racing that we get. These are some of the drivers, you know, on their first steps of a very long motorsport career ahead of them. So the experience and stuff isn't quite there, but the maturity and the racecraft, you can definitely see they've got it, even though they're micro. So always good to see just some very raw racing out there between some stars of the future. We'll run you through the results in a few moments' time. That's how they racked up on the grid. Ethan Lloyd took pole position, but dropped down to P6, and well, only one top 5 finish this season so far. That, unfortunately, does continue. He definitely looks strong, but having to deal with so much going on around you. It's Harris Barber that dealt with it the best, from Dean Singh Pahal, the number 1 plate in second. Dimitar Usanov from Ralph Marston and Benedictus Masiokas, who was contending for the race lead, our championship leader, though crucially finishing in front of those closest to him. Ethan Lloyd and Chloe McGill in P6 and 7. Then comes Albert Farrow from Teddy Murphy and Sebastian Crawford, the top 10. Arlo Gamble from Oliver Whittle. Then comes Freddie Baker and Alfie Garrett, P2 in the championship, only P14 in the race. Jensen Darlow, Freddie Walker, Ansel Murray and Noah Wilco, the top 18, with J.M. Prakash and Arthur Bowers in 20th. Kurt Jackson, Rhea Peacock, Isaac Garth and Archie Gupta from Plani Eden, the 25th and final driver to be classified in the first Micromax heat. Of course, we'll see these guys out a little bit later on. Next up, we'll have the Minimax. And this is a championship that I'm not overly sure is done yet. We'll confirm later on in the day. It looks very strong to be Emerson Makanji-Uran. I think, you know, effectively it is as good as done. He has been bulletproof this season. He's a 2-time European champion. He won at Trinek, and he won again was very close to winning it. Sorry, he was a 1-time European champion. It was Riley Morrow, I think, that won at Sano for the European trophy. But Makanji-Uran was definitely up there in terms of the pace. So he's won, you know, European titles. He's looking very strong to take yet another British title in 2025. And yeah, he's won every single final this season. He's finished second, third, and second. So he's lost 5 races, has Makanji, and the rest of them have been wins. He did the sweep at Wilton Mill. He didn't quite do it at Lark Hall. He won 2 races. He crucially won the final. He did the sweep once again when we took to Rowra. Didn't quite get it at Wardenlaw. He finished second. So, obviously, not ideal for him in terms of his run of form and trying to keep that win streak alive, but he's just been so strong. So much so that his drop scores, you know, are podium finishes. His 4 drop scores are a P1, a P2, a P1, and a P3. That's just insane coming into the minis. Max Jolly, of course, has had a really strong season as well, both here in the UKC. A bit unfortunate at times with just the placement of his kart at times and, you know, getting involved in different things. So he's been up there in second place, but to have, you know, a shot at runners-up in the championship is incredibly strong. Alfie Ward up there as well. We'll run you through the grid then for the mini inters in a couple of moments' time. It's Harry Radcliffe that will take pole position from Emerson Makanji and his crowning day here at PF International from Josh Cook and Alfie Ward, the top 4. Then comes Ryan White and Lucian Smith, with Otis Cleary and Sebastian Behrman joining us on the grid in 8th. Arthur Farrow and Ronnie Smart, the top 10. Then comes Austin Oman and Tom Reed, the top 12. Alfie Mayer from Max Jolly, P2 in the championship, will line up P14 from Jack Fulbrick-Harmer and Hugo McCluskey in 16th. Leo Livings and Casper McAllister from Rian Townsend and Eddie Duncan, the top 20. Then comes George Quinlan, Jackson Hilton, Buddy Hugo and Jacob Underhill, the 24th driver. Hamish Gordon, Teddy Higgs, Adam Bart and Ollie Brunt, the 28th driver to take to the field. Ian Campbell, James Darling, the top 30. Riley Blakemore and Hakeem Bart, the 32nd driver. And a final row of Amali Davey and Clark Naylor, the 33rd and 34th drivers to take to the grid. Very borderline on having groups actually for the minis. So a pretty much full grid for these guys. They'll worm their way through the final couple of corners. Mackenzie Uren and Radcliffe sharing the front row of the grid. Like I say, 8 minutes plus a lap, as it has been all day long thus far, and will continue all the way up to, well, to the finals. Waiting for Harry Radcliffe to put his foot to the floor. He'll send us underway for more racing action, this time for the Mini Inters. Emerson McCann looks to go around the outside through the S's, but decides to tuck in behind the 126 of Harry Radcliffe up the hill for the opening time. Few sends being made, but not really anything overly interesting happening. It's more a case of just trying to tuck in and be as close as possible for the first major braking zone of the circuit down into this hairpin. Slightly weaving around, still trying to get some tyre temperature in. I think maybe a false start. In effect, we have indeed got the green flag with the yellow chevron. I was going to say that's some very aggressive tyre warming on the opening lap for Harry Radcliffe, but no, he's perfectly within his right to do that. We'll go again. So race control deeming a couple of people maybe just slightly out of formation on that run to the line. So we get to do it all over again. And that means Harry Radcliffe needs to control the pace as good as he did to hang on to that race lead. Max Jolly has won a heat. I'm looking for the other heat winner that we've had so far this season. But yeah, it's looking pretty much like it's been Mackenzie Uren all season long. It's been a pretty strong one. Can he continue that win streak and again get him closer to... well, I mean, he's effectively done it, but unless he gets disqualified, there's not really any way that he can lose it. So we'll crown him later on in the finals. He's already done a lot of the celebrations as Mackenzie Uren. He just wants to go out and go 6 from 6 in 2025 and just define that domination that he's had in this season. Once again, they'll crawl their way out of the final corner. The lights on the gantry will illuminate. Harry Radcliffe will have control of the pace. He'll put his foot to the floor. We'll go racing this time for the Mini Inters. Just 7 minutes on the clock. Emerson McCann trying to battle for the lead. It's the 175. There's contact. That's Josh Cook that's gone round. And there's a huge crash as well towards the background. Oh my goodness me. Over 10 karts involved at the very least as Josh Cook got spun round there through the S's. Quite aggressive on the opening lap. It seems that everyone is out of the karts and is okay. A full course yellow, of course, very quickly in effect. So that's going to bring a neutralization to the racing as all of the karts, I think, once again are getting going. Marshall's very quickly on the scene, so they're doing a fantastic job today. And like I say, we have to give them our absolute best and all of the thanks in the world for their efforts in running a race meeting. But that's going to bring, like I say, a neutralization to the racing action. We'll confirm who is involved a bit later. In fact, actually, I can confirm because they'll be the ones that didn't break the first sector beam. It would have been Hakeem Barr. I think Ollie Brunt could have been involved. Teddy Higgs, Rian Townsend, definitely a couple of those involved. Obviously, Josh Cook got involved in some capacity. So yeah, once they break the timing beam, we can confirm who was at the back end of that. And again, when you're going that quickly into the right-left, yes, they're very quick corners, but the left is actually quite deceptively tight. Obviously, that race line, you want to straight line it as much as possible, but when you're going that speed, and especially when you've got so many karts around you, it is sometimes hard to see that there's spins going on. And then you've got a very little amount of time, a very small window to actually, react. And I don't think even Spider-Man would be able to react fast enough to get these karts round. So still under full course yellow. Harry Radcliffe leads from Mackenzie Uren. Ryan White up to third. Otis Cleary, Sebastian Behrman up in a P5 as well. And like I say, can confirm those that were involved. Teddy Higgs, Hugo McCluskey, Rian Townsend, Hakeem Barr, Jacob Underhill involved. Casper McAllister, Ollie Brunt. I think Arthur Ferry lost about 14 places. Josh Cook, understandably, losing about 15 places. So the timer, of course, during all of this, still ticking down. So the racing is neutralized, but the timer ticking down. This means that the sprint at the end is going to be quite intense for these drivers. 5.5 minutes plus a lap still to go. If you are now just joining us, of course, a big hello and welcome. Currently the Mini Inter race is under a full course yellow after a pretty sizable incident through the opening couple of corners. Everyone is okay and got back going again. They were more eager as to check the condition of the kart than the condition of themselves. So that says all you need to know about the driver's spirits, but also they were perfectly fine after the incident. But 5 minutes plus a lap if we go racing at the end of this one, it's going to give us probably bang on 5 more laps of racing. We'll see, obviously, when race control confirm them able to get going again. I think maybe just a couple more things to be maybe swept up. As we've got, yeah, still 5 minutes left to go. Still under full course yellow, so we've got another lap before we can go back green racing again. So that's actually going to bring the lap count down. So they're running a minute 31 under the full course yellow. So let's say they do that again. We're going to go down to 3 minutes if they go green this lap. They're running about a minute or so in terms of pure lap pace. Quali for these guys. Let me just check the lap times. They should be, I think, I'd assume a little bit quicker than the micros. Mini Inters, yeah, it was a 1 minute dead for Harry Ratcliffe. So that's going to be 3. It probably is going to be bang on 4 more laps. Just getting confirmation, can overhear the radios and race control. We are going to be going green at the end of this lap. So everyone getting themselves ready to go racing once again. I think we are, like I say, going to have bang on 4 more laps of racing action, provided they can get to the line with 3 minutes. It is going to be quite close, but I think at the end of this lap, yeah, 4 more laps. Harry Ratcliffe, Mackenzie Uren puts them on a bit of a time crunch. Of course, Ratcliffe is perfectly fine. He's like, yeah, cool, let's stay on the full course yellow for the entire race. It's an easy win for him, but Mackenzie Uren is like, no, come on, let's get going again. I want to win. Same too for those a bit further behind. Green flag will wave at the end of this lap, so the pace gets controlled by Harry Ratcliffe, who sends us back underway. The inside opens up for Emerson Mackenzie Uren, who goes immediately for the race lead up over the curb, side by side between the 2 leaders. That's going to allow Ryan White to find a way through. Mackenzie Uren now has to defend. He has to go the long way around through this uphill left-hander. Over the bridge now, the inside there for the number 4. Mackenzie Uren still trying to keep his foot in. Did he muscle his way through on the inside? He did indeed. That's allowed Harry Ratcliffe to get away. Now downhill towards the hairpin. You can see a few carts trying to just jostle and find some of that space. The number 6 of Austin Oman up a couple of places. But a good initial launch there for Mackenzie Uren. Didn't want to waste it. There was a spinner as well through turn number 1. So Mackenzie Uren, after fending off the offence from Ryan White, is now trying to focus his attention forward and close back into Harry Ratcliffe. 2.5 minutes left to go in this race. It's Harry Ratcliffe from Mackenzie Uren, from Ryan White and Otis Cleary. No changes inside the top 5, but Lucian Smith has carved his way up into what is 6th place from Alfie Mayer, Ronnie Smart, Austin Oman and Alfie Ward. The top 10 changes for the lead, though, as Mackenzie Uren is trying to dart his way through and contest against Harry Ratcliffe. We'll see as they come back into shot down the hill towards the hairpin. It is Mackenzie Uren that leads the number 4 of Ryan White. So the 126, a bit miffed as to what happened there. He's dropped from 1st to 4th as Sebastian Behrman, the 137, gets involved there. He's up from what is 8th place on the grid now to podium contention, driving very similarly to what we saw from Dian Singh Pahal a couple of moments ago. I think by the end of the day, we're going to have a very big headache as to decide what's going to be the race of the week on Alpha Live, because these guys are delivering race in, race out. A minute and a half plus a lap left to go. So I think we're going to be heading on to the 3rd to final lap. What'll be now. They're running a minute. They'll get an extra lap. They'll then get the extra lap after that. So 3 laps to go at the line. Mackenzie Uren now is the one that leads. Harry Ratcliffe demoted to 4th place, ascend to the inside as he picks his way through on Sebastian Behrman, up now into P3. Mackenzie Uren defending from Ryan White as well. They're broken away ever so slightly, but White is putting some pressure onto the British champion. A point forward, though, from Ryan White. He's saying, I don't want you to defend. Let's just go. Oh my goodness me, we've got about 5 or 6 cars all jostling for space. They're 3 wide. The 175 is the one that's able to capitalise best. That's Josh Cook, who, of course, was spun round at the beginning of this race. Just goes to show how quickly that mentality can shift. He goes, okay, this is what's happened. I need to get back through and try and limit the damage as best as possible. Couple of warnings and things under investigation. Arthur Farrow, Eddie Duncan are 2 of them. 30 seconds left on the clock, so they get this lap and then 1 more after that one. 2 laps left to go here at PF International for the first Mini Inter heat. And again, another point forward from Ryan White. Now, I was actually having this discussion a couple of weeks ago, you can point forward and say, yeah, let's work together, but then that's exactly the moment you want to strike, because Mackenzie Uren is going, okay, cool, we're not working together. Oh, sorry, we are working together. I'm not going to defend, and that actually leaves you quite vulnerable. So Ryan White, as much as he might want to get away from those behind, could well have a very susceptible Mackenzie Uren to fight with and try and stop a dominant win streak of the number one. Harry Ratcliffe, the 126, the 137 of Sebastian Behrmann, just in behind that as well. So that's the top four. A lap and a half still to go, so about a minute and a half of racing. Do this quick flick to the right that leads you into a long, very demanding combined G corner. Trying to trail the braking all the way through and then keep the kart nice and balanced through this quick long left, then a flick to the right onto the final lap of the race. And a very intentional look over the shoulder there from Mackenzie Uren, just assessing the situation. The slipstream, Ryan White lost a little bit over that last lap or so, but the slipstream on that pit straight clawed him straight back into contention. Mackenzie Uren has just got one more tour of PF International to take victory for the first heat of the day. Didn't qualify in pole position, didn't quite get that. Started on the front row, dropped back a little bit. Now has worked his way back into the lead. Jostles as well. I think that could have been Alfie Mayer, Austin Oman fighting away for 6th and 7th place. Just a third of the lap left to go. It's looking pretty decent for Mackenzie Uren to hang on. As a dart to the inside there from Otis Cleary, trying to defend 8th place from Alfie Ward. Max Jolly dropped down he's worked his way up to the top 10. He started 14th place. Very wide line there from Mackenzie Uren, who starts as he means to go on what could well be a crowning weekend for the young driver. Mackenzie Uren will take victory for Heat 1 of the Mini Inters from Ryan White and Harry Ratcliffe. Then comes Sebastian Behrmann, just missing out on podium, but still a very, very strong result indeed. So yeah, we spent a good sort of half of that race under full course yellow, but the half that we did get racing was very, very good indeed. They had a bit of everything, did the Mini Inters. Emerson Mackenzie Uren, like I say, starts as he means to go on, tries to win the championship, and along with taking all of the final victories. Ryan White, Harry Ratcliffe, the top 3 from Sebastian Behrmann, then comes Lucian Smith and Alfie Mayer. Austin Oman from Otis Cleary, then comes Alfie Ward and Max Jolly, the top 10. Of course, behind that, quite a hotly contested Josh Cook in P11 went all the way to the back, fought his way back to the front, just tipping out Ronnie Smart to P11 and P12 respectively. Jackson Hilton from Leo Livings, then comes Buddy Hugo, Tom Reed, Arthur Farrow, Jack Fulbrick-Harmer, Eddie Duncan and Hamish Gordon, the top 20 drivers. Behind that, Ian Campbell from McAllister, Blakemore, Quinlan and Brunt, the top 25. Amalia Davey from James Darling, then comes Ryan Townsend, Hakeem Bart and Clark Naylor, the top 30. Adam Bart from Jacob Underhill, Hugo McCluxley and Teddy Higgs, 4 of the drivers that were involved in the opening lap skirmish and had to get back going again, and was always going to be fighting a bit of an uphill battle. We are nearly done with the first rotation of classes. We've got our final class coming up. That'll be, of course, the Rotax 177s. They'll be out onto circuit in a few moments' time. And these guys have delivered some pretty, I'll say, decent racing all season long. Edward Matthews leads the championship pretty, I don't want to say comfortably, but it's fairly comfortable. About 45 points clear of Harrison Crook. But a win in the final is worth 45 points. So, you know, if Ed Matthews gets disqualified and Harrison Crook, you know, wins and the points stay exactly as they are, then it will be a pretty interesting end to the season. James Lingard, Jamie Zira are up there. They've got mathematical but outside shots of the title. Just again, all depends as to drop scores and how it works out by the end of it, but essentially all Edward Matthews needs to do is stay there or thereabouts all weekend. His drop scores are also, I say, pretty strong. One of them is a P3, so he'll get one of those back. His next worst result he'll get back through. He also has a P11 and a P6 to drop as well. So effectively, that's the lowest that he can finish this weekend. So yeah, it just makes the life of Harrison Crook just that little bit harder, because he's not just catching the gap, he's sort of having to catch the drop score gap of Edward Matthews. The minimum that he can score is determined by obviously the drop score round. So if he finishes P12, he effectively had to finish P11 in that race because those are the points that he gets given. Can see a few more faces in the YouTube chat. Nice to see you all. Hello and welcome to those that are now just joining us. We've ticked through the seniors, the juniors, the micros, and the minis now just completed. Of course, still plenty more racing to come from then. Of course, we had Jacob Ashcroft win in the juniors. It was Macaulay Bishop that took victory in the seniors. Just in a question from Ben Sharp in the YouTube chat. So I think it was Macaulay Bishop that took victory in the seniors. Bit of confusion around that one, but we've got karts back out onto circuit. The Rotax 177s will run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time while they're out there. On the formation lap, Edward Matthews alongside David Mitchell. Along the front row, Will Ellswood and Ollie Goodyear, 3 and 4. They'll be looking to work their way forwards through the opening couple of corners. Joshua Gollan from Lewis Large in P6, then comes Harrison Crook in P2 in the championship, P7 on the grid. Jimmy Galloway alongside him on the 4th row. Nathan Schaffer from James Lingard, the top 10 with Scott Smith and Samuel Cornwell keeping each other company on row number 6. Reg Hayward from Josh Howard, row 7 with Rob Simpson and Bradley Heath on row number 8. Jack Taylor and Cole Edwards keep each other company on row 9 with Elliot Kennedy and Scott Clee in the top 20. Steve Thompson, Arthur Facker in 22nd, then comes Jonathan Railton and Ashton Parsons in 24th. Dan Wright, Ian Branfield, P25 and 26. Matt Lear and Mark Gilly in 27th and 28th. And a very lonely Will Milner on the 15th row of the grid as they're making their way very slowly around the final couple of corners. Once more, 8 minutes plus the lap. In a very important race, like I say, for the likes of Edward Matthews and Harrison Crook, looking, like I say, to win the championship. It's going to be a bit of an outside shot for the likes of Crook, and Matthews just needs to consolidate some pretty decent results as to keep himself at the top of the sheets. He'll start from pole position and, means as he starts as he means to go on. A bit of a slow start, though, from the front row. Is that the 17 of Will Ellswood going a bit slowly towards the opening corner? That's going to drop him back as we work our way up towards the bridge. It'll be Edward Matthews that controls the pace at the front end of the field. All seems to be pretty good in green flag running for the moment. No sort of senses of a false start, so they're carrying on. The 132 of Jimmy Galloway tries to find a way through on a couple of karts towards the hairpin. He tries to pick his way past into the second hairpin. It's always good that you've got two alternating direction hairpins, one straight after the other, so opens the door for some pretty good racing. But towards the front, it seems to be pretty calm. The 17 there, Will Ellswood, getting nicely settled into second place. So it wasn't him that dropped up at the back end of the field. The 23, that is James Lingard. He's already up a few places towards the mid-pack of the top 10. We'll tick our way through the opening lap then. 7 minutes plus the lap still to go. Edward Matthews from Will Ellswood and Josh Gollan, the top 3. Lewis Large from Harrison Crook at the top 5. Once again up the hill for a second time. Looking pretty good so far for Ed Matthews, who's getting himself closer and closer to that Rotax 177 title, but he's been overtaking over the bridge, and Will Ellswood has found a way through. That's going to maybe offset Ed Matthews a little bit. That's going to open the door for Josh Gollan to get involved. Lewis Large and Harrison Crook swapping positions. The 72 finds a way through on the O-plate. As side-by-side, Matthews tries to keep Josh Gollan at bay, who himself has had a pretty decent season. Couple of podiums so far. None of them so far in a final. Pretty surprised about that, actually. Thought we saw Josh Gollan do some pretty good stuff. Maybe looking for that to change this weekend. 6 minutes plus the lap. It's Matthews, of course, that's dropped back into second place. Will Ellswood capitalised and found his way forwards. Engine covers open onto the straights as side-by-side Lewis Large and the 55 Ollie Goodyear. We're thinking about James Lingard is the one in the 23 to set the fast lap of the race thus far. The top lot have been battling quite hard as Ollie Goodyear proves that point to the inside just over the bridge. That's going to put them on the outside as they make their way through the right-hander, and that is going to offset him ever so slightly. Ascend to the inside though. That's huge from Harrison Crook on the inside of Josh Gollan to find his way through in a third place. Immediately has to go defensive into the second hairpin, but able to consolidate that position. Now the consensus, I would imagine, is to point forward and try and get after the top two, as Ed Matthews and Will Ellswood are, well, not really putting each other under too much pressure through that long right, lifting that inside rear wheel up as much as possible, trying to carry as much speed through to press that outside tyre in as much as you want. Through the S's forward is now the 4th time already, so we're flying through this race. A few changes of position. The O-plate of Lewis Large gets sort of stuck out on the outside through the, heading onto the bridge. And then we're going to settle for a couple of cuts going side by side. One of them, Josh Gollan, trying to go the long way around at the 55, but goes in a bit too deep. That's going to open the door. The 73 of Reg Hayward tries to tuck his way through. They all want that inside line through the hairpin. Not all of them can have it, but well, one of them, the 23, James Lingard, just sort of says, well, you know what, I'm going to force my way there. Hanging off, though, that rear bumper, Josh Gollan. That does not look like it like it rolled off a factory or started this race like that. Absolutely not. Slightly wide, though, yeah. The 77 clearly struggling with something. That's going to be dragging on the back end. Everyone can see that. And he's going to be allowing a lot of people through as well. 4 minutes left. Harrison Crook has closed back in onto his championship rival of Ed Matthews. Will Ellswood leads this race. Yeah, mechanical flag brought up for a rear bumper for Josh Gollan. Sent to the inside there as Ed Matthews reinstates himself as the race leader. A point forward from Ellswood. Doesn't really want to be contested from Harrison Crook, but defensive. Doesn't really trust the motive there from Ellswood as Matthews. Up and under could well be there for Harrison Crook, though. Not quite got the drive. I mean, it's a decent time spent flat out towards this next left, but well, if you've not quite got, you know, overwhelming momentum, it can be quite difficult to get that move sealed. The Harrison Crook definitely is applying that pressure. Will Ellswood is aware of his presence with what will be sort of 4 laps, I would imagine, at the line. Double check over the shoulder there from Ed Matthews, again assessing, does he need to defend? Is he under too much pressure? Up the hill, the space opens up on the inside, but quickly gets shut from the 79. Putting him under a lot of pressure is Will Ellswood. He's got a very difficult task ahead of him, though. He's got to look forwards to attack, backwards to defend. Parking the kart very nicely in the middle of the circuit there, Ed Matthews. Giving those behind a bit of a decision. There's not really a lot of space to the inside, but you don't want to go to the outside either, so you sort of have to have that awkward middle ground of just staying in the middle. But it still allows Edwin Matthews to carry a decent amount of speed through the corners. Through the sweeping right. There's a long right-hander again. Keeps going on forever. Then a quick flick to the left. Change of direction. Putting these tyres under a lot of stress. And you've got to carry them through the entire weekend. You can use carryover tyres for practice and things. But once you open a new set, that's it. You've got to use it. Through qualifying, the heats, the pre-finals and the finals. It's not the hottest day, so those tyres aren't going to be getting worn down too much, but with the way they're battling in the heats, you'd imagine they're probably going to feel a little worse for wear by the time we get to the finals this afternoon. 1 minute and 50 plus a lap still to go. I think this will be the 3rd to final lap. We'll get 2 more at the line. As that side by side, that's Jimmy Galloway and James Lingard fighting for 5th place. We just saw the sort of the corner of the shot through the next hairpin. No one really sort of eyeing up overly aggressive offensive. I think maybe just settle down a little bit. Of course, these guys slightly older, slightly more experienced in their racing career. So maybe thinking just to be a bit more calmer than what we've seen in the minis and the micros. The 99 of Jack Taylor up now into 11th place, ducking his head to try and work his way towards the top 10, but that's about a 3-second gap. I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. I think we might also be able to sort of scrape out an extra lap out of this one. It's going to be very close. But as long as they cross the line with at least 1 second to go, we'll get 2 more laps out of this race. Don't think we're going to be heading on to the final lap this time by, albeit, like I say, very close. Matthews from Ellswood and Crook, the top 3. Following a battle just outside the top 10. The 99, of course, being Jack Taylor. He's got Josh Howard and Rob Simpson for company. 10 seconds left on the clock, and we are going to scrape out an extra lap of this one. So 2 more laps of racing. The clock will tick 0, well, now. And next time through will be the final lap of the Rotax 177s. Their first heat. We'll see them back out later on. Starting to defensive there, Will Ellsworth. He's now found his way into the race lead. Ollie Goodyear is close back in. He's now contending for the podium as Harrison Crook gets muscled wide off the exit of the hairpin. Will Ellsworth, Ed Matthews gets the up and under on the penultimate lap of the race, gets squeezed all the way to the inside there. Deterring the move does Will Ellsworth very cleverly. Now he's in the lead. He wants to try and keep it. It matters most now, with just a lap at the line to go. Send there. That's Reg Hayward through into 4th. Will Ellsworth and Ed Matthews been doing battle all race long. Final lap of the race. The checker flag will wave at the end of this lap. Ellsworth leads Matthews from Crook. Then comes Hayward and Goodyear. Over the bridge for the final time this morning for the Rotax 177s. Defensive for the lead, as Ed Matthews gets an almighty switchback there, brake very deep into the corner, but looped this car underneath. Now forces Ellsworth onto a defensive line through the hairpin, tries to go for a double switchback, gets caught on the curb. Is he drawn that front right alongside Ellsworth? Not quite. The 17 has got the drive to stay in front for now. Just a couple more corners left to go as Harrison Crook and Reg Hayward try and find their way somehow into this battle. No space through this long right. That was probably the saving grace for Edwin Matthews. That was what he was hoping would open up. But now through the final couple of corners, the checker flag will wave. Will Ellsworth will see it first. He will take victory in what has been a very tough Rotax 177 heat. Ed Matthews will, of course, extend the championship lead in second from Reg Hayward and Jimmy Galloway. The top 4. We'll run you through the full results in a couple of moments' time. But what a race that was once again to complete the first cycle of classes. We get to go back to juniors and seniors in a few moments' time for their second heat. So that's going to be Groups B versus C. So we saw Group C out a bit earlier on. But it'll be the first time that we've seen drivers from Group B take to the circuit. It'll be Will Ellsworth that took victory from Edwin Matthews. Then comes Reg Hayward at the podium. Jimmy Galloway from Harrison Crook and James Lingard. Ollie Goodyear, Samuel Cornwell, Lewis Large from Nathan Chaffer, the top 10 drivers in the 177 heat. Jack Taylor, Scott Klee from Josh Howard and Arthur Thacker. Then comes Rob Simpson and Stephen Thompson, with Elliot Kennedy, Jonathan Relton, Mark Gilly and Ian Branfield rounding out the top 20. Will Milner from Scott Smith and Ashton Parsons behind that. Dan Wright and Matt Lear, the top 25. Josh Gollan, of course, after having his rear bumper detached, is back in P26 after a mechanical flag. Then comes Cole Edwards, David Mitchell and Bradley Heath, the top 29. Did have a couple of penalties come through, or sorry, I say a couple, one penalty come through for Samuel Cornwell. And that was a 5-second penalty going the way of the 168. He crossed the line in P8. That could drop him down a good couple of places just yet. That's going to do it for the Rotax 177s, and will be, like I say, the first cycle of classes. We go back to the juniors in a couple of moments' time for their second heat of the day between Groups B and C. Back out onto circuit for the Junior Rotax, their second heat, like I say this time, Groups B versus C. We'll run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time. They're making their way around the formation lap now. And it'll be Lewis Ratcliffe that will start this race from pole position. Alongside him, though, Kai Clark and Finley Buck in third. Matteo Palazzo from fourth place, looking to, again, do a pretty decent job like we saw earlier on in the day. Rain Gandalf from Jack Robinson, the top 6, with Alfred McBain and Lucas Howe, the top 4 rows. Ed Spain and Teddy Cooper, the top 10, with Jensen Chalk and Ison Seng in 12th. William Webb from Hasnain Khan, share row number 7 from Eli Baden, and Rory Armstrong from 16th went backwards earlier on in the day. Would expect him to go forwards in this one. Noah Barham from Sam Collar, then comes Sebastian Leutsch and Thomas Harper, the top 20. Thomas Jackson, Sebastian Clark, Conor Large and Blair Smith, the 24th car to take to the grid. Lewis Sumner, Alex Lynn, Albert Friend and Lomond Wilcox in 28th. Then comes Ralphie Branscombe from Jacob Jack, Daniel Kilpatrick, Benny McConneville, Riley Morgan and Daniel Clancy, the 34th and final driver to take to the grid. as the drivers very slowly work their way around the final couple of corners. You can see the engines definitely do not like going slowly. Would rather be full throttle down this pit straight, which they will be in a few moments' time. Louis Radcliffe starting this race at the 82 Sam Pollock Racing machine alongside the KR Sport number 4 of Kai Clark, who did a fantastic job a bit earlier on in the day. They'll put their foot to the floor and will go racing once more. The second time for Junior Rotax, and Kai Clark tries to contest for the race lead. After a sensational victory earlier on in the day, a 1-2 with his teammate Matteo Palazzo. They deal with the opening lap carnage pretty well so far. I think Palazzo getting involved, and well, a couple of cuts there. That could be that's the 28 getting caught out a bit further. Yeah, that's Benna McConneville, unfortunately for her, at the back end of the field trying to recover onto the circuit, but the fight for the lead continues on. The number 8 though, sensational stuff from Ryan Gandor. Started this race P5, already knocking on the door of Kai Clark. Outside line there for the number 8. He can't quite find a way through there on his KR Sport teammate, as they'll go side by side, and that's going to allow the Sam Pollock Racing Louis Radcliffe to start to bridge a bit of a gap. See, with slipstream and the pace of these drivers, it's not going to last very long. There goes the number 9. That's Matteo Palazzo through on the 209. Oh, sorry, the 239 of Jack Robinson. 7 minutes completed. Oh, sorry, 7 minutes to go. 1 minute completed. Down the hill. Once again, Louis Radcliffe leading Kai Clark, leading Ryan Gandor. Ascent to the inside there. That's going to be brave on the brakes. He does see it coming, though. Does Louis Radcliffe thought he could go around the outside with just how late that lunge was. But Ryan Gandor goes with him. Now it's a KR Sport once again, a 1 and 2. This time slightly differently. Still Kai Clark that leads the way. But this time joined with Ryan Gandor in that second step of the podium. Matteo Palazzo not a million miles away either, chasing back in, and KR Sport are going to be loving this. They've got 3 karts inside the top 4. If nothing else, proving just how good they are as a team, and also how good their drivers are out there. 6 minutes left to go. Clark now leads from Gandor. We'll see them as they approach up the hill and onto the bridge. A change for the lead potentially as Ryan Gandor, the number 8, goes for it on the inside of Kai Clark. No love lost between the two teammates as he gets muscled wide there. Matteo Palazzo gets himself involved. He got through on Louis Radcliffe and is now up into, well, that'll be second place if he can complete the move, which he does. Now Louis Radcliffe has to try and keep some other karts at bay. Jack Robinson tries to go to the outside. Through this long right, you can definitely sort of control the pace around here. If you want to sort of have a bit of a hit check and slow a couple of people up, you can. Just take your sweet time through that long right. However, once again, as soon as the foots get put back to the floor, Matteo Palazzo is going to contest for the lead. Kai Clark, as they run their way through the S's for the first time, we'll once again see them as they come up over onto the bridge. It's the 9 that leads. Matteo Palazzo found his way through on Kai Clark. Defensive in the background, that's going to be Louis Radcliffe trying to keep Jack Robinson at bay. Teddy Cooper, the 79, with the fastest lap, trying to find his way to get involved. The 79 does so now, just in behind Jack Robinson. So Louis Radcliffe has dropped at the back end of this. Eson Seng is involved as well. Finley Buck was there. Half of this race completed, still half of it, well, plus a lap to go. Onto the pit straight. Will the slipstream be in favour of Kai Clark this time through the top 4? Nose to tail. You could barely throw a blanket over him. Once again through the S's, ascent to the inside there. That's Louis Radcliffe on Kai Clark. Did he get the move done? We'll see as they re-emerge now to go over the bridge. Matteo Palazzo will lead. Kai Clark just able to hang on from Louis Radcliffe. Here comes Ryan Gandor. It's a KR Sport. Could well be a 1, 2 and 3 for them. And it's going to be a good go. There's a send from Ryan Gandor. Oh my goodness me. That was well read though. That was Jack Robinson, the 239, to try and capitalise on the pair of them. Now he gets sent wide, so that momentum very quickly swings back in favour of the likes of Gandor and Louis Radcliffe. Three minutes plus a lap still to run in this race. Palazzo leads from Clark, leads from Gandor now inside the top three. A bit of a gap starting to form, so will those battling for the podium now start to settle? Here comes the 82 of Louis Radcliffe to the inside of the opening corner. So once more swaps places with Ray and Gandor. Look to the inside, Jack Robinson. Eson Sang as well, the 207 very quickly finds his way getting into sort of contention. The Strawberry Racing Machine, the OTK, you can see the peppermint liveried 207 just trying to squirm and find a bit of space to fill. With karting, you've got, 4 or 5 cars trying to jostle for the same bit of tarmac, trying to find a way through. Warning coming in though for a couple of drivers. Noah Barham, Eson Sang most notably inside this sort of battle for the top 5. Two minutes and 6 seconds. A mechanical flag coming through for Thomas Jackson, not confirmed as to what that's for, but he'll get the dubbed meatball flag. As Noah Barham, after getting a warning, sets the fastest lap of the race at 57.8, going the way of the driver. Just under 2 minutes left to go. Matteo Palazzo leading Kai Clark. They're bringing home some very good results, setting themselves up quite nicely for the final. Ascend to the inside there. That's Ray and Gander on the inside of what could well be Jack Robinson. It is the 239 draws side by side once more as the gap for the lead continues to grow. Palazzo looks over his shoulder, sees Kai Clark. They've been battling a little bit, but I think probably as good mates and as teammates understand the situation to consolidate a decent 1 and 2 for each other, maximising some good points. But Matteo Palazzo did very well earlier on in the day, so too did Kai Clark. So just managing the points that they're going to be scoring in these heats to give them both the best opportunities going into the final a bit later on. This will be the third to final lap, it should be at least. We'll see when they next cross the line, but by my maths, which take with a pinch of salt, could well be the case. That's very wide in the background from Ray and Gandor, getting swallowed up by those around him. Eson Sang trying to find a way through in the 207. The up and under could be there for the 79 of Teddy Cooper. He's going to try and nip his way through on one kart. That, of course, of Ray and Gandor. Didn't quite get the run that he'd have wanted. The 82 of Louis Radcliffe, who, let's not forget, start this race on pole position. Just goes to show that qualifying most definitely is not everything. Track position can very much change around circuits as, well, overtaking Prone as PF International. 14 seconds left on the clock. We are going to get 2 more laps out of this one. Heading on to the 8th and penultimate lap. Are we going to see a fight for the lead between Palazzo and Clark? Contact warning coming from Rory Armstrong. This time has gone forward in the race, but maybe not as cleanly as he would have perhaps liked. Lap and a half still to run down the hill towards the hairpin. Look over the shoulder from Palazzo, thinks he's safe, and I would probably say so. I think Kai Clark, if he is going to go for it, is going to leave it quite late as to not give Palazzo an opportunity to defend. Mechanical flag coming through for Finley Buck, so he was a little bit further down in the field. Still one of the drivers that you would expect to sort of do quite well in the UKC. Is up there in P5 in the championship, has taken a final victory. That was at round number 3 when we took to Dunkswell. On to the final lap of the race. Palazzo will lead Kai Clark. It's the other way around from what we saw them a bit earlier on in the day. So they'll be scoring equal points and I think working together quite nicely to facilitate some good results in the heats and thus a good starting position a bit later on for the super heats and the final. So behind that, the battle for P3 comes down to Jack Robinson, and Jack Robinson alone. He's completely clear of Louis Radcliffe, Eson Sang and Ray and Gandor by virtue of the battling that's been taking place in that particular train. Just half a lap left to go, and this is looking pretty good for Matteo Palazzo, who, like I say, is second place in the championship, has taken a number of victories this season. Not quite been able to convert those into final victories, but could today be the day? Well, his final opportunity to do so as part of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Out of the final corner, the checker flag will wave. It will go the way of Matteo Palazzo for the second heat of Junior Rotax. Kai Clark and Jack Robinson will join him on the podium, with Louis Radcliffe and Eson Sane. Teddy Cooper just able to find his way through into sixth. We'll, of course, run you through the full results in a couple of moments' time. But, well, that's, well, just shy of 9 more minutes of racing action ticked off with Junior Rotax. And, of course, we'll move to seniors in a few moments' time. But so far, the racing today has been pretty decent. It won't be too much longer until we get more karts back out on circuit for even more racing. PF International always does deliver, of course. There's a reason why it's got the grade that it does. There's a reason why it hosts the events that it does. Matteo Palazzo will take victory in Junior Rotax Heat 2 from Kai Clark. Jack Robinson, the podium. Then comes Louis Radcliffe and Eson Sane, the top 5. Good result there for Eson Sane, up 7 places from 12th. Teddy Cooper, Ryan Gandor, Noah Barham, Sebastian Leutsch and Rory Armstrong up inside the top 10. Of course, behind that will be that very tightly battled fight for P11. Eli Baden, Alfie McBain, William Webb and Ed Spain. Then comes Connor Large in P15. He fought his way up from P23. And talking of comeback drivers, the two behind him, Lewis Sumner and Alex Lynn, and also Albert Friend, all up from 25th, 6th and 7th respectively, up to their respective positions down to P18. Riley Morgan and Hassan Khan in P20. Then comes Daniel Kilpatrick and Jacob Jack in P22. Lemon Wilcox from Sam Collar. Then comes Blair Smith in P25. Bella McConneville, who we saw have some issues actually right at the beginning of the race in P26. Thomas Harper, Ralphie Branscombe, then comes Sebastian Clark and Finley Buck, who of course had that mechanical flag. Thomas Jackson, Lucas Howe, Daniel Clancy and Jensen Chalk, the 34th and final driver to be categorised in that previous heat. And next up, of course, we'll go back to the seniors. It's been quite intense this morning already. The very hard work of the PF International staff to get these heats going as quickly as possible. And of course, after the results of Heat 1 coming through on the championship, the gap at the front, so King Geraghty has worked his way up into second place in the championship. Obviously trying to chase after Gabe Fairbrother. Jack West, of course, who we haven't seen out on track just yet, has dropped down, so we'll see him probably climb back up. But yeah, with Gabe Fairbrother, of course, the Crash and Mini Virtue Challenge, I think it was at Brands Hatch a couple of weekends ago, won't be taking part this weekend, which is, of course, incredibly unfortunate for him. But it has opened the door for the championship. King Geraghty, also, like I say, look out for Jack West, who will be in this race. We'll run through the grid sort of when we can. But that's going to... I'm just going to confirm, actually, where he should be starting. I'd imagine, he's at the front. He's on pole position, like I say. We'll confirm in a moment. But Jack West is probably going to be putting his best foot forward to try and contend. And well, King Geraghty didn't have the best of races in the heat earlier on. So a good opportunity for Jack West to score some good points and get himself closer to that championship. The karts are back out onto circuit, so we'll run you through the grid when we can. But yeah, like I say, it definitely will be Jack West that will be starting on pole position. Alongside him, though, Macaulay Bishop on the front row ran very well earlier on in the day with victory in the heat. Harry Bartle from Lewis America, the top 4 with the drivers behind that. Tristan Rennie and Kai Hunter on row 3. Mikey Walker from Neo Clark on row number 4. He'll start from P8. With rounding out the top 10, William Antrobus and Harrison Crowther, the top 10. Ewan Charman, the 421, will start from P11 alongside Jack Lilly in 12th. And then comes Charlie Cox and Benjamin Baker on P14. Joshua Graham from Morgan Hudson Brown, the 8th row of the field from Nathan Smith, and Deacon Russell in 18th. Jamie Perrelli from Freddie Ingram, who had some issues earlier on in the first heat, will be looking to recover quite well from P20. Ethan Head and Jack Baker on row 11 from Harry Hertzgrover and Lewis Harvey in P24. Callum Kinder from Benjamin Lee round out row 13 from Agnes Scrivener, and Lex Quintes, who was involved, actually was one of the drivers that went up and over another car in Heat 1 earlier on in the day, so we'll be looking to make amends for that from P28 on the grid. Behind that, Elliot Surtees from Kieran Ives, then comes Braden Hill and Dominic Darling from 32nd on the grid. Elliot Foster, Sam Kelbrick and James Philip King from the 35th and final grid slot, just in time for the karts to make their way around the final corner. And we'll go racing for the second time in senior Rotax as Jack West leads them from pole position towards the opening corners. Couple of skirmishes as they try and find their own bit of track space. Kept pretty clean for the most part as we've got 17 rows of 2 fight their way up now the hill over towards the bridge. It gets a little bit close for comfort towards the front end, but so far so good for Jack West. Through the right-hander and now down the hill, and you can see an absolute swarm of go-karts, a couple of them 2, maybe even 3 wide into the heaviest braking zone, of course, on the circuit. Outside line as they... Well, how can you even keep up with this? There's just karts here, there, and everywhere trying to settle in for their own respective bits of position. The 28 of Neo Clark, though, started P8, is fighting away with the likes of Antrobus, Crowther, Charman, all around him. Trying to deal with the mayhem of an opening lap, especially in senior Rotax when you've got 35 karts taken to the start. 7 minutes still to go, though. Look over the shoulder for Jack West. Looking good to take that senior Rotax UKC championship. Jack West, Harry Bartle now is the one that keeps him company. A great start for the likes of Ewan Charman from P11. He's up 6 places to P5. Up 5 places for Antrobus as well from P9 to P4. Side by side as well. There's been contact through the hairpin. Ewan Charman was one of those involved as they've got a very slow run out of that hairpin. I'd imagine there was a bit of a hip check, maybe some contact as well to go with it. So that's bunched everyone back up again, including those towards the front end of the field. Kai Hunter, you can see on the O-plate, just trying to use his experience to find a way through. The 75 towards the back end of the field, going very slowly, was joined by one of the other cars. That's Ethan Head. That was down in P21, so another driver that was a little bit slower off that second hairpin. So I'm sure we're going to see a couple of changes. Yeah, we are. Jack West. Where's he ended up? Completely outside the top 5, top 10, top 20 even. I'll have to scroll and go find him. He's dropped all the way outside, definitely of the lead. How Harry Bartle went through, I think that could well have been the cause of what we saw earlier on. So Jack West has dropped to P13 in amongst all of that drama there. And that could be disastrous for his championship hopes. And Kean Geraghty going to be watching this. Very hopeful indeed that he stays exactly where he is, because Geraghty took P8 earlier on in the first heat, so ideally needs to be outscoring Jack West if he can. Side by side once more into the hairpin, the number 8 of Joshua Graham on the back of Mikey Walker. Kai Hunter just in front of that as well. 5 minutes plus the lap still to go, so ticking ourselves closer and closer towards half distance. Ewan Charman now up into P3. He's in P4 in the championship, has taken a couple of victories. His standout round, of course, was the opening round at Wilton Mill. So it'd be a nice way to close it out, to have a strong opening round and a strong closing round of the season. Harry Bartle, though, is in control of this race. Up in front, as there's further contact. The 173, that's Tristan Rennie, that's been spun round at the hairpin. Not entirely sure as to what happened there, but probably, I think, some contact with another car. Just getting far too close for comfort at the apex. Through now the right-hander, and then this long sweeping right. That definitely can be an overtaking opportunity, but definitely demands a lot of, well, your arms as well, to be sustained at that load for so long, and then also the tyres all the way through. Macaulay Bishop has fought his way back into 5th. He lost a couple of places in amongst the drama that we saw earlier on. Swapped for the second position. That's Ewan Charman on the inside there. You can see the Hunter Motorsport 421 now through on William Antrobus for Sam Pollitt Racing. Duck down there for Ewan Charman, who's been very impressive. Kai Hunter as well sees the gap to the inside, and that's going to go from bad to worse for William Antrobus. I think also the door opened up for the number 6 of Macaulay Bishop. It did indeed. It's going to open up again as Macaulay Bishop fights his way through on Kai Hunter. Took victory earlier on in senior Rotax. Not waiting around for anyone in this one. Of course, his streak of victories came to an end because Joshua Turnbull was awarded the victory after the countback lap. So Macaulay Bishop, his run of 8 victories consecutively comes to an end. I think that might be extended after this race, as the number 8 of Joshua Graham on the inside of William Antrobus there, who's dropped down to P6, was P2 this time a lap ago, let's not forget. Leo Clark picking his way on the 32 of Mikey Walker. Harrison Crowther definitely involved in that one as well. Just under 3 minutes to go in this race, as Clark keeps Crowther at bay for now. That's a fight just inside the top 10. A point forward though, and I completely agree, they do need to be working together to carve their way through this train rather than sort of dropping off the back of it with their own respective battles. Ewan Charman though doing a good job just managing that front sort of front lot. I mean, Harry Bartle at this point is a race for second. He's completely gone. A couple of warning is coming. Leo Clark got a black and white for blocking earlier on in the race a couple of minutes ago, and a couple of mechanical flags for Kieran Ives, who's down in P22. So not overly impactful on this lead fight, but some changes going on up the hill. You can see as they want to widen up as much as possible going in. That leaves a very nice and very tempting inside line that a lot of people have filled thus far today. Minute and 50 left on the clock as the change for what is P9. That's Mikey Walker on the inside of Harrison Crowther. That's Macaulay Bishop on the inside of Ewan Charman there for second. So Macaulay Bishop is having an absolute storming race, despite the fact that he dropped back in the pack. He's fighting his way through very, very nicely indeed. And his sense of the hairpins, I mean, they've just been so decisive. He's got what's going to be 3 laps to catch a 1.5 second advantage in favour of the race leader, Harry Bartle. He's running very, very strongly here at PF International. It's going to take a collective effort of all 3 carts of Bishop, Charman and Hunter to close that gap, but last time through it extended to 1.7 seconds. They are settling because, well, Macaulay Bishop is going defensive. He's happy with second. He knows that's good enough points relative to his rivals, the likes of Palazzo. Sorry, not Palazzo. Earlier on in the day that we saw with the senior Rotax, the likes of Turnbull. He knows that that's good, some good points to score in the heats. Ewan Charman though fighting away with him as they get the up and under towards the final couple of corners. Has to go defensive. Does Macaulay Bishop. Nearly gets turned round there. Kai Hunter, the 69 of Freddie Ingram, goes through and there's further contact. Kai Hunter gets launched. And a very passive-aggressive thumbs up there from Kai Hunter. Not happy one bit with the contact that just ensued. On to the penultimate lap of the race. Macaulay Bishop only now has Ewan Charman for company. Has to go defensive through this long left though. Freddie Ingram closing back in. There was contact, of course, the initial battering ram that was the 69 machine. Then opened the door for someone else to find a way through on Kai Hunter, and that just tipped him round. We didn't see the incident in full as, oh my goodness me, that was a send from Leo Clark on the inside of Harrison Crowther there. Charman goes defensive on the 69 of Freddie Ingram. This is only the penultimate lap. There's still one more to go after this one. Crowther alongside the 69 as well of Ingram. Tries to pick his way through on Ewan Charman, who once again gets sent over the curb, and that's going to open the door. Jack West has fought his way back through. He dropped to P13, he's now back to P7. Could be another couple of places with his name on it. With one more lap to go here at PF International for the penultimate senior Rotax seat of the day. Harry Bartle leads now by nearly 4 seconds. You can see just how big that gap is in karting. Completely unclosable on pure pace alone. Now the 31, Harrison Crowther, very meticulously done. Picked his way from 10th now to 3rd. Freddie Ingram from 20th now to be in contention for a podium position. Could there be a send to the inside? Charman goes with him. As Jack West, again, assumes that inside line. Doesn't want anyone behind him being tempted to send a move to the inside. Feels safe enough to try and get an up and under here. Does he get the drive? Does he get the acceleration? Charman immediately over to cover it off. But through there, the run from Jack West was too much to thwart. Now just a couple more corners left to negotiate for Harry Bartle. I mean, he has just been home and clear since the very start of this race. Harry Bartle will take victory for the second senior Rotax heat of the day here at PF International. Macaulay Bishop and Harrison Crowther, the top three. We'll run you through the full results in a moment, but once again, a very entertaining race from start to finish. And another race ticked off in the books. We've now got just, well, 5 to go until the lunch break. Then we get another 7 and then another 5 after that one. Harry Barton, Macaulay Bishop and Harrison Crowther, the top 3. Freddie Ingram up 16 places to P4. Then comes Jack West, a good recovery drive for what could well be the champion by the end of today. Ewan Charman, Neo Clark, Jamie Perrelli. Then comes Mikey Walker and William Antrobus, the top 10. Behind that, Jack Lilly and Kai Hunter, who, of course, won't be very happy with how things played out on the penultimate lap. Joshua Graham from Benjamin Baker, Lewis Merricker from Charlie Cox and Deacon Russell. Then comes Lewis Harvey from Tristan Rene and Morgan Hudson-Brown, the top 20 drivers. Lex Quintus from Elliott Surtees. Then comes Benjamin Lee and Nathan Smith. James Philip King from Harry Hertz-Grover and Callum Kinder. Then comes Agnes Scrivener from Elliot Foster and Sam Kelbrick, the top 30. Dominic Darling, Brading Hill and Kieran Ives from Ethan Head, the 34th and final driver to be classified in the second senior Rotax heat. Of course, next up we'll go back to Micromax for their second heat of the weekend. And like I say, a very close championship battle all the way through, extended that last time through by Benedictus Masiokas. So we'll see them back out on track in a moment. They'll be making their way onto circuit just now. We'll run you through the grid when they're out there. But should be, once again, another barnstorming battle in amongst the Micromaxes. Their second heat of the weekend. Ethan Lloyd will start from pole position. Alongside him, Harris Barber, Ralph Martin and Arlo Gamble, the top 4, with Albert Farrow and Teddy Murphy sharing row number 3. Sebastian Crawford from Tien Sing Pahal will start this race from P8, looking to replicate what he did earlier on in the day. Dimitar Usnov made some good progress earlier on alongside Noah Wilkel on row number 5. Chloe McGill and Benedictus Masiokas, who carved his way to lead contention, finishing P5 in Heat 1 earlier on. Anton Murray, Freddie Walker, the 7th row. Then comes Freddie Baker and Jensen Darlow on row number 8. Alfie Garrett from Oliver Woodall in P18. Then comes Carter Jackson and J.M. Prakash in 20th. Isaac Garth from Arthur Bowers. Then comes Archie Gupta and Lanny Eden in 24th, with Rio Peacock, the lone driver, on the 13th row of the field. And yeah, like I say, a couple of changes to the championship after that one, of course, all provisional, but Benedictus Masiokas extends his advantage to now 14 points clear of Alfie Garrett after a P5 in the heat, and Garrett's unfortunate qualifying. I mean, to be fair, for the pair of them, not the best qualifying. But yeah, Masiokas had a slightly better job of working his way forwards, and will be looking to do a very similar thing from 12th place on the grid. Well, the lights on the gantry will illuminate. They'll await the pole sitter of Ethan Lloyd, who's looking to search for, well, a win from victory. A win from pole position would be very nice for him. 8 minutes on the clock, and plus the lap, of course, as Harris Barber, I think, settles nicely into second place, just in behind Ethan Lloyd. And oh my goodness me, there's drama already up the hill through the left. As how further cars did not get involved in that, I do not know. But some quick reflexes for these Micromax drivers. A little bit wide there, the 4th place driver of Ralph Martin, now forcing Arlo Gamble to go defensive to the inside of that first hairpin. The number 8 of Sebastian Crawford has worked his way forwards quite nicely now into the second hairpin, and that race lead seems pretty much uncontested. However, a good drive and side by side for the lead, actually. Here comes the 32. Ralph Martin has tipped his way up now alongside the 66 of Ethan Lloyd, who loses the lead once more on the opening lap, but he gets the up and under, gets the drive, forced to the inside, bit of contact between the two of them. Now comes the 42 of Albert Farrow to, well, throw his hat into the ring, and finds his way now in his second place. And just like that for Ralph Martin, he took the lead. He finishes the lap in P4. But the opening lap in the books, Ethan Lloyd leads from pole. Then comes Albert Farrow and Harris Barber, with Ralph Martin and Arlo Gamble, the top 5. Tien Sing Pahal making some moves. Tries to go up the inside of both cars, only manages to get one. But the up and under was there for Freddie Baker, the 92. Gets the switch back into the second part of that complex and over the bridge. Now down towards the hairpin. All in a nice slipstream train there, as duck into the inside. A nice move from, that would have been Sebastian Crawford, I believe, trying to work his way through, just ducking and diving. The space opened up. It was Benedictus Masiokas that found the space on Ralph Martin. So some very clever driving coming in already from the O-Plate, who's looking to, like I say, crown himself as the champion. Has taken 3 final wins this season. Oh, up over another kart there. We just saw the back end of that. Was that Ralph Martin going up over someone else through the left-hander? We'll, of course, confirm when they break the beam as to who's actually lost positions in that one. Yeah, it was indeed Ralph Martin and Noah Wilco, I think, involved in that one. Those are the 2 karts that have dropped down a lot of positions on the timing tower. So Ethan Lloyd leads Harris Barber. Albert Ferro up there as well. He's up 2 places from 5th. Masiokas up 7 from 12th. Look to the inside. Harris Barber goes for the lead of the race. Arlo Gamble looks to sort of use him as a bit of a battering ram and find his way through. But around the outside there, no way has Ethan Lloyd managed to pull that off. He hasn't, because the 72 of Arlo Gamble gets involved. There's further side-to-side contact as Harris Barber tries desperately to stay in front. Is there going to be further pandemonium through that chicane, the left then into the right? Can see in the background the 92 of Freddie Baker on the inside of Sebastian Crawford. This top 10 is so incredibly close. All of them running in. All of them able to run sort of very similar pace. But it's just that situational, that circumstance that can throw things up in the air very, very quickly. 4.5 minutes plus a lap still to go. Change for the lead as Ethan Lloyd tries to find his way back through again. Harris Barber has gone with him. Masioka's trying to get involved in 3rd place. The O-Plate now on the outside using all of the track and then some on that downhill descent towards the hairpin. Has to go defensive. Covers off the 2 behind. Covers it off quite nicely. But Indian Team Pahal trying to send it in around the outside. Not often you see that one work. And they're 3 wide towards a very pinch point on the apex. Masiokas, I think, was the one to come out unscathed. A side-by-side for the lead as Ethan Lloyd once again will lose it, I think, to Harris Barber. Just in the background as well, we can see 2 more cars. That's that's Oliver Whittle fighting away with Teddy Murphy, the 71. So that's the back end of the top 10. With the fast lap of the race, down in P12, by the way, Teddy Murphy. So that just goes to show how competitive this Micromax field is. 3.5 minutes plus the lap still to run. Barber from Lloyd. Masiokas the top 3, as this is very much kicking off. The number 4 there, you can see Dimitar Usunov down to 17th place. Not at all what he would have wanted. We saw him go forwards earlier on. Very much forwards earlier on. And that's not quite been the case. And he too, it seems, for whatever reason, just getting involved in battles and skirmishes. Down in towards the hairpin and feeling safe enough not to defend all the way. Does the 77 of Carter Jackson. Alfie Garrett just in front of them, but Dimitar Usunov gets the up and under. He'll have to do it twice through the second hairpin. In fact, actually, no. He's going to go around the outside of him. Trying to cover off the switchback there was the 77. Just allowed the space and the speed for the number 4 to go through. Masiokas side by side with Arlo Gamble through this long right-hander. Has to concede. And he knows that he's got a championship to try and win. He's in championship mode. He's not in race winning mode, is Masiokas. He knows that he needs to, save some points. He knows he's got a good gap to Alfie Garrett. So there's not really too much of a push, but the risk that you carry going side by side and fighting very hard, he's still giving it a good go out there on circuit. That time on the inside of Arlo Gamble through the long left at turn 3. But he needs to maximise his points or just consolidate some decent scores. 2 minutes plus the lap still to go. Defensive goes the race leader of the 66, and that allowed Harris Barber to go through. He has got back ahead and will assume the lead into the second hairpin. Dian Singh Pahal, once more, as you would exactly expect, where he crowned himself as British champion a couple of weekends ago, is trying to do the exact same thing here at UKC. Definitely showcasing some very strong pace. This is a track that drivers would have driven probably hundreds of laps of, and Ethan Lloyd goes over the rear end of the number 12 of Harris Barber. That's going to allow everyone in behind him to find a way through, and it's gone from bad to worse once again for Ethan Lloyd. Another lap in the books. 1 minute and 20 and a point forward there from Masiokas, who's now up in a second place. Arlo Gamble completing the top 3. This will be the third to final lap for the Micromax. Down the hill towards the hairpin, Ethan Lloyd just outside the top 5 in 6th. His qualifying pace and his raw pace has been very, very strong, but a couple of small mistakes here and there have absolutely been costly. Harris Barber from Masiokas, the championship leader, by the way, is Masiokas on the O-plate. He leads by a comfortable, well, I say comfortable, very not comfortable 14 points from Alfie Garrett. However, that gap is going to extend with Garrett down in 14th place in this race, exactly where he finished earlier on in the day. So that gap continues to extend. It's going to be very difficult for Garrett to claw this one back, and it's looking very strong for Masiokas onto the penultimate lap of the race. And there's the move for the lead. Masiokas, as soon as it opened up, went for it. The up and under for Harris Barber doesn't quite pay off. Bit wide in that fight for third, as well as Dean Singh Pahal tries to keep the likes of Crawford and McGill at bay. Now they'll side by side into the run to the hairpin. The 72, that of Arlo Gamble, falling back into the clutches of Ethan Lloyd. He's now side by side with him. The 66 has dropped to 8th place. McGill on the inside of the 8 of Crawford. One more lap to go after this one. Harris Barber looking very, very strong indeed. Did a remarkable job earlier on, obviously, winning the heat that we had at PF International. Won earlier on in the season as well in one of the heats, did Harris Barber. So when they show up, they definitely are very, very strong indeed. On to the final lap of the race. Masiokas through into the lead, taking himself one step closer to an Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. Just half a lap left to run. Masiokas from Barber, from Pahal. Behind that, Chloe McGill trying to defend her 4th place. Parks it nicely on the apex, does not allow anyone through, but there goes the 92 of Freddie Baker. Slots that kart through the middle quite nicely. Upper position ahead of Arlo Gamble, now into 6th. Look over the shoulder, an assessment a few times from Harris Barber as to the threat that Singh Pahal poses. He's had a very strong weekend thus far. Masiokas, though, looking secure. The defensive there from Harris Barber pretty much cements this victory in favour of Masiokas, who will come through the final couple of corners now. The checker flag will wave, and for Micromax, heat number 2, the O-plate and the championship leader will extend his margin at the front with victory here at PF International. Harris Barber and Dean Singh Pahal. Sebastian Crawford finishes in P4. What happened to Chloe McGill on that final lap? Dropped all the way to P10. Looked like she was fairly comfortable to hang on to things, but in the end, not quite. 5-second penalties coming in, by the way. Noah Wilco and Arthur Bowers both got themselves one for incidents throughout that race. So, after 8 minutes of racing, 9 laps, Benedictus Masiokas takes victory from Harris Barber and Dean Singh Pahal. Look out for those 3 for the super heat and the super final later on today. Sebastian Crawford and Teddy Murphy outside, just inside the top 5 from Freddie Baker and Jensen Darlow. Then comes Oliver Woodall and Freddie Walker from Chloe McGill, who completes the top 10. A very close, contentious battle, pretty much from 4th all the way to P11. Arlo Gamble taking that spot from Dimitar Usanov and Alfie Garrett. Not looking too good in the championship battle when your rival wins the race. Needs to pick it up for the super heats. Anton Murray, Albert Farrow in P15. Then comes Ralph Martin and Noah Wilco with a 5-second penalty to his name as well. Ethan Lloyd from pole to P18 from J.M. Prakash and Carter Jackson, the top 20. Behind that, Rio Peacock. Then comes Archie Gupta, Arthur Bowers, Lanny Eden and Isaac Garth, the 25th and final driver to be classified. After the micros, we'll move straight back into the minis. And again, these guys gave us a brilliant standout battle earlier on in the day. Makanji Uren takes himself one step closer to effectively crowning himself that champion as long as he doesn't get disqualified through the second heat and the pre-final, he'll crown himself officially the champion in the final. It is as good as done. He's taken every single final victory this season. Will he do 6 from 6 in 2025? There's not much that Max Jolly can do in order to catch him. We've had, well, 20 races thus far this season. He's won all but 4 of them. 16 race victories for Emerson McAndrew, and who will join Harry Radcliffe alongside each other on the front row of the grid. Josh Cook from Alfie Ward, the 3rd and 4th place drivers after qualifying. Ryan White from Lucian Smith share row 3, with Otis Cleary and Sebastian Behrman rounding out the top 8. Rounding out the top 10 is Arthur Farrow and Ronnie Smart. Then comes Austin Oman and Tom Reed, rounding out the 6th row of the grid in 12th. Alfie Mayer from Max Jolly in P14, then comes Jack Fulbrick-Harmer and Hugo McCluskey, who was involved in a bit of an incident in the opening lap of the Minis earlier on. Will start this race from 16th. Behind that, Leo Livings, Casper McAllister from Rian Townsend, then comes Eddie Duncan inside the top 20. Only a few more cars to go from this one. George Quinlan, Jackson Hilton, Buddy Hugo and Jacob Underhill, the top 24 drivers. Then comes Hamish Gordon, Teddy Higgs, Adam Bart and Ollie Brunt, the 28th driver to take to the grid. Ian Campbell, James Darling, Riley Blakemore and Hakeem Bart, the 32nd driver. And Amelia Davey from Clark Naylor, the 34th and final driver. A full grid of Mini Inters taking to the start here. And once more, it will be Harry Ratcliffe and Emerson McAndrew-Uren alongside each other on that front row. It was victory for McAndrew-Uren. He's now got 3 on the trot. Can he do any more in 2025? Let's see as the lights go out and we'll go racing. A good launch from pole position for Ratcliffe as, well, McAndrew-Uren tries to slot in for what is now going to be 3rd place. Josh Cook, the 175, this time not getting tagged round and is able to stay pretty stationed in going from 3rd to 2nd. The space immediately opens back up, though, for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who the number 1 plate picks his way nicely back into 2nd place, but a false start in effect. So that's going to neutralise things once more. Race control not completely happy. Everyone was lined up as they should be. So that's going to once again neutralise the racing order. Josh Cook, though, is going to be very happy with his race start. He got a good launch, but all of the drivers will now need to make their way back into their respective grid slots, get themselves ready for racing once more. Just crawling their way around the final sort of 3rd of the lap or so. Of course, the timer not ticking down. We'll reset it back up to 8 minutes plus the lap. Just 3 more races to go after this one before the lunch break, and then we get into our superheats and our finals in the afternoon. Crawling their way around Harry Radcliffe and Emerson McAndrew, and you can see the front row. Keep an eye out for the number 1. He has all but officially won the championship. Foot's back to the floor and will go racing once again. Harry Radcliffe from Emerson McAndrew. And can Josh Cook get an equally as good start as he did the last time through? He has indeed, and Ryan White has gone with him. So McAndrew has dropped from 2nd now to 4th. Ryan White eyes up a move for 2nd place, as well as the cuts in the background try and funnel their way through. The opening couple of corners can be a bit of a pinch point through turn number 4. Over the bridge and back down the hill towards the hairpin. Home and dry for Harry Radcliffe as the number 4 of Ryan White is through up into 2nd. So getting a good jump and a couple of spinners, one of them the 34. Going backwards into the hairpin, that's Jacob Underhill, who got tagged or caught up or maybe locked the rears a bit too hard into that hairpin. The fight goes on at the front, though, and the gap is closed for Radcliffe. Ryan White will be the one right up behind him. As Emerson McAndrew tries to fight away through the 126 of Radcliffe, no longer leads. Ryan White got away through that final sequence of corners. The 24 tries to pick away past as well as we wake our way into the opening couple of corners once more. The fights are incredibly close. From the front to the back, 6 minutes and 40 seconds still to go as Ryan White will now lead, as that's very wide for one of the KR Sport drivers. Could well be Lucian Smith. There's a send to the inside there. The 126, that's Harry Radcliffe. Started this race on pole position, and very quickly momentum can swing one way, then swing the next. Oh, up over the grass there. Oh my goodness me, which one of the Chaos Sport cars is that one? That's the 175. Yeah, that's Josh Cook who got involved in an incident earlier on in the day. He had a much better start this time through, but unfortunately not the start to race number 2 that he would have wanted. Up over the grass, still able to continue. Hopefully not picked up a puncher or bent anything over the harsh bumps that are out there, but seems to all be good. He's got to recompose himself and get himself back into the fight. 5 minutes, 50 seconds left to go. Ryan White leads McCann Duren, leads Harry Radcliffe as the send to the inside there from the 126. Finds the space on McCann Duren, who tries to fight it to the outside. In fact, by defending his position, he's found his way into the lead. So Ryan White is now the one that was on the defensive. Drops down to 3rd place. There's a send to the inside there from Ryan White. Harry Radcliffe once more launches a bit of a counter-attack and finds his way up in a second. Otis Cleary, by the way, looking to keep an eye out for the 22. We've got just 5 minutes plus a lap still to run. And the space opens up there quite nicely for the number 9. Alfie Mayer gets off-sighted ever so slightly, ran a bit too wide through that right just before, and then into the long right, just was a little bit too wide. The space opened up, and that allowed the number 9 through. Another lap in the books. McCann Duren will lead from Ratcliffe, will lead from Ryan White. Is there space? Not quite. Definitely a think about it though. If you can get the exit, you can, well, with the track widening up just on that second part of the long left, you can definitely eye up a nice little move. We've seen it time and time again so far today. McCann Duren with the lead and with the fastest lap, getting practically pushed there is Harry Radcliffe. Side by side, just in behind that, that's Otis Cleary versus Austin Oman, but they've settled themselves back in a single file through this second hairpin. Very close off the back there is Ryan White. He's very much applying the pressure as side by side, that's the 177 of Leo Livings fighting away with Tom Reed. So this is a bit further back. This is the fight for P13 that we just saw there. Back towards the front end of the field, Alfie Ward, the 183, trying to chase down Otis Cleary in the fight for the top 5. McCann Duren has got a good couple of cut lanes clear. There's the 68 going very wide off the exit of that final corner, picking up definitely a bit of grass on his tyres. That will be Riley Blakemore. McCann Duren has just got such incredible pace, even with the slipstream. White and Radcliffe just can't quite close. Back in as a good move there. That's the number 9 of Lucian Smith. He's been very punchy in the first couple of laps of this race. Looking to continue that into the second half. Found the space and picked his way through, and up now in a 6th place. Close on the back of each other, Ryan White and Harry Radcliffe still. There's the 22 of Otis Cleary, the number 3 of Alfie Mayer. Spots some space to the inside. Three minutes plus a lap still to run, so we're going to get 4 more laps of racing action out of the mini inters this morning. Ryan White has definitely started to pick up the pace a little bit. That last time through was 2.5 tenths quicker than what we saw from McCann Duren, was quicker than Harry Radcliffe behind him as well. Only by a couple of tenths as a send to the inside there. There goes the number 6 of Austin Oman, Radcliffe, from pole position, now down to P4. It's a very nice look there from the 6. Crucially, still in contention with the 2 in front of him as well. That's always the sort of the worry, is that you go for a move and then you lose too much time. The top 2 get away. They can use each other's slipstream, maybe a bit of bump drafting. Well, they have got to be quite careful with that one, because you don't want to be getting a drop down. But you can always help each other. So the moment you go for a move, you've got to be careful. You can keep that momentum up. And looking increasingly frustrated there is the 126 of Harry Radcliffe. Been overtaken a couple of times. Needs to keep his head in the game and focus forward. McCann Duren and Ryan White still yet can fight quite hard, and that can reel everyone else back into the lead contention. and very visibly frustrated there. You can see the arm waving around for the 126 of Radcliffe, trying to get the attention of someone. With just a handful of laps left to go, cannot be afford to let his judgment be clouded by that frustration. Needs to be locking himself back in, seeing what he can do with the situation at hand. A couple of black flags have been coming in for Ronnie Smart, who I think now is out of this race. A look to the inside there, Austin Oman close to contact as there was a bit of a squeeze at the apex. That's going to lose him maybe one, maybe even two places to, well, Radcliffe and Ward both are going to nip their way past. Ryan White was very well sighted to defend that one, very aggressive. 2 laps left to go as we head our way onto the penultimate lap of this race. Mackenzie Uren has just got the advantage that he needs to keep Ryan White and deter that move. But of course, Ryan White doesn't really want to go for anything too major because of the fear of those behind. He'd rather finish second than risk sort of getting caught up in that pack behind, as Lucian Smith once again goes for a very daring dive to the right-hand side of that first hairpin. That was incredible stuff. That on the number 6 of Austin Oman. Through the chicane once again. It's all about keeping that momentum up and maximising this run out of the right-hander. The final lap soon upon us for the mini inters for this morning's, well, now this afternoon's action. Through the left, then the right, quick flick, of course. Don't want to understeer too wide, pick up any of those bumps. But onto the final lap of the race. Mackenzie Uren leads Ryan White, leads Alfie Ward, Harry Radcliffe and Lucian Smith, the top 5. Can any one of them stop the domination of Mackenzie Uren, who with every race tips himself closer and closer to finally crowning himself that champion? Like I say, it's almost impossible to do on points alone. He needs to be disqualified in order to lose it. But until he crosses the checker flag on for that final race, maybe he goes 6 from 6 for rounds in 2025. He is by far a star of the future as Emerson Mackenzie Uren, and we're seeing it right here, right now. We're seeing this talent grow and develop, and we're just half a lap left to go. It'll be, well, a 17th race victory in 2025 in the UKC alone for Emerson Mackenzie Uren. Just 2 more corners left to negotiate for him to take yet another victory here at PF International. Out of the final corner, the checker flag will wave. It will go in favour of Mackenzie Uren, who will take victory in the mini inters and for their second heat of the day. We'll run you through the full results very shortly. But once again, another race to remember. Like I said earlier, it's going to be quite a difficult one to choose for race of the week, if I'm honest. Let us know what you think in the YouTube chat. What has been your race of the day thus far? Keep us up to date as the day develops. But there's the results from the most recent mini inter heat. There you can see Emerson Mackenzie Uren from Ryan White, and then Alfie Ward at the top 3. Harry Radcliffe from Lucian Smith, the top 5. Then comes Alfie Mayer and Otis Cleary. Austin Oman from Max Jolly working his way nicely inside the top 10, from Sebastian Behrman inside the top 10 as well. Behind that was again a pretty close affair, pretty much between a lot of the drivers. Behind Sebastian Behrman was Tom Reed and Arthur Farrow. Josh Cook getting involved again in a couple of incidents. His pace and results definitely not correlating too much to what he deserves to be doing towards the front end of the field. Jack Fulbrick-Harmer from George Quinlan, Leo Livings from Hugo McCluskey, Jackson Hilton, Casper McAllister and Eddie Duncan, the 20th driver to be classified. Hamish Gordon, Riley Blakemore from Ian Campbell. Then comes Jacob Underhill and Teddy Higgs in 25th place. Ollie Brunt from Emily Davey, James Darling, Clark Naylor and Ronnie Smart, a driver that was black flagged in P30. Then comes Buddy Hugo, the 31st and final driver to be classified in the second mini inter heat of the day. Of course, we'll see them out later on for their final opportunity to score some championship points and heat points ahead of the final this afternoon when we see them for the super heat. Next up, we'll be going back to the Rotax 177. So we've already done 2 full rotations of the classes. Of course, after Rotax 177, we'll go to the final junior and senior heats before we go to the super heats this afternoon with Micros Minis Rotax 177s, both juniors and both seniors. That will be similar to what we saw with 8 minutes plus the lap. No reposages today, but just the condensed sort of format that we've got within one lap. The green flag waves, and well, very efficient work here at PF International. We've already got our 177s out on the circuit. So we'll run you through the grid as soon as we can. And it's going to be, once again, extending his championship margin in Heat 1. Edward Matthews will assume pole position alongside David Mitchell, Will Ellswood and Ollie Goodyear keeping each other company on the second row of the grid. Behind that, and we've got to be quite quick actually because they're already halfway around, Josh Golin from Lewis Large, Harrison Crook and Jimmy Galloway, the 8th driver, Nathan Chafer from James Lingard, the top 10. Then comes Scott Smith and Samuel Cornwell in 12th, Reg Hayward from Josh Howard in P14, Rob Simpson from Bradley Heath in 16th. Jack Taylor and Cole Edwards keep each other company on row 9 from Elliot Kennedy and Scott Klee in 20th. Steve Thompson from Arthur Thacker in 22nd. Then comes Jonathan Relton and Ashton Parsons in 24th. Dan Wright, Ian Brownfield, Matt Lear and Mark Gilly, the 28th driver, with a very lonely Will Milner in 29th. We've got a little bit of time as well, so well timed with the grid to get that one done. And a very large grid, I think the largest 177 grid we've had all season long. Everyone's showing up this weekend for the final round of the season. Edward Matthews, though, looking to crown himself as champion later on today. It was Will Ellswood that took victory in Heat 1. But Edward Matthews extending it crucially from James Lingard. A very late call, though, to put his foot to the floor and send us underway. The 79 will lead towards turn number 1 by a good country mile, but already deemed as a false start by the stewards. That was, I think maybe left a little bit too late from Edward Matthews. Not everyone left in the correct formation. So Edward Matthews, once again, will bunch them back up. So what to expect from the 177s? If, of course, your first time tuning into a UKC broadcast, these are the sort of the heavyweight class, if you like, a combined weight of driver and car and gear of 177 kilos. Made the distinction that, you could imply that I meant the drivers themselves are 177 kilos back at Wardenlaw. That most definitely is not the case. But yeah, combined weight, of course, weight so important in motor racing, especially in machines as sensitive as karts. You want to have that minimum weight, so it just keeps it nice and fair for these slightly older drivers to still have as much fun as possible out there on circuit. And well, these guys definitely do deliver some of the best. Remember at Lark Hall, we had Jamie Zyra fighting his way forwards and launched himself over a curb as well in the wet weather that we had up in Scotland. That was months ago now. That was back in May. We're now in mid-October for the final round of UKC, and well, for the second and final time in terms of their heats, the Rotax 177s. Well, let's see if we can do it right this time. Put their foot to the floor and go racing. Ed Matthews, a bit more of a tame start, is ducking to the inside already. A couple of cars trying to assume sort of the middle of the circuit and pick their way through quite nicely. Ed Matthews, though, able to hang on to the lead from David Mitchell. Will Ellswood as well up there as they make their way through the left, then the right, back down the hill towards the hairpin. The 79 still leads. This time, I think, actually, from the 17 of Will Ellswood, they'll break the beam to the first sector and swap it all around. But a nice little send there from Josh Golin, who definitely has got that rear bumper fixed. Even more drama through the second part. One of the carts, the 16 of Elliot Kennedy, getting caught out and dropping down what will be about 12 places in the end to the back end of the field. So these guys don't wait around to get the action going. Inside line opens up there for the 168, but not quite close enough for Samuel Cornwell. And that's actually going to lose him a place in the end to, that would have been, I think, the 34 of Josh Howard as they make their way through the opening lap. It's completed, and the top two breaking away. Matthews from Ellswood, as we saw earlier on in Heat 1. Then comes Josh Golin and Harrison Crook, the top four. There's a very slow driver there. Who's that? That's gone, pulled over to the right-hand side. Potentially a chain's come off or something that's lost them complete power. That's going to cause a bit of drama going into the second hairpin, or sorry, the first and the second hairpin, as there was drivers 2, 3, momentarily even maybe a fourth nose getting involved at points. That's all settled out now, though. Not too much contact to go with it, but yeah, just unexpectedly, suddenly a kart going slowly. That's always going to cause a bit of drama as everyone bunches back up. Still not entirely sure as to who the driver that was going slowly. We'll confirm in a moment, as that's very wide from the 42 of Steve Thompson. And again, as soon as you make one small twitch or a mistake, it's seen as a sign of weakness, and the drivers behind will capitalize on it. They're so perfectly precise on their racing line that when they follow it, anyone that deviates off that ever so slightly just loses way too much grip, way too much momentum. And those behind can very quickly find a way through. The leaders, though, have swapped. I think, yeah, Will Ellsworth now leads from Edward Matthews. Not wanting to fight too hard as to bring Harrison Crook back into the conversation. Harrison Crook himself trying to fight for, well, I think the championship is maybe out of the question, but definitely P2 is on. Just 17 points between himself and James Lingard. The 23 down in P10, losing some significant points so far in this race. That's going to close that gap with 2 races still to go this season. The 16 and the 29. Elliot Kennedy and Matt Lear have come together. And we saw Kennedy actually go a little bit slowly towards the beginning of the race, so maybe his comeback effort thwarted by some contact. 5 minutes plus a lap still to go. Look to the inside there. That's a nice little send if he's able to get it stuck. That's the 73 of Reg Hayward, who we saw be very punchy earlier on. Josh Collin draws back alongside, and there's contact. He gets sent up onto 3 wheels there, the 77 of Josh Collin. Jimmy Galloway and Samuel Cornwell will go through, and again, a small mistake, small bit of contact, but with how rigid these karts are, as soon as you just have a slight bit of contact, it sends you up. And of course, when you're up in the air, you're not delivering any power to the ground, so you can't go forwards and you can't steer either. So you're just completely knocked out of control. And you just got to hope that you land softly enough. No suspension, of course, in karts, so you feel all of that through your backside. And yes, it definitely does hurt your lower back. A point forward from Josh Gollin, just to sort of say to James Lingard, let's get after those in front. We're battling for P9. You know, we don't want to be finishing P9, P8. We want to be finishing further forward. That's where we deserve to be, but that's not going to stop Lingard from sending a move to the inside of the 77. Almost immediately now, has to look over his shoulder. He's got the likes of Scott Smith and Lewis Large in the back, as Lewis Large tries to go around the outside of, well, he managed to do it on one car, didn't quite manage to do it on both. 3.5 minutes to go. The 34 of Josh Howard, well and truly involved, and this has been a really strong drive from Harrison Crook and, to be fair, Ollie Goodyear. Both of them chipping away at that lead battle, because Will Ellsworth got through into the lead. Edward Matthews was then managing it, but just bit by bit chipping away. That last time through for all four of them was a personal best. The only driver to set a PB this time by was Ed Matthews at 57.7. So definitely showing he's got some pace in hand. Ollie Goodyear as well set a new fastest lap of the race of 57.6. So it's only a tenth or two at a time. But you add that up, you compound that over a couple of laps, and very quickly you can see a big old difference. As a look to the inside, Edward Matthews feels he's threatened from Harrison Crook behind, so he sends a move for the lead. That's going to invite Harrison Crook to go for a lead move himself. Side by side between the pair of them. Top two in the championship. Edward Matthews goes in a bit too deep, and that's going to invite Harrison Crook to go through. All catalysed by Edward Matthews feeling threatened and going for the move for the lead. That allowed the momentum to swing the way of Harrison Crook, who crucially finds his way through now into the lead of the race. So Ed Matthews, as things stand, will be losing some points in the championship fight, obviously relative to Harrison Crook, not James Lingard. So Harrison Crook will close in, but even, you know, first and second, if he can manage that all through the rest of the weekend, there's still comfortably him winning the championship, and that's the mindset he's got to adopt. But equally, he's a racing driver. He wants to win. If there's an opportunity to gain a place or win a race safely, he's going to do it. 1 minute and 50 seconds still on the clock, and a look over the shoulder from Harrison Crook just to decide if he needs to defend. Will Ellsworth decided he needed to defend there, but he was defending thin air, because then Ollie Goodyear gets back underneath him. Will probably do it once, maybe even twice now, if he can get a late enough apex and the drive and acceleration towards the next left, but not quite on that occasion. So this has been a pretty standout performance from Harrison Crook, up 6 places from 7th on the grid. Ed Matthews, though, with the thought of the championship looming large in the back of his mind, that's his priority. It has to be his priority. especially in a heat. I mean, don't get me wrong, the heats do matter. I'm not saying they're pointless. They wouldn't be fighting this hard if they didn't. They are fighting not only for championship points, but also that influence on the super final and the final. But you get more points. You get 5 extra points for a win in the super final. You get 5 more points on top of that for a win in the final. So that's the more important one. Nonetheless, they're giving it a good go through the first hairpin. The up and under is there for Matthews. That's more to squeeze Crook to the inside as much as possible to then late sweep out to the outside. But well defended there from Crook. And the complete switchback couldn't happen because Ellswood would have then sent the move to the inside of Matthews. So he was trying to pin Crook all the way to the inside, move out late to the right and sweep underneath him. Couldn't quite do that because Crook parked it nicely enough that Will Ellswood was kind of invited to block the switchback there. Onto the, well, this will be the penultimate lap of the race now coming through. 10 seconds left on the clock. Crook leads Matthews, leads Goodyear, leads Elwood. Reg Hayward now is the one with the fast lap. So we've got our top 5, nose to tail. Getting bumped wide there was Ollie Goodyear. That's going to invite Will Ellswood to find a way through. Defensive, not taking any chances as Harrison Crook. Ed Matthews tries to go around the outside. Once again, we'll draw alongside him, going into that second hairpin. Has he got the space to go for a switchback? No, because the 72 brings the cut back over to the right-hand side, opens up that left-hander nicely. Ellswood, the 17, I think is back through up into 3rd place by virtue of just demoting Goodyear into the clutches of the 73 of Reg Hayward. Onto the final lap of the Rotax 177 heat. It's Crook from Matthews. Ellswood just in behind that as well. Look over the shoulder. One more tour of PF International for these guys for the early afternoon's action. We'll see them back out for the super finals. But can Harrison Crook ignite some sort of a championship challenge, at the very least to contest for P2 in the championship versus James Lingard, who's down in P7? This is some great points for Harrison Crook in that pursuit for runners-up. Will Ellswood goes defensive. Reg Hayward goes with him. Outside line for Edward Matthews. Once again, draws alongside Crook. But we've seen this the last 2 laps. It's not worked. Crook defends. Ellswood has to defend from Hayward as well. Now all the way to the left, not taking any chances, is Harrison Crook. But that could well put him on the back foot now towards the final few corners. Defensive, white lining it as best as possible. The switchback is there though. There's contact. Front left to rear right. Harrison Crook though just able to hang on, as Edward Matthews has thrown everything he possibly can, but with the championship to think about, can't get too aggressive. The checker flag will wave, and Harrison Crook will take victory in Heat 2 of the Rotax 177s. And that was a pretty decent race from start to finish. We'll run you through the, like I say, the full results very shortly, but that was a pretty tame race actually. I'm looking at the timing. Not too many stewards interventions. We had obviously the false start. Once the race got back underway, we only had 1 warning for Rob Simpson. So not bad going at all, considering how aggressive that race was. Pretty much all the way through it. 8 minutes plus the lap. Still got 2 more to go before the lunch break. But Harrison Crook took victory from Ed Matthews and Reg Hayward on the podium. Will Ellswood from Ollie Goodyear, the top 5, with Samuel Cornwell and James Lingard trying to consolidate P2 in the championship with 7th. Jimmy Galloway from David Mitchell and Lewis Large, the top 10, with the drivers behind that. Scott Smith, Joshua Gollin falling backwards, definitely not reminiscent of his pace. It's a P12 finish. Josh Howard, Rob Simpson and Arthur Thacker, the top 15. Then comes Bradley Heath and Jack Taylor behind that. Steve Thompson, Cole Edwards and Ian Branfield complete the top 20, with Jonathan Relton, Will Milner, Mark Gilly, Dan Wright, Scott Clee, Elliot Kennedy, who had a couple of issues throughout the race, Ashton Parsons and Matt Lear, who was one of the drivers involved with the driver that finished 26th. Nathan Schaefer, the 29th driver to be classified in this race. That's going to wrap it up for the Rotax 177s in terms of their heat action. We'll see them twice more for their super final and their super heat later on in the day. There we can see one of the carts getting recovered. That the number 10 of Nathan Schaefer. Thankfully not too many carts to recover this time through, so we'll be able to move straight into hopefully the junior second heat. This is where we'll see Jacob Ashcroft back out onto the circuit. Matteo Palazzo, by the way, I mean, he's having such a standout weekend. A P2 and a P1 so far in his heats, mirroring that of his teammate Kai Clark. So they've worked very well in tandem with each other to sort of you know, make sure they each have some pretty decent points going into the pre-final and the final. But this group, we've got A versus B, so we won't see Palazzo or Clark out there on circuit. We will see the likes of Ashcroft, Lapper. Who else could we sort of be of note to keep an eye out for in this one? Yeah, we've got, I mean, yeah, Ashcroft and Lapper are probably the top two in the championship that you'll probably be most concerned with, especially with Lapper able to potentially close in on Palazzo for second place in the championship. But Jacob Ashcroft, like I say, he's now extended that points margin to, well, he's got 110 points on Matteo Palazzo after drop scores. And it's really not going to be close. I mean, realistically, like I say, he has to get disqualified in this heat, a super heat and the final, really, with Matteo Palazzo winning everything, which, to be fair, he's won his second heat and he gained points on Ashcroft in Heat 1. But yeah, effectively all Ashcroft really needs to do is just finish each of the races in a decent, respectable position, and he should be the 2025 UKC Junior Rotax champion come the end of today. Of course, tomorrow when we've got the national trophy, again, we've got a few more tickets to the grand finals to be handing out. A lot of them have already been dished out. We've got a number of drivers on the grid already that have taken their ticket, and we'll see them in Bahrain for one of the biggest events in karting, if not the biggest event in karting, to crown some world champions. Jacob Ashcroft has already won one. He won it as part of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy championship win, where he crowned himself as a European champion. He's a Belgian champion and a British champion. He, by the end of today, will most likely be a UKC champion once again as well. But he had the experience of winning that world championship last time out in 2024 when they took Tosano. So lots of excitement in the world of Rotax and in the world of karting. And plenty more to look forward to, not only just today, but the weekend and then the rest of the season really as a whole. I mean, we're in October, so you wouldn't expect too much more to be happening, but there is definitely karts back out on circuit for the penultimate race of the first part of the day. And it'll be Jacob Ashcroft and Lewis Radcliffe that will keep each other company on the front row. Charlie Wolfett and Finley Buck complete row number 2 from Eva Morris and Ryan Gandor, who definitely has some good pace starting from P6. Kim Bernard from Alfie McBain in P8, sharing row number 4. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ed Spain keep each other company on row number 5 from Finley Smith and Jensen Chalk taking up the outside in towards turn number 1. Charlie King from William Webb in 14th, then comes Riley Bishop and Eli Baden in 16th position. Then comes Joseph Mills and Noah Barham in 18th, Jack Beasley from Sebastian Leutsch in 20th. Max Colbert, Thomas Jackson, row 11 from Drew Priesner and Connor Large in 24th. Then comes Hani Sadiq, Lewis Sumner, Jake Graffiti and Albert Friend in 28th. Really not where you expect to see him in qualifying, Albert Friend. But beyond that, of course, we've got plenty more cars. Cody LePetrel, Ralphie Branscombe, then comes Will Archer, Daniel Kilpatrick in 32nd. Luke Holmes Ballock, Riley Morgan and Albie Lapper all the way down in P35. But expect him to be making some moves forward. Climbed from 35th to P7 earlier on in Heat 1. So yeah, expect a lot out of the driver with the number 2 plate at the back end of the field as they work their way forwards. Jacob Ashcroft now with the number 1 plate. Usually see him with the 246, but fielding that in celebration of his championship wins. Lewis Radcliffe alongside him though on the 82 machine. Lights go out on the gantry and we go racing. Jacob Ashcroft has that inside line as Louis Radcliffe on the 82 Kart Republic machine tries to go to the outside. Charlie Wolfett though with the advantage might well be able to tip him through as they make their way through this long left now up towards the bridge. I think so far so comfortable for Jacob Ashcroft. A couple of moves being made throughout the rest of the pack, but they're all pretty sensible for the time being. Looks over the shoulder from the likes of Ashcroft and also the number 6 of Charlie Wolfett, sent to the inside there from the 182. Kian Bernard making some good moves into the hairpin as there's a bit of a hip check as well. 4 or 5 cars getting stalled ever so slightly on the apex of that opening hairpin. But still plenty more racing to come. Let us know what you're thinking in the YouTube chat as well. What has been your race of the day so far? What do you think is going to happen of the 3rd Junior Rotax heat now this afternoon? 7 minutes left on the clock. The 34 fighting away there. That's Finley Smith down in P13, but probably already made a couple of positions forwards. Jacob Ashcroft will lead the opening lap from Charlie Wolfett. Cian Bernard up 4 places from 7th. Louis Radcliffe dropping down a little bit. Even Morris, the top 5. Then comes Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ryan Gandor. Look out for the number 8 Chaos Sport Machine. So the sort of bluey purple and the white striped livery cut now making its way in the background of shot to fight a way forward. The Dan Holland Racing number 1 of Jacob Ashcroft, though, I don't want to say comfortably leading the way, but he's definitely got his eyes focused forward. Managing the situation, though, quite well as to assess where Charlie Wolfett is. Is he close enough to go for a move? But again, Wolfett's got to be thinking about, well, hang on, if I go for a move, what's the ramifications? What's going to be happening with Cian Bernard? There's a spin there for the number 90. That's Joseph Mills, who gets back going again. But you can't just be thinking about moves in isolation. You then have to be thinking about the knock-on consequences. You have to really critically think, okay, if I do this, what's going to happen behind me? Am I going to affect my exit too much? Am I going to get caught up from someone behind? You can't just be sending moves willy-nilly and hope for the best, because it can open the door for moves like that. Charlie Wolfett thought about going for a move on Jacob Ashcroft. That's going to invite Cian Bernard to get involved, and already, just what I'm talking about, Jacob Ashcroft is able to get away, and that's going to lose the number 6 a couple of places. He's able to get the up and under on one of them. The 42 of Jared Fox-Whiteley draws alongside Cian Bernard and tries to get around the outside of him, and does exactly that. What a move that was from Jared Fox-Whiteley, who, if it wasn't for a drop-down penalty in Lark Hall, would have gone from 16th place to victory in Scotland. But so far, this has been a pretty cracking race. Still to continue. The 2nd, 3rd and 4th kart drivers need to really work to get after Jacob Ashcroft, because that gap is growing at an alarming rate. The slipstream, of course, is powerful. The wind, though, non-existent. I'm looking at the flags around the circuit. There's no wind whatsoever, so that's not going to be making any difference. But still, you're punching a hole in the air. You're hitting air as you drive through it. Side by side as well, the 182 of Cian Bernard getting involved. I think Eva Morris wants to slice of this action as well. Jacob Ashcroft pretty comfortable there. Side by side in the fight for 3rd is the 42 of Jared Fox-Whiteley, picks his way past. Now comes Cian Bernard in the 182. 2 rows of 2 into the next hairpin. And the number 6 of Charlie Wolfett gets a good drive there. Could well pick his way past a couple of karts. The number 8 of Ryan Gandor, unsurprisingly, showing his nose, showing his cards. How can he get involved? The drivers as well, to an element, can actually see a big screen of the broadcast as well. So anyone towards the front that maybe wants to assess what's going on behind them, probably a good way of doing it. If we're following the battle for 2nd, Jacob Ashcroft might well be able to look at the screens and sort of assess how big the gap is. Keeping it nicely pinned through onto the bridge, and a look there, that was Charlie Wolfett and Ryan Gandor. Very small amount of space to fill, but he gave it a good go, did Wolfett. Now Gandor has to go defensive, brakes way too early though, was messing around with the engine cover, and that just allows Charlie Wolfett to go through, and there's contact up onto 2 wheels there and spun round the pair of them. Ryan Gandor collects Charlie Wolfett with him as well. And some very displeasing signs there from Gandor, not happy, and that's going to cast a huge shadow over the rest of the weekend. It wasn't a great qualifying. Ryan Gandor recovered quite well in his first heat, but you need a strong, successive amount of results to really be starting towards the front end of the field, inside the top 10 for the pre-final and the finals. 3 minutes left to go, and that's dropped them way outside the top 10. 3 minutes plus a lap still to run. Ashcroft will lead. We've got a replay coming up as to what happened. So yeah, he broke way too early, did Gandor, then tries to run Wolfett all the way to the outside, hits a bit of a curb. The front left goes up over Wolfett. Cian Bernard almost himself got collected in that. Able to get back going again. I'd be surprised if he's not got a drop-down penalty there, but yeah, a tricky one there. Always good to get the replays courtesy of the fantastic camera ops and the production here at Alpha Live. Jacob Ashcroft, though, is under pressure as we cut back to the live action. Louis Radcliffe and Jared Fox-Whiteley contesting. Lewis Radcliffe goes through. The 42 of Fox-Whiteley, bit of contact as he very aggressively funnels his way back in a second. But is their priority 2nd place, or do they want to maybe put their differences aside for a moment and try and get after Jacob Ashcroft? Just in behind that, you've got Eva Morris up to 4th place. The 182 of Kean Bernard muscles his way through the S's. Now also Jensen Chalk, Noah Barham and Finley Buck. Just trying to pick their sort of space of tarmac as best as they possibly can. One minute 40 plus a lap still to run. There's a huge lock of the rear brakes there from the number 10 of Finley Buck. He's been so strong this season. Has taken a final victory at Dunkswell. He was so good that weekend. Maybe struggling a little bit in terms of pace and a small mistake there that we saw, but not reminiscent of his overall stature as a driver. Here comes a fight for the lead though. Jared Fox-Whiteley squeezing his way through on the world champion. The up and under is there. Louis Ratcliffe will take the race lead. Now with just a couple of laps to go. Heading our way onto the third to final lap it will be. Jacob Ashcroft, just like that, will go from first to third. And what it's done is it's bunched the rest of the pack up as well. Kean Bernard, Eva Morris still have a shout, a podium contention. Change for the lead though. Jared Fox-Whiteley so aggressive. They're 3-1 as they make their way onto the bridge. Jacob Ashcroft, how brilliant is that to have read the situation and find his way back into the race lead. All by virtue of Fox-Whiteley looking for a move himself on Louis Ratcliffe. Now into the first hairpin, trying to find the space. Kean Bernard threads the needle back underneath Louis Ratcliffe and up in a third place. Now it's all going to bunch up and get very busy through the hairpin. Jacob Ashcroft not taking any chances as Fox-Whiteley will draw alongside through the chicane. It's all about the exit. Just in behind Kean Bernard. The 182 looks to the inside and you can see contact between the two wheels. The 82 of Louis Ratcliffe getting back involved. Fox-Whiteley on a very tight line there through the penultimate corner. And onto the penultimate lap of this race. Ashcroft, his defensive driving has been impeccable. He's bunching everyone up. He's had 3 or 4 different people in second place trying to contend for the lead. And well, granted, he's lost it a couple of times. But his idea, I think, here is just to, try and annoy everyone as much as possible. Try and bunch them up. Try and get them involved in their own squabbles so he can have a lap or two just to sort of breathe. He has got a black and white warning flag for blocking, though, so he has got to be quite careful as he actually loses the lead under the braking zone into the hairpin. Kean Bernard will take the race lead of this one. Fox-Whiteley looking over his shoulder, trying to be very reactive in his defensive driving as Ashcroft back through into the race lead. A lap and a third to go as Ashcroft covers off the move there from Bernard. The outside line not really working. And never really does in karting. I think the usual assumption is you get to the apex first and almost it's silly to leave your kart on the outside. You're almost always going to be washed out wide. As the 20 there, I'm not entirely sure as to who that was. Involved, that being Daniel Kilpatrick. Onto the final lap of the race. Is out. We'll see a couple of karts actually left stranded around the circuit. But Jacob Ashcroft has got a good couple of kart lengths clear of Kean Bernard in second. Fox-Whiteley goes defensive as the KL Sport 132 of Eva Morris tries to contend. A third of the lap left to go. Jacob Ashcroft, all he needs to do is keep it on the tarmac, not make any mistake. And he's pretty good at that. It was the third place in Heat 1. It's looking to be victory in Heat number 2 for the number 1. Already a European, a Belgian, a British champion in 2025. Already a world champion at just the age of 13. Once again across the line, Jacob Ashcroft takes victory in the UKC, this time for Heat number 3 here at PF International for the final round of the season, for what could be a coronation for Jacob Ashcroft, one that he's very used to. And the 27 there, again, frustrated. One of the Hunter Motorsport karts. That Jake Gruffity. That's going to bring an end to the final Junior Rotax heat of the day. Jacob Ashcroft from Kean Bernard and Jared Fox-Whiteley, the top 3. Eva Morris, what a drive that was to come home in 4th. Sebastian Loisch from Louis Ratcliffe, Charlie King, Noah Barham, then comes Jensen Chalk and Finley Buck, the top 10. Albie Lapper from Finley Smith in P11 and P12. Then comes Eli Baden and Max Colbert. Ed Spain in 15th from Alfie McBain in 16th. Albert Friend making up some good places into 17th from Connor Large, William Webb and Will Archer in 20th. Lewis Sumner, Riley Morgan and Hani Sadiq from Thomas Jackson and Luca Holmes-Ballack in 25th. Joseph Mills from Jack Beasley, Cody LePoutrel, Drew Prisner and Jake Graffiti, who we saw one of the Hunter Motorsport carts pull it over at the end of that race. Daniel Kilpatrick, Ralphie Branscombe, Ray and Gandor, unfortunately a DNF in that race from Charlie Wolfert as well. Both of those two collecting each other about halfway around that opening race. That's going to bring a close to the Junior Max heats. We'll have the seniors, of course, up next before a lunch break. Back again for the super heats and the super finals. Can see a lot more people making their way into the YouTube chat. It's a pleasure to have you if you're now just joining us. Still got one more race to go before the lunch break. Yes, it's always good to see karting and one of the purest forms of motorsport that you can get. Some of the best racing that you'll ever get happens in karting, and well, it's always good that it's accessible here on YouTube. Obviously, Alpha Live do a lot of the British karting scene, and you can always watch it live here if you want to, like, subscribe, share to as many people as possible. And then, yeah, always good to come down and watch where you can for these kart events. They are so close, so chaotic, and just always full of excitement. Of course, we've got the Senior Max up next for their final heat of the day. We'll have a bit of a lunch break for half an hour, back at sort of 2:10 for the Micro Superheat, then the Mini. So they'll be back on circuit around about, I want to say, sort of 2:25 tentatively, with sort of how things could work out. So far, actually, we've done a fantastic job. The work that these guys have done at PF International to keep us on schedule is remarkable. The next heat is meant to start at 24, so we're only a minute or so, and considering we've had a couple of karts to recover over these sort of interim periods between the races, it's been a great job. So yeah, like I say, let us know what's been your favourite race of the day so far. What race are you looking forward to most? Any particular highlights of the season that you want to sort of jot down? And if this is your first time at the UKC, let us know as well. Always good to welcome you, and you've joined again at the final round of the championship to crown our champions. So yeah, hopefully we can keep you entertained and keep you sticking around for many rounds to come into 2026. Bit more discussion on the radio that can overhear in race control, but yeah, we'll be heading up for the final heat of the day in a couple of moments' time. I think the track largely is cleared up. And the senior Rotaxes, like I say, it's one of the closest championship battles that we've got on our hands. Obviously, with the absence of Gabe Fairbrother, who was coming into this as the favourite to win the championship, his lack of attendance means that it's going to be hard, obviously, for him to win the championship. I mean, his drop scores aren't bad, but it means that he's going to drop this entire round. Keane Garrity and Tristan Rene are the two to look out for in this race, though. Look out for Joshua Turnbull. Keane Garrity, Jack West, Josh Turnbull, the three to look out for in the championship, are 1, 2 and 3 on the grid for the Senior Rotax Heat 3. Harry Bartle, who won earlier on in P4 as well. That is a stacked front two rows. Adam Wooden, Tristan Rene in P6, from Leon Hasty and Mikey Walker, who share row number 4. Oliver Liversedge from William Antrobus in the top 10. William Pemble from Ewan Charman, who had a couple of issues earlier on in the day, will be looking to go forward from 12th place. Behind that, it's John Brown, Charlie Cox, Charles Green and Joshua Graham, the front 8 rows of the Senior Rotax field, with Jack Thompson and Nathan Smith just behind that. Miles Roby and Jamie Perrelly will round out the top 20 karts. Behind that, Max Taylor and Ethan Head keeping each other company on the 11th row. Alexander Cole, Harry Hertz-Grover, the 24th kart from Marcus King, Callum Kinder, Mac McGilvery, Angus Scrivener, the 14th row completed. Taylor England from Elliott Surtees, Alex Moody and Braden Hill in 32nd. A few more karts, Caitlin Seabrook, Elliot Foster, then comes Reese Bailey from James Philip King in the 36th and final spot for the final Senior Rotax Heat of the day. Groups A versus B, the two fastest groups essentially making their way out the final corner. And setting us off from pole position, Keane Garrity alongside Jack West and Ewan Charman already in the background, kicking up some dust. And we've got already a false start flag in effect. So not happy with the starting formation very clearly, but you could definitely see the intentions of some of the drivers there as Ewan Charman was forced wide onto the grass going in towards turn number 1. Not at all what you want to see, but The drivers will make their way around the circuit once more. Just 8 more minutes of racing before the lunch break, and then we're back once more for, well, the final 12 races of the day. We've already ticked off. Well, so far this is the 12th race of the day, so we're halfway through the racing action. We've got it all to come still this afternoon. Getting the point from the marshal there just to slow down and keep position. Weaving around, keeping that temperature in the tyres. Even in karting, it makes such a huge... I mean, even in corporate karting, it makes a difference, let alone at this level of Rotax. So making sure they're in a good window, making sure you've got the grip that you want through the first couple of corners, and that happens immediately. Those tyres need to be fired up for the opening lap. One of the most important laps of the race. Cian Geraghty and Jack West alongside each other, two that potentially could be in with a shout of having some very good spoils in the championship. The lights will go out, and once again we will go racing side by side between the top two as the number 2 of Harry Bartle follows through the fellow OTK chassis of Cian Geraghty up in a second place. Jack West, of course, falling back to third, but still plenty of opportunity to come back forwards again. The outside line is tricky to make work. There's already a yellow flag. There's been a crash, 2 carts upside down through the opening corner. That's going to bring out a full course yellow, absolutely. Marshall's already on the scene. So fantastic job from them. We'll confirm, obviously, the drivers seem to be okay, but pretty sizable incident. The timer will continue to tick down as the drivers once again will be halted. And a red flag has been brought out, in fact, actually, as well. So that's going to completely neutralise this race, bring everyone to a complete standstill. As, yeah, we've got 2 carts off, and Marshall's having to attend to one of the drivers there as well. So hopefully they're all okay. I think, off the top of my head, from what I can see from the timing, it's Marcus King and Braden Hill that have been involved, the 35 and the 26 carts. So that's going to bring all the carts to a stop. Already some drivers up and out of their seats, and they're not waiting around for an invitation. They're up and standing around, stretching. So that's going to bring sort of that adrenaline rush that you get from the initial get-go. One of them actually tying their shoelaces up properly again. But yeah, that adrenaline rush at the start, obviously you ride that wave. Now it's come completely crashing down again. You've got to recompose yourself. And then they're going to be getting back going again, obviously when we can. But there you can see the full field stop there, and quick and efficient work from everyone at UKC and PF International for dealing with scenarios like this as effectively as possible. But let us know while we're sort of waiting in the red flag period. Come on, let's have some chat engagement, both on the UKC and the Alpha Live channel. I can see you both. So first of all, make sure you've liked, subscribed, turn the bell on for notifications and things as well. And let us know what your thoughts have been so far of the racing. What's been your favourite one? What one are you most looking forward to? What superheat or final do you think is going to be the best way to round out the championship in 2025? But I mean, the season in of itself has had plenty of highlights. I mean, all the way back at Wilton Mill when we had, I think the senior Rotaxes were the race of the week that week. I mean, it was Cian Geraghty, Ewan Charman that were fighting away at Wilton Mill. Cian Geraghty, of course, walking away with the final victory after only taking 11th and 6th in each of the heats. He then took back-to-back wins in the pre-final and the final. Ewan Charman took wins in both of the heats, but then fell back a little bit in the pre-final and the final. So senior Rotax has been such a sight of intrigue. And to be fair, all 5 of our classes, the juniors, the seniors, the minis, the micros, and the 177s, the racing that we've had on offer has been incredible. Now you can see Harry Hertzgrover and Scrivener as well, walking and chatting amongst each other. I wonder what they are saying to each other. Maybe debriefing after the opening couple of laps. Cian Geraghty chatting away with a fellow Tony Kart driver as well. Probably noticing that they're on the big screen at the side of the circuit as well, with each of them. hopefully shouldn't be too much longer until we can get racing back underway. But yeah, ambulance crew already on the scene to attend and doing a fantastic job just to get this done as safely and as efficiently as possible. Of course, do hope the drivers are okay, and we will confirm when we get news of that. But wishing some good luck to Harry Hertzgrover, who we saw on the stream a moment ago. Emma wishing him some good luck from back at home, and always nice to have these drivers getting that support and getting that cheering on. Always goes a long way to know that you've got that support. The self-motivation, actually, and this is where my first few weeks of an education degree are going to come in, when it comes to sort of self-efficacy and mentality, and it's applicable almost anywhere else. But half of the battle is just believing in yourself. A confident person is going to manifest naturally and statistically manifest more results. The more that you sort of doubt yourself and live in the slums and beat yourself up over small mistakes, small errors, and start doubting yourself, naturally you are going to have less and less success, really. Whereas those that come into this more confident, obviously not too confident, there is a line between confidence and arrogance, but come into this with their head up high and manifest good results will naturally achieve higher results than if they hadn't. So always good to show that support to these drivers. I'm sure it definitely goes a long way in accelerating their efforts. If you are now just joining us, we are under a slight bit of a delay. We had a pretty sizable incident through the opening couple of corners, but rest assured that the appropriate medical and response teams are involved and attending to the drivers as effectively and as safely as possible. And we'll get the Senior Rotax race, of course, underway. But do hope best wishes to both of the drivers that are involved. And so far we've ticked off. I mean, we've gone from race 8. We're now on to race 19 of the weekend. Oh, sorry, session 8. The qualifying sessions do count as race sessions. So we've gone from race 1 to, wow, I mean, we're on 1, 2. Yeah, this is the 12th race of the day so far. I mean, it's been a pretty stacked morning. We've then got even more of that later on. We've got 7 superheats with 2 juniors and 2 seniors, and then obviously the rest of the classes, and then 5 finals this afternoon. We're going to be packing up and finished probably around about 6 o'clock, I'd imagine. So one of the longer days of UKC. Usually, when it's split over 2 days, they have the heats on Saturday, the pre-finals and the finals on Sunday, but. Yeah, we've got a stacked day, and of course all coverage here on Alpha Live, all coverage over the Rotax National Trophy tomorrow as well, where we can crown some more champions and get some tickets to that grand final. And yeah, to those coming into the YouTube chat now that might probably be a bit confused why we're red, yeah, there was 2 karts involved in an incident through turn 1 on the opening lap of this Senior Rotax. So that's why we're back under red flag. Of course, like I say, we'll give you all of the updates when we get the information up here. They got about a lap and a half in before the red flag was called. So when we do go racing again, we should have a good sprint to the checkered flag. And again, when it comes to the championship implications as well for this race, with Gabe Fairbrother not here this weekend after an injury in the Mini Virtue Challenge, basically the torch gets passed to the likes of Keane Garrity, Tristan Rene, maybe to an extent Ewan Charman, Joshua Turnbull, Jack West, definitely between Jack West and Keane Garrity in their respective battles. Jack West, of course, dropping down earlier on in the day in Heat 1 down to P23, so he's slightly on the back foot. So Keane Garrity has got a good opportunity here to win the Senior Rotax Championship. Has already got a ticket to the Grand Finals. Has Keane Garrity after success in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy a couple of weekends ago at Sarno. But yeah, should be a pretty stellar end to the championship. I'm just going to try and inquire a little bit into the prizes for the year. So they obviously have the big awards night early next year. Obviously, trophies get awarded all the way down to 5th place in the championship. And obviously constructors' trophies as well for all of the team's hard work. And it's obviously good to... So while we've got the red flag underway for the moment, I'm going to step aside for a moment. I'm going to save my voice as things stand. Let the medical crew obviously do all their thing while we wait. It could be quite a lengthy delay. So we'll leave you with just some panoramic shots of PF International. It's a lovely day here, and we'll be back as soon as we can to get racing back underway for Senior Rotax. Okay, everyone, thank you for all of your patience, both in the paddock and in the YouTube chat at home. Of course, due to an incident that happened in the previous race, medical staff's attention is of course needed to attend to the drivers to ensure everything is done as efficiently and as safely as possible. What that means is that on-track action will be paused until now for about 33 minutes. We'll be back on track 14:50 for those in the UK. Of course, those internationally watching, make sure you translate that to wherever you are around the world because you'll want to be back for when we can get racing back going again. But racing will resume at 14:50 in the UK.
it's on underneath. I'm on the roll next restaurant today because of the. Because I thought it was going to be cold, but
Yeah, yeah.
we have had days where I've been commando underneath completely. You're not really
Don't
hot,
blame you. Bloody hell.
you know, but which is what we used to have.
Yeah, yeah. You do it enough, mate.
We've been doing it for 48 years, I should be used to it now.
Yeah, bloody hell, man. Fair play.
Finish at the end of the year.
I'm retiring from it, are you?
I'm retired, I've just got
Fair
this
play.
couple of health issues. And
Fair enough.
the days are long, I'm 77.
Are you? Bloody hell.
I don't know. I don't want to be taken, don't get me wrong, but all good things must come to an end, and I think I'd rather go out on top
Exactly.
than they say
Exactly,
to me,
with
you
the
useless
memories.
John, fuck off. You know? So yes, I'm still going to be doing the odd day, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, cut back.
Well, like here, like this weekend is a 3-day weekend.
Right, yeah.
He struggles with people on a Friday because of people working.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
It's just a little bit of money.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
But yeah, no, I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I can honestly say that.
Good.
I've had some downs, like, I mean, I've had some bad accidents like that, but I've come to go with that one.
Yeah, that looked pretty,
You get over it.
pretty rough.
Yeah, one of my first was a
You
Grand
don't half
Prix.
work in luxury when you can, Liam.
It's a Grand Prix. I did.
What's that?
You don't half work in luxury when you can.
Oh, I always bring a chair.
Why not?
I were at Alton Park the other week, in a Druid's Corner, in the corner. I thought I've got this sorted, I had my chair. Belting down the rain, but I had the shelter set up.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. Of course, didn't bring me lunch.
I've got to go.
No, good, no.
It's all right, no,
thanks.
it's all right. No, no,
Yeah, didn't bring me lunch or any water or nothing.
Yeah,
Stuck
yeah.
there all day with nothing.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, well, Druids is like right in the middle of nowhere. You know.
Yes. I've been to every circuit in this country but Linden Hill and Pembroke.
Really?
Many
hell, man.
times.
Yeah. I know. Well, I bet if you've been doing it that long, right?
And in the forest. I used to do the forest with its proper RAC rally.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
days in the forests in Yorkshire.
Well, you're a braver man than me. I couldn't go and watch a rally, I don't think.
Well, I'd rather watch racing.
Yeah.
I'll admit I'd rather watch racing. But
Yeah.
I was on the organising team for used to do some rallies at Cadwell Park. We did 18 all on trot.
Bloody hell.
In this first weekend in December.
Yeah, I bet it was, yeah.
We got 120 miles out of Cadwell. Obviously circuits and using we can't use them now, the bank's round the back.
Yeah, yeah.
One year we got 120 cars, 120 miles.
Bleeding hell.
And I was there from the Thursday to the Tuesday because we were setting up and then cleaning up.
Christ.
I had to holiday, Mum, and she went mad. But that's the way it goes.
Fair enough. God love you.
I've had some good time in bus racing.
Yeah.
But as I say, time will come to an end.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You know, keep the memories good.
I don't want to be a burden. Get bloke. I've just a bloke he just unfortunately died, but he was 86, not 88, and he kept I'm all right, but he couldn't. He used to walk like this. How the hell's he going to get out of the way, you know?
Yeah.
Come on,
yeah.
John, pack in. Anyway, to force me out in the end, I don't want to be that person.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
Go out on your own terms.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Go out on your own terms.
Well, I'm going out at the end of the year. I've been doing it 48 years.
Good memories though.
I've been abroad as well.
Yeah.
A couple of times went to France
nice.
for a week on private circuits. 12 of us went out. You know, we did a track day every day at these private circuits in France. It was fantastic. I got a ride around Dijon in a Le Mans Porsche as well. 3 laps around Dijon in a Le Mans Porsche. Now that was good.
No, they don't have shit as well, do they?
He says, "You going to do it?" I says, "Yeah."
Damn right. Who the hell would say no?
I don't say no to all like that, mate.
You've been on static this entire time.
Right, I'm live as well. Don't melt, will you?
Try my best.
Looks like I'm a hook.
I needed the brolly.
I know, yeah. He went this morning. I'm feeling confident it's not going to rain, so I won't bring the
I
brolly.
need to get my gloves out of the car today now.
Yeah, well, I put this on. I'm doing my just on the drone. Yeah. Right, see you later.
Pleasure.
Is that nasty down there? Like,
Yeah.
turn you back.
Can't lie.
Apparently gate closes 48, so bad to get there. No, what do you think of the tea? Like going somewhere nearby?
It's up to you, but I definitely think we should go somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's you on that front.
I'd
It's like a proper fancy mission stuff.
okay, now. do, yeah. I don't know what the plan is like. Still got that one race to finish, haven't they?
Well,
Maybe.
he's just said they've got to be done by 6.
I know, yeah. So, what do you do? Call it early tomorrow, or?
To be honest, I'm just going to keep pointing the camera at some carts.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep the carts in frame, and that'll do me.
Yep.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, as racing is set to resume for the final round of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. Round number 6 here at PF International has so far given us a lot of thrills and spills along the journey. And as we gear ourselves up into the second half of today's running, we've got one more heat to get through, along with our super heats and all of our finals as well. The green flag waves and we get our final senior Rotax heat back underway. There was a bit of an incident before the lunch break, but it will be Cian Geraghty that starts from pole position alongside Jack West on the front row. Joshua Turnbull from Harry Bartle will keep each other company in 3 and 4 from Adam Wooden and Tristan Rennie on row number 3. Leon Hasty from Mikey Walker assumes row number 4 with Oliver Liversedge and William Antrobus in P10. William Pemble from Ewan Charman will start this race from P12. Then comes John Brown and Charlie Cox on row number 7. Charles Green and Joshua Graham in P15 and 16 with Jack Thompson and Nathan Smith. Miles Roby and Jamie Perrelli rounding up the top 20 with Max Taylor, Ethan Head, Alexander Cole and Harry Hertz-Grover in P24. Marcus King, Callum Kinder 25th and 26th with Mac McGilvery and Angus Scrivener in P28. Then comes Taylor England, Elliot Surtees the top 30, Alex Moody, Braden Hill in P32 with Caelan Seabrook, Elliot Foster, Rhys Bailey and James Philip King, the 36th and final driver to take to the grid. We've had our lunch break and of course looking forward to getting the final heat of the day underway and racing. It'll be 8 minutes plus a lap, and this is the final heat before we work our way into the super heats. The final opportunity before the finals to influence your grid position. We'll go racing, but they're still going to be weaving around, so again, a false flag for that one. Did think they weren't overly uniform in their positions. For those that are now just joining us, though, the Senior Rotax has got one of the more interesting championship battles this weekend. A couple of them are sort of more formalities, and essentially this is a coronation round for them. Whereas this one, you've got the likes of Cian Geraghty, Tristan Rennie, Ewan Charman, all within a realistic sort of likelihood of winning. Same too as well, Jack West, who struggled a little bit in Heat 1, looking to fire back in Heat 2. Came into this definitely as one of the favourites to take the championship. We would usually have Gabe Fairbrother, but he unfortunately suffered a crash in the Mini Virtue Challenge a couple of weeks ago at Brands Hatch. He's all okay, just with injuries that mean he can't be racing this weekend. So that's blown the championship wide open this weekend. Yeah, Cian Geraghty looking to put his best foot forward. He's not had the best last couple of rounds. I'm sure he's probably going to be maybe one of the first to admit, but his first half of the season was absolutely sensational, and that consistency through the year is what's put him into a position where he could well win the championship. Through the final couple of corners, and like I say, Cian Geraghty will be the one that starts this race from pole position. Alongside him, look out for the Dan Holland Racing, the blue, the white and the yellow Lando Norris kart of Jack West, the number 9. So Cian Geraghty takes the right-hand side of the circuit, the left-hand side of your screen, and this time through we will go green flag racing in Senior Rotax, side by side between the two leaders as, oh my goodness me, Jack West has been completely swamped by about 3 or 4 karts as they make their way up the hill for the opening time. Cian Geraghty controls the pack as they swarm their way up over the bridge now and back down towards the next hairpin. Cian Geraghty then will lead. Just in behind that, Harry Bartle, a fellow OTK chassis, the number 2, following in situ. Just in behind that, you've got then the 173, Tristan Rennie, got a fantastic launch. Just in behind, we've got 3 or 4 karts wide going into the hairpin as they all try and funnel their way through nice and cleanly and limit any first lap skirmishes in towards the chicane for the first time, and Cian Geraghty, like I say, assumes control. We've got one of the KL Sport machines going side by side a little bit further down. Could well have been maybe the likes of Joshua Graham battling away towards the lower end of the top 10. There we can see the number 8 find his way through on a couple of karts and, well, work his way up the order quite nicely. The first lap, though, is in the books, and it goes in favour of Cian Geraghty with a very close Harry Bartle just in behind. Took victory, of course, earlier on in the day, did Harry Bartle with victory in Heat 2. Tristan Rennie under a bit of pressure from Jack West, who tries to go around the outside of him, then tries to get a switch back on him. That doesn't quite work either, so Tristan Rennie is doing a pretty stout job as to hang on to that third place. That is incredibly wide. I know the drivers like to be quite with quite some liberty through the track limits. There's a send from Jack West to the inside of the first hairpin, and a point forward there, just aiming to work together. I think more than anything is Jack West and Tristan Rennie. Definitely probably knows that the number 9 is probably a little bit quicker and can probably help Tristan Rennie get onto the back of the top 2 in good time. 6 minutes and 15 seconds plus the lap still to go. We're looking at around about 9 laps for this race. We're about to tick past lap 2 onto lap 3. So it's the two OTKs that lead. It's, of course, Kean Geraghty from Harry Bartle in second. Then Jack West and the Craft Motorsport 173 of Tristan Rene. Through the long left-hander and up once again onto the bridge. We've seen plenty of overtaking opportunities through there. You wouldn't maybe necessarily think it at face value because of just how long that corner is, but when you open it up, the space really does come to its own. Here comes Jack West trying to find a way through on Harry Bartle, but can't quite find the gap. The number 2 was able just to hold firm on the inside. Now we've got the 27 of Joshua Turnbull, who there's a bit of a miscommunication a bit earlier on. He did take victory in the end in Senior Rotax after the lap count back worked well in his favour, but he still has to fight his way forward in this one. The 121 and the 14 getting caught up in their own sort of battle on the exit of the second hairpin. We saw one of the exhausts fall off. The 14 and 121 is Harry Hertzgrover and Elliot Surtees. So one of them having some problems, and well, one of them definitely having quite a big problem in the fact that their exhaust is no longer attached to the car. 5 minutes plus the lap still to go, and well, Kean Geraghty has got a good 0.7 of a second lead from Harry Barton in second. That is quite a luxurious position to be in karting with just how close and competitive it is. So he's only got a couple of cut lengths, but that does mean that he doesn't really have to worry too much about defending. He's not constantly looking over his shoulder worrying what the situation is. And it's actually more falling on the shoulders of Bartle to keep the rest of that chasing pack behind him. He is parking the kart nicely in the middle of each of the corners, particularly the hairpins, where you can see some good sense, particularly from the number 9 of Jack West himself. So Kean Geraghty looking to just stretch his advantage, and the best thing is now he's not looking backwards. The race is only in front of him, only outside of that visor. So he's just hammering in some good laps, and while he's not under any pressure, this is a golden opportunity to do so. Wind has picked up a little bit. I say picked up, it's very loosely started, a light breeze with a headwind down in towards turn 1. So slipstream definitely is going to be quite apparent. And that's what Harry Barton is going to try and chip away at and get back into relative to Kean Geraghty. The last time through, ever so slightly quicker in favour of the number 2, who closes in about a 1/10 or so of a second. And once he starts getting whiffs of those slipstreams, he might well be able to close back even more. But what this does mean is that for the next couple of laps, Kean Geraghty, under not so much pressure, he can just focus on getting those lap times in, being consistent, minimising the mistakes, and delaying, if anything, the challenge from Harry Bartle. Jack West working with him quite well as well, with the 3 of them completing the podium. Joshua Turnbull, Tristan Rene, the top 5, with Leon Hasty, who's been exceptionally quick this season on each of the sort of rounds that he's partaken in. He's been very, very strong. I remember back at Larkpool was fighting away pretty much all race long and was able to take that victory on home soil was Leon Hasty. 3 minutes plus a lap still to run. Going to be maybe 4 or 5 laps. I think probably 4 laps to go. We've got a 5-second penalty coming in from Mac McGilvery as well. That came in about a minute ago for the 62 machine. So far from optimal in that vein, as the race leaders will make their way towards the first hairpin. Once more, you can hear them slamming on their brakes. There's a very nice switch back there. That was way too late in the brakes from the 32 of Mikey Walker, and that allowed Joshua Graham and William Antris back through the 347, fighting away with the 32 as well, so getting involved quite nicely. That's Adam Wooden, who started this race in P5. He's down 6 places into P11, is Adam Wooden, so he needs to sort of get his act together and get back through this field. The number 8 of Joshua Graham, currently running P10 on the road, but he's been in quite close contention with the likes of Mikey Walker, even William Antrobus as well. So we could probably see some of those time and towers shift around. Ewan Charman through on Leon Hasty. Joshua Graham ahead of William Antrobus and now up into 8th place. So kart number 8 in 8th with the fastest lap of the race as well. Not very much separating each of these guys. And that gap at the front has come down. It's now 0.3 of a second. Last time through a PB for the entirety of the top 5. And that's side by side as well in towards the first hairpin, trying to jostle their way through 2 rows of 2. The 32, of course, of Mikey Walker trying to find some space. Nearly gets his rear left wheel lifted up there by the 40 of Jamie Perrelli. But the 96 able just to hang on. That's William Pemble. This is the fight for sort of 13th, 12th, 11th, that sort of vein. And they're all sort of getting themselves involved. Now out of the chicane, though. And the 13 spots a gap into this long right hand and does so. The 77 follows him through as well. So that was expertly spotted in the 77. Out of the final corner and onto the pitch straight to start yet another lap. The race leaders already through the S's and up over the bridge. An absolute swarm of senior Rotax machinery battling away here at one of the most prestigious circuits, not only in the UK motorsport scene, but in the global motorsport and karting scene at PF International. Cian Geraghty, Harry Bartle still fighting away for the lead. Jack West with them as well. Cian Geraghty, this is more what we expect to see from him. I mean, his qualifying has definitely improved over the last couple of weeks, with the last couple of rounds, definitely towards the back end of this year. At the beginning of the year, it wasn't really you'd ever see him qualify well, but he'd come forwards in the race. The last couple of rounds that I've seen him, it's sort of been the opposite, but recently, especially this race, not only has he qualified well for it, but he's also managing the race very nicely indeed. That consistency is sort of what Cian Geraghty can pride himself on. However, that pressure, as soon as it starts to mount with Bartle and West maybe applying a bit of pressure, could maybe be a slightly trickier affair, as the likes of Turnbull and Charman are doing battle. Charman trying to go around the outside up onto the bridge. Justin Rennie with him as well. So too Leon Hasty. And through actually Jack West, we didn't quite catch it, but he found his way through on the inside of Harry Bartle. 3 cuts, duck to the inside as I think that's Leon Hasty going the long way around of one of them. Very nicely done indeed as he draws alongside with Ewan Charman. Bit of, well, rubbing and racing between the pair of them as there's further contact. The 27 of Joshua Turnbull gets forced wide. That invites the 347 of Adam Wooden to go through as well. Bit of hands in the air as well with the drivers not overly happy with how things went. Having to defend into the right that leads you into a very long right, and a big lock of the brakes there from Ewan Charman, nearly into the back end of the 347 of Adam Wooden. On to what will be the final lap of this race. Cian Geraghty leads Jack West by half a second. The 38 of Leon Hasty, closely followed by Adam Wooden as well. So keep an eye on that battle for the top 5. Down the hill for the final time, and I don't think it's quite going to be enough for Jack West to mount a challenge for the race lead. A little bit offside from the apex through that particular hairpin, but is still closing in onto Cian Geraghty, who's only got a couple of corners left to fend off. And I mean, this could be his championship winning weekend for Cian Geraghty to cap off what has already been such a pretty sensational season for him. Took to some MX5 racing with Hills Motorsport earlier in the year. Of course, already has a grand final ticket to Bahrain. And, well, if he can cap the year off with a UKC title to go with it as well. Nonetheless, out of the final corner, the checker flag will wave. And it waves in favour of Cian Geraghty, who will take victory for the final heat of the day in Senior Rotax. Jack West and Harry Bartle will join him on that podium. And we'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time. Wait for everyone to, of course, to cross the line. You can see multiple drag races. Cars separated by, well, barely anything on that run to the line. Just trying to see what the closest gap in the end sort of was. 0.01 I can see, 0.09. Yeah, well, nonetheless, very close along the line. A drag race all the way through. I hope everyone is enjoying the coverage thus far here on Alpha Live, and of course on the UKC channel as well. Cian Geraghty takes victory in Senior Rotax from Jack West and Harry Bartle. Look out for those 3. They are going to be the ones to watch over the course of the rest of the day. Joshua Graham from Tristan Rennie, then comes Leon Hasty. Adam Wooden from Ewan Charman, and Joshua Turnbull with William Antrobus rounding out the top 10. Behind that, plenty more cars to come. It's a big grid for Senior Rotax. Jamie Perrelly, John Brown and Alexander Cole just capping off the top 13, from Mikey Walker and Charles Green in 15th. William Pemble from P16, then comes Max Taylor and Miles Roby. Charlie Cox and Alex Moody round out the top 20 drivers. Jack Thompson from Oliver Liversedge, then comes Agnes Scrivener. Matt McGilvery with a 5-second penalty finishes 24th. From Caitlin Seabrook and Nathan Smith. Callum Kinder from Taylor England, then comes James Philip King and Elliot Foster, the 30th driver. A few more beyond that. We've got Ethan Head, Harry Hertzgrover, Elliot Surtees, and then Marcus King and Braden Hill, who unfortunately did not take part in this race following their incident a bit earlier on in the day. That's going to do it for the normal heats. We now work our way into the super heats. Couple more championship points on offer for them. You get 36 for a win in a normal heat. You get 40 for a super heat win. So obviously there's that incentive. It's also the final opportunity for drivers to obviously score the heat points for their starting position for the final. The green flag waves, and already, like clockwork, we've got the Micromax making their way onto the circuit. And will be going to their superheat, the first superheat, of course, of the day. To decide who's going to be taking the top honours a bit later on. Harris Barber, Dean Singh Pahal share the front row of the grid. Benedictus Masiokas from Sebastian Crawford in 3 and 4. Masiokas has had a stellar weekend thus far. Chloe McGill inside the top 5 from Freddie Baker, who keeps her company on row 3. Ralph Martin and Dimitar Usunov completes row 4. Arlo Gamble and Teddy Murphy the top 10, with Jensen Darlow and Albert Farrow in P12. Ethan Lloyd, who's had an up-and-down weekend so far, starts 13th from Freddie Walker in 14th. Alfie Garrett, P2 in the championship and something to prove from 15th, with Oliver Whittle alongside him on row number 8. Ansel Murray from Noah Wilco in P18, then comes Carter Jackson and J.M. Prakash in 20th. With a couple more drivers, of course, beyond that. The likes of Archie Gupta, Arthur Bowers in P22, Isaac Garth and Ria Peacock, the 24th driver to take to the grid. And a very lonely Laney Eden on the 13th row of the field. Benedictus Masiokas is looking strong to come out on top in the Micromax 2025 UKC Championship. He has had a run of form, to say the least. He has won all but one final, all but 2. He's been on the podium in all of them bar 1. He has been on top form this year, and all he needs to do is, finish in front of Alfie Garrett, which so far he's looking pretty secure to do. We'll line up this race in P3, as you can see, very bumpy as we get this race underway. Harris Barber on the left-hand side of your screen in the peppermint liveried OTK. Dean Singh Pahal alongside him, newly crowned British champion, as the number 1 tries to go the outside through the opening couple of corners. Benedictus Masiokas keeping him company as the O-plate tries to dart his way through, but the RCE, the orange and black machine of Dean Singh Pahal, able to stay just nicely tucked in second place. We've got yellow flags through the opening couple of corners. I think maybe a spinner or 2. Benedictus Masiokas contending Harris Barber for second, because Singh Pahal has found his way through and up into the race lead. Side by side as they work their way into the hairpin. The number 7 of Chloe McGill up from 5th place, now contending the race leaders, trying to work her way involved. She's slotted in the middle there of the number 12. Bit of a pinch point and tag round there. The 32 of Ralph Martin, who's had such a good weekend so far. The 26 as well, that's Jensen Darlow. So a couple of drivers with a couple of problems thus far. Some yellow flags in effect in that part of the circuit, but all back going again, and green once more. Still got 7 minutes and plus the lap remaining in this race, so definitely don't go anywhere in terms of the excitement that is still to come. As they break the beam for the opening lap, it's going to be Dean Singh Pahal, in fact no, Benedictus Masiokas from Dean Singh Pahal, then comes side by side between what is going to be Harris Barber and Chloe McGill, then comes Sebastian Crawford and Dimitar Usunov, the top 6. But a bit of a gap starting to form, you can see as they work their way onto the bridge. The P1 and P2 drivers of Masiokas and Singh Pahal, couple of kart lengths clear of those in behind as they continue to go side by side. We're going to have a quick replay as to what happened to Dean Singh Pahal. So this is how he lost the lead. How has he caught that? Oh my word, on the exit of that curb. Just caught one of the rear wheels there, and he's been able to fight back on. But that is a quick save, and just goes to show how good these very small drivers are, even feeling the kart underneath them and saving that completely sideways. And Masiokas found a way through, but Singh Pahal still hammering on the championship leader, trying to put a bit of pressure on. The 0 plate and the 1 plate fighting each other up in front. Chloe McGill has worked her way up onto the superheat podium. That's going to do her a lot of favours, obviously both for championship points, but also for that starting position later on when we get to that super final. You can see the crowd cheering him on, teammates and parents giving that encouragement that they need. Masiokas under a bit of pressure from Dean Singh Pahal, who's hammering on that championship leader as much as possible. Defensive, Masiokas has to go as Singh Pahal tries to set up an almighty switchback. Now back onto the scene, we've got the likes of Sebastian Crawford and Harris Barber. Chloe McGill has dropped away all the way down to P10 after the last lap. Singh Pahal forced to go defensive because Sebastian Crawford is hammering on. Masiokas gives him a bit of a squeeze. Singh Pahal tries to muscle his way through. They're going to be 3, maybe even 4 wide on the exit. Masiokas could be in trouble here. The number 8 of Sebastian Crawford finds his way through. Also the 12 of Harris Barber from pole position now contends for the race lead. We've got nearly 3 rows of 2 fighting inside the top 6. Sebastian Crawford takes the lead of the race. Masiokas somehow recovers to second. Singh Pahal drops to 4th place with Dimitar Usunov now trying to hang it around the outside, but he's going to get absolutely freight trained by those in the middle. Chloe McGill is one of them, trying to capitalise. Look for the GP plate. Alfie Garrett recovering something in this championship, has now worked his way up and into the top 10. It's a long road to go if he wants to win the Micromax Championship, but he's giving it his absolute all. 4.5 minutes left to go. And this Micromax battle is nothing short of exciting. Now inside line opens up for Harris Barber. He will, well, lead them round over the bridge, and that's very wide in the background. So Crawford drops back a couple of places. Masioka's still there in second place. It's line astern through the hairpin, but that's a bit deep there from Harris Barber, who now takes the race lead. So we've got the number 12 of Barber, then the O-plate of Masiokas, then the number 1 of Singh Pahal. So Sebastian Crawford has dropped down a couple of places. There you can see him in almost the red and the white livery car, a couple of places back. So he's running in what is now P5. And that just goes to show how quickly the pendulum can swing through the final couple of corners. All about just keeping that momentum up. Stay as far over to the left as you can to open up this right-hander as much as possible. Over the line once again. Harris Barber, who has looked so strong on pace all weekend. Now having to contend with Masiokas, but Singh Pahal is the one to apply the pressure. What a move that was from the British champion, who of course took victory in the final at Warden Law a couple of weekends ago for the UKC. That was his first final victory in the UKC in 2025. He's looking to continue that run of form this weekend. Always one of the drivers to get his elbows out. But I watched the video of him winning the championship at the British a few weekends ago, and just how much it meant to him and to his parents. All of that hard work, setting himself up definitely as a start of the future. All of them are racing so incredibly well. So who's going to come out on top with just a handful of laps left to go? With, well, 2.5 minutes plus a lap, we're probably going to get, I say, maybe 3, maybe 4 laps. A 5-second penalty has just come through for Chloe McGill, so that's going to drop her down a few places as well. Benedictus Masiokas tries to freight train through on Harris Barber because Singh Pahal was the one to bite the bullet and maybe go for that move. Masiokas immediately contending for the race lead up over the curve, forcing Singh Pahal wide. That's going to open the door potentially for the likes of Albert Ferro to get involved. It's going to be a pinch point as they reach the right hand, and now down the hill towards the hairpin. Singh Pahal will lead from Masiokas, who's tried everything to try and stay in front. Now has to go defensive. He's got 2 cuts on his inside. They're 3 wide. Masiokas goes the long way around to Sebastian Crawford. Can't quite get the exit that he needs. Harris Barber involved. Afi Garrett there as well, muscling his way through there as Albert Ferro. And they're trying to work. I mean, one of them probably wants to work together and get back after Dean Singh Pahal, but none of them want to be the one behind in the trend. They all want to be the one leading the charge. And this is going to give Singh Pahal maybe a lap or maybe even 2. Not to relax, but he's not going to be under as much pressure. Harris Barber fighting with Sebastian Crawford. If this is your first time tuning in for karting or the UKC in general, this is exactly what you need to expect. They're side by side, Ethan Lloyd versus the GP plate of Alfie Garrett, who, by the way, is up 11 places from 15th on the grid. He's now fighting for a podium. That is racecraft at its absolute finest. Fighting now down the hill as they settle themselves back into single file motion. Singh Pahal leading Albert Ferro. Can Masiokas go for a send into this hairpin? Opts not to. I think working together to try and chase back after Singh Pahal with just under a minute left to go. A couple of comments in the YouTube chat very much are right, in the sense that if they continue to battle behind, they're only going to allow the driver in front to get away. That, of course, of Singh Pahal, who's looking to take victory in the super heat. Of course, he's going to be looking to take victory in the super final a bit later on, of course. So with just 30 seconds left on the clock, plus a lap, this is going to be heading on to the penultimate lap of the race. And this is only the first of what we've got 7 superheats, plus the 5 finals. It's going to be intense from now until the end of the day. So Singh Pahal from Ferro, from Masiokas, Lloyd and Garrett, the top 5. Just how changeable and unpredictable has this race been thus far? Look to the inside from the number 12, side by side with Alfie Garrett, who gets muscled wide. Got to be careful not to use too much on the exit. And a very convicting point forward there, but Harris Barber has not got the message one bit. He's straight back up the inside and getting tripped up over himself and Alfie Garrett. They can no longer get after those in front, the likes of Masiokas, Ferro, Pahal, who are now all within a train. They continue to trip over each other, as they have been doing all race long. It makes their life so much harder. But yeah, we've got Pahal from Ferro, Masiokas and Lloyd, the top 4. On to the final lap then of the Micromax Superheat, their penultimate race, not only of this weekend, but also this season. Of course, we'll see a lot of them out tomorrow for the national trophy, but in terms of the UKC and this championship, fighting their way through the right, then the left, up the hill through this long left-hander, and a look there from Masiokas, sends the move to the inside. Now comes Ethan Lloyd on the inside of Albert Ferro. Finds a nice way through, up into third. This is the final lap of the race, so all balls down to this. Singh Pahal not taking any chances, all the way to the inside. Masiokas now through the middle. Here comes Ethan Lloyd trying to go the long way around. That's never usually going to work, but Albert Ferro, look at that switch back from the 42. Has he got the space to muscle the car back over? No, he doesn't, so Masiokas able to hang on. Harris Barber in the number 12 machine. Singh Pahal, look over his shoulder, immediately driving them all the way to the grass. They were 3 wide, now 4 into the chicane. Goodness me, as Harris Barber has to go off the road. Singh Pahal just able to hang on. Up into the air goes Alfie Garrett. Masiokas tries to muscle his way around the outside. Here comes Ethan Lloyd as well. Chloe McGill and the number 4 of Dimitar Usanov. It's all kicked off with just a couple of corners left to go. Off the road there. Dean Singh Pahal and into the wall for 2 karts as well. That's Usanov and that's the 42, of course, of Albert Ferro. But across the line to see the checkered flag first. Dean Singh Pahal will take victory. Ethan Lloyd and Masiokas the top 3. And that has set the stage for, well, this afternoon's racing. And that is disastrous for those 2 drivers. And that's going to really put them on the back foot a little bit later on. You can see they're both absolutely fine, more just gutted in themselves. We'll run you through the results in a few moments' time. Sorry, no, it wasn't. It wasn't Usanov. I thought the black accents on the livery. No, it's the GP plate of Alfie Garrett there. So that was an almighty comeback drive. Ended in disaster for him. Dean Singh Pahal took victory, obviously very aggressively. Ethan Lloyd from Benedictus Masiokas, Sebastian Crawford and Freddie Baker in the end took P5, with Ralph Martin and Chloe McGill in P7. Oliver Woodall from Teddy Murphy and Ansel Murray become the top 10. A lot of people shuffle around a few places after the carnage that we had on the final couple of laps. Behind Ansel Murray, of course, we've got plenty more drivers. Arlo Gamble, Dimitar Usanov, Arthur Bowers and Freddie Walker, with Noah Wilco, the top 15. Jayan Prakash from Carter Jackson and Harris Barber, the top 18 drivers. The 12 went from the lead to 18th in a span of a couple of corners. The final few drivers are Gupta, Eden, Darlow, Albert Ferro and Alfie Garrett, the 24th and final drivers to be classified at the end of the Micromax Superheat. Next up, of course, we'll be going to the Minis. And expect something probably in a similar vein, I would imagine, to what we just witnessed with the Micromax. These guys are very intense, if not maybe just a little bit more as well. This is a weekend for Emerson Makanjiura, and of course, coming up in the Mini Inters, he has taken an unfathomable amount of race victories. 2 of them have come today. He's on a 4-win streak. Before that, it was a second place, and then before that, it was a 6-win streak. So he's just been on fire all season. I mean, across the British, the UKC, the European trophies, everything that Makanjiura has competed in, he's gone and won. And like I say, as long as he doesn't get disqualified in the final 2 races, which even then I don't think it would be enough for Max Jolly to go and catch him, all Makanjiura needs to do is effectively finish this race, and he will officially, I mean, he's already crowned himself the champion after last round, because mathematically it was difficult to catch. But yeah, after this race, Makanjiura will cement himself properly as the 2025 Mini Inter champion. All he needs to do is get to the end, because after that, even if he gets qualified in this and the next one, we'll see. Emerson Makanjiura and Ryan White will start on the front row, with Harry Radcliffe and Lucian Smith in P3 and P4. Behind that, Alfie Ward and Otis Cleary share row number 3, with Sebastian Behrman alongside Max Jolly, who's gunning for that runner-up spot in the championship. Josh Cook, Austin Oman, the top 10 from Alfie Mayer, and Jack Fulbrick-Harmer in P12. Tom Reed from Hamish Gordon, then comes Leo Livings and George Quinlan in 16th. Casimir McAllister from Arthur Farrow, Ian Campbell and Jackson Hilton in P20. Then comes Ronnie Smart, Buddy Hugo, Riley Blakemore and Ollie Brunt in P24, with Emily Davey, Hugo McCluskey, Eddie Duncan and James Darling, the 28th driver to take to the field. Jacob Underhill, Hakeem Bart, Clark Naylor and Teddy Higgs, the 32nd driver. Rian Townsend and Adam Bart, the 34th and final driver to take to the grid for the Mini Inter Superheat. So the season that Mackenzie Uren has had, he obviously wants to go 6 from 6 in terms of the final victories. He took 4 at Wilton Mill. He took 2 at Lark Hall. He then took 3 at Dunstable, took 4 at Rowra, took 3 at Warden Law. He's currently on his 2nd here at PF International. It's been a season of domination for Emerson Mackenzie Uren, already British champion. Now he wants to crown himself as a UKC champion as well. Foot to the floor and we go racing for the Mini Inter Superheaters. Mackenzie Uren holds firm to the race lead. Ryan White goes with him. Lucian Smith as well, the number 9, tries to pick his way through and find a good bit of space to manage with. Emerson Mackenzie Uren will lead then. Just in behind that, a fight for 3rd place. That'll be the likes of Lucian Smith and Harry Radcliffe doing battle as they make their way up over the bridge and down the hill. The KR Sport number 9 just able to sort of edge himself in front. There you can see with the white stripes on the front end of the cart. The number 6 of Austin Oman has found his way a couple of places. A good launch from him as they're doing battle towards the 2nd hairpin of the race. Yellow flags already in effect through the first couple of corners. That's the 51 that's gone off. That's Casper McAllister that's now out of this race and out of his cart. So that's going to bring an unfortunate end so far to his race. We'll see him out a bit later on in the super final, albeit from a much further down position than he would have liked. The O-Plate Max Jolly getting involved. There's a spinner as well. Even more contact. Oh, it's all piled up now. It's a domino effect. Once one goes, they all get involved. I think everyone is okay, but that's going to bring out some yellow flags through there and some damaged carts, you'd probably imagine as well. All started from one tiny bit of contact, one spin. One of them limping out maybe a slight hurt leg. A couple of them getting involved. We've got the 164, we've got the 55 and the 96, I think that was, a bit further back. So that's going to cost them quite a lot. That's the likes of Hugo McCluskey, Underhill and James Darling involved in that one. Full course yellow in effect as well. So that's going to bring a neutralisation to the racing action for now. Gives us a chance to breathe. I definitely need one with how intense so far today has been. 6 minutes plus a lap still to go, and we're under full course yellow for the time being. So with Mackenzie Uren now controlling the pace from Ryan White, Lucian Smith, Harry Radcliffe and Austin Oman just in behind that, the top 5. Sort of slicing their way through. They can see the remnants of what just happened. And that's not obviously what you like to see at all, but good to see all the drivers are out and all okay. Just might need to be a quick assessment of the carts to make sure that they're all good to go later on for that super final. But so far so good for our race leaders. And Mackenzie Uren, of course, in 5 minutes' time, won't be able to be caught with a very healthy margin back to Max Jolly. Even if he gets disqualified in the pre-final and the final, he'll still win the championship. Let's take a look at the crash that just happened then. So this involved a good number of people. We can see 2 of them get together further forward. A good chunk of them managed to avoid, but as soon as the 137 tries to rejoin, it then just kicks off and catalyzes some absolute pandemonium. One of them, the 57, just decided, you know what, I'm going straight across here. Sometimes that's the better way to do things to avoid the crash and then give up a couple of places afterwards. But yeah, you could always see that that was going to happen. And to be fair, impressive for those that did manage to avoid it for avoiding it. You can't blame them one bit for maybe getting involved. Always a difficult one, especially when you're going around that long right-hander. As you then start straightening up, your vision not necessarily is exactly where, you know, those carts are going to be. So they're coming into your line of sight quite late. And they've dealt with that quite well, and the carts are clear for the most part. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to go back green flag racing this time through. I think we are indeed. And yeah, so Emerson Mackenzie Uren will set us back underway for some green flag racing. The flag waves at the top of the gantry, and Ryan White will follow from Lucian Smith and Harry Radcliffe just in behind that as well. So these young drivers, of course, you know, some of the youngest that you're going to get, the likes of 10 and 11 years old, out there on circuit, racing incredibly hard at such a high level as well, before they then take that step into the likes of Junior Max, later Senior Max, and then even into cars, if their career trajectory allows them to, side by side, a bit further back. The 177 Leo Livings fighting with the likes of Riley Blakemore. Change for second place though as Lucian Smith finds the gap on Ryan White. Harry Ratcliffe tried to himself get involved in that one, but couldn't quite facilitate a move of some description. There's even more drama. The 194 involved, and that's going to bring an end again to both of their races. There's not really going to be much that they can do that far back. So the 194, that's Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, was on the sort of the brink of a top 10 finish as well. That's going to bring an end to that sort of hope with just 3 minutes left to go. Now side by side for the lead though as Lucian Smith guns for it as Emerson McAndrew has to give him the space. That's going to allow Ryan White to tip his way through as well. So as soon as that gap gets pried open from one car, all it takes is then another one to fill that space, and very quickly you can lose 2 or 3 spaces back into that train. I think that was Max Jolly fighting away with maybe Ronnie Smart. A couple of tenths off the back and nearly into the grass there is the number 9 of Lucian Smith as Emerson McAndrew has found a way back through. The 126 of Ratcliffe as well is there. Side by side between a couple of them into the chicane, the left, then into the right. Now towards the back end and a point forward there from Lucian Smith. He does not want to get caught up tripping over each other here. He wants to be pressing forward, but that's very wide from Harry Ratcliffe. Gets caught over so the rumble on the exit of that corner, the rumble concrete. Loses a little bit of grip and can't quite manage to rejoin in the same position he started. Here comes the number 3 of Alfie Mayer. Thinks about a move on Ryan White, but thinks better just to tuck back into the slipstream and maybe fight with him. Of course, thank you to everyone that's now tuning into the YouTube chat. It's a pleasure to absolutely keep your company. We've got a change for second place as Alfie Mayer is trying to gun for Ryan White as the sun begins to dip into the late afternoon, 3:30 here at PF International. So let us know what you're thinking about the racing so far. Quite exciting across the micros, now into the minis as well. So let us know what's been your favourite race of the day so far and what one you're most looking forward to. Maybe even your predictions for the rest of this race. I don't think you really can predict it with any accuracy whatsoever with just how unpredictable and chaotic it sometimes can be. 1 minute 10 and a lap still to go. So McAndrew, like I say, controlling the pace very nicely. He's one of those drivers that very rarely makes a mistake. And of course, he's in championship mode as well. Through the right, then the left, Emerson McAndrew has had an absolute dominant season. But around the outside there from Alfie Mayer, he's kept this foot and kept the momentum and is going to give it a go. But McAndrew is able to hold firm for the lead. That was a good effort from Alfie Mayer. Now Ryan White just in behind. A point forward in from Lucian Smith, but all 4 of them go to the inside. Late pull out from Alfie Mayer, tries to get the up and under for the race lead. Of course, McAndrew wants to go for the sweep. He wants to win all 4 races that he's competed in today. In the middle of the track into the chicane, shows that defensive line, and that's going to give the speed advantage to Alfie Mayer, who takes the lead of the race. There goes Ryan White, very wide through the right hand, a very quick flick. Now into this long right-hander. He gets muscled out quite wide, and that's going to force him into the clutches of Otis Cleary. Austin Oman, who found his way through as well. And a point forward, they all want to get after the 2 leaders. Alfie Mayer, McAndrew on the final lap. Of course, McAndrew goes for the lead. He's going to be gunning for it. He wants to do the sweep. He wants to go 6 finals from 6 and win the championship, which all he needs to do is see that checkered flag in this race to do. Alfie Mayer goes very wide. Lucian Smith, Josh Cook, 3 and 4. The final lap and a crowning moment for Emerson McAndrew side by side as they work their way through hairpin number 1. Now into hairpin 2. Alfie Mayer just able to stay in front, but the space opens up and McAndrew goes for the lead. That was sensationally late on the brakes. Alfie Mayer not quite got the drive that he needs, so Lucian Smith is going to eye up a move. He gets a bit of a snap of oversteer though, does the number 9, and that releases the number 1 to now through the final couple of corners for what will be his 18th victory in the UKC in 2025. It will set him up quite nicely for the final and to see himself as the Mini Inter 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship. Emerson McAndrew will take the title, and Alfie Mayer will join him and Lucian Smith on the podium as well. Of course, we'll give him even more celebrations later on in the finals, but mathematically, it's pretty much done. I mean, it was pretty much done coming into this round, but now it is cemented. He cannot be caught. Emerson McCann is your championship winner. 5 from 5 so far. Can he make it 6 from 6 a bit later on? There he is, smiling away. Emerson McCann from Alfie Mayer and Lucian Smith on the podium. Josh Cook and Tom Reed, the top 5, with Ryan White just in behind that. Harry Ratcliffe from Austin Oman. Max Jolly, a very deserved runner-up in the championship, from Otis Cleary in P10. Then comes George Quinlan from Leo Livings and Ronnie Smart in P13. Alfie Ward from Jackson Hilton and Riley Blakemore from Sebastian Behrman in P17. Eddie Duncan, Hamish Gordon and Emily Davey just in behind that. Then comes Hakeem Bart, Ryan Townsend, Teddy Higgs, Ian Campbell, Ollie Brunt, the top 25. Then comes Adam Bart, Arthur Farrow, Clark Naylor, Jack Fulbrick-Harmer, who we saw have a couple of issues. Same to Casper McAllister, Buddy Hugo, Hugo McCluskey, Jacob Underhill and James Darling, the 34th and final driver to be classified. And that pretty much wraps up the championship. Of course, they've got their final a bit later on to decide who takes top honours in that one. And Emerson McCann is going to be starting that one from pole position, but he can't wait to maybe take it all the way and absolutely define the dominant form that he's been on in 2025. Of course, moving to the Rotax 177, so the heavyweight class, of course, combined driver kit and cart weight of 177 kilos. It's time for the third superheat of the day with the Rotax 177s. Let's run through the grid then for the third superheat of the day with the Rotax 177s. Our championship leader, Edward Matthews, starts this one from pole position with Will Ellswood alongside him. Harrison Crook, taking victory in Heat 2 earlier on in the day, starts this one from third with Rach Hayward alongside him in fourth. Ollie Goodyear, Jimmy Galloway, row number 3 with James Lingard and Samuel Cornwell on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10 will be Lewis Large from Josh Howard. The top 10 with Jack Taylor and Rob Simpson just in behind that on row number 6. Arthur Facker from Scott Smith, the 7th row of the field with Steve Thompson and Scott Clee, this time on the outside of the run in towards turn number 1. David Mitchell, Joshua Gollin, who's had some issues, definitely not representative of his pace in P18 with Nathan Chather and Jonathan Railton in P20. A big 177 grid that we've got here at PFI. Ian Brownfield from Mark Gilly, the top 22 with Will Milner and Elliot Kennedy, who's had a few issues this weekend in 24th. Carl Edwards, Stan Wright, 26th from Ashton Parsons and Bradley Heath in 28th position. And a very lonely Matt Lear, again, who had a couple of problems earlier on in the day, starts this one from the 29th grid slot on the field. Still waiting for carts to make their way out on to circuit. I think we've got a couple more clean-up efforts to get into, but there you can see the hard work from all of the marshals today, and of course we'll see them tomorrow as well for the national trophy. Thumbs up has been given though, so I'm sure we're going to be seeing some carts out onto circuit very shortly and get them on for their formation lap. Still the usual 8 minutes plus the lap as we've seen all day long. It's not until we get to the finals that we have slightly longer races, although that's subject to change potentially a bit later on. We'll update you when we get the information on that one, but it should be around about 9 laps or so, you'd imagine. The minis get 8, but these faster carts obviously can cram just a little bit more into the same amount of time. But the green flag waves and, well, the carts will swarm their way out on to circuit. We've already ran through the grid, so you know where everyone's starting. Keep an eye out for Edward Matthews starting from pole position. He has got a monstrous gap behind him. It won't be decided until the final, but it's looking strong for the 79. Harrison Crook in second is basically just has to manage the gap to James Lingard. Josh Gollin, if he wants a top 3 position in the championship, needs a good launch, as the O plate of Lewis Large has got a substantial problem there. And I don't think we'll be taking part in the super heats. No, that's not the case. So the marshal already onto the scene. I think we could have maybe a second formation lap just to clear that car out of the way. Oh, in fact, actually, probably should be all right, actually. We'll see. But slowing themselves down, getting themselves into their desired grid slots, and of course warming those tyres up, getting them to the ideal pressure and temperature that they need ahead of what is going to be a 9-lap shootout for the superheat. through the long right hand in the third to final corner on the circuit, and we've seen plenty of drama through that particular sequence of corners. Always very difficult, goes on almost forever. And these drivers will meet that on the opening lap with plenty more karts around them at much higher speeds as well. Now through the final corner, and Edward Matthews will be alongside Will Ellswood on the front row as we get the third superheat of the day underway. And a good launch once more from the front row, nice and tidy as well for the majority of the field. Edward Matthews able to hold firm for the race lead as they work their way up the hill now towards the bridge. A couple of cars working their way side by side. The fight for fourth there. Harrison Crook trying to keep Jimmy Galloway at bay. As now the descent into the heaviest braking zone on the circuit, down the hill towards the first hairpin. And look from the number 73, Reg Hayward, trying to hang on to what is now third place for him. So already getting a pretty decent launch. Now into the second hairpin where it can jostle and get quite tight at times. But a good launch for the top two. Reg Hayward all the way to the defendant. Oh my goodness me, forced one of the karts nearly onto the grass there as he tries to assume the inside line. That's going to put, I think that's the 72 of Harrison Crook. That's sort of set him back. That's Samuel Cornwell as well, trying to get himself up and into that battle. Through the opening lap for the first time, and Edward Matthews will lead from Will Ellswood. So the top two holding firm as they blitz their way under the camera. Fantastic shot that is. Shows the true sensation of speed that these karts are travelling. Now with just under 7 minutes to go in this race, we've got one lap completed. I estimate we'll be getting in about 8 or 9 by the end of this one. So Ed Matthews pretty much unchallenged for the time being, but Will Ellswood definitely thinks he's close enough. He's going to launch it under the brakes and gets it stopped quite nicely. Ed Matthews sees it coming, can't quite get the up and under, and a slight tap of the helmet there from Will Ellswood. That's not sort of calling him stupid or anything. It's sort of saying let's think, let's get away from the chasing pack, work with me for a little bit. I know I've just overtaken you for the race lead, but let's try and get away if we can. It's much easier to win a 1v1 than it is to involve 2 extra karts in on that battle. Look to the inside from the 168 of Samuel Cornwell. As that's the fight for, well, just inside the top 5, but as another lap ticks by, we've still got Ollie Goodyear and Reg Hayward knocking on the door of the 2 leaders, so I think it's going to be tough for them to get away, especially if Goodyear and Hayward work together. Down the hill towards the first hairpin. I don't think Edward Matthews is quite close enough and not really willing enough to send it on the brakes. Doesn't want to carry that risk at this stage of the race. Five and a half minutes plus a lap still to run. Through the chicane, a left, then a right flick. Now in towards probably one of the more challenging sequences on the circuit. I mean, the entire circuit in of itself is challenging, but this quick flick to a right, then almost keeping the car loaded up through almost 180 degrees back to the left. And then a fast end to the lap where you've got to manage the grip and try not to understeer too wide. If you turn in just at the slightly wrong angle, you carry a bit too much speed, it can go quite wide, and that's going to hamper your exit speed. The top 4, though, seem to be pretty equal for the time being. There's a look to the inside from Ollie Goodyear on Ed Matthews. The space opens up close to contact, but all is well. Matthews just tried to open up the space into the left-hander as best as he could, didn't quite get there. And that's now actually put Ollie Goodyear on the back end of Reg Hayward because, well, he was slightly slower off the back of that right-hander leading downhill into the hairpin. And, well, immediately the 73 just sort of said, okay, cool, if you're slower, I'm going to take it. Completing yet another lap here as we tick our way closer and closer to half distance for the Rotax 177 Superheat. Still got 4 more to go after this one, plus another 5 finals, of course. Side by side is Matthews. That's versus Reg Hayward. Coming to blows as now Matthews has to defend to the inside. That's going to allow Will Ellswood to sort of start getting away. They need to be careful of this. He doesn't want to let them build too much of a gap in front. course, Will Ellsworth is going to be looking at this and going, cool, yeah, you guys keep battling. I'm going to keep sort of chipping away and gaining as much of a gap as I can. That's Nathan Chaffer. So this is a fight, I think, just outside the top 10, or actually fighting for the top 10, because Rob Simpson, the 24, was in 10th. Now he's been overtaken by the kart that was in P11. So Chaffer goes through into 10th spot. Now to round off another lap for these guys. Of course, the leaders are home and gone, really, with up the road. I think they're already, coming up over the bridge. So these guys are a little bit of a distance behind. Just goes to show how much the field spreads. So we've got 35 karts taken to the 177 grid. And there's the gap for the lead as well. Will Ellsworth is completely checked out from this lead sort of battle. Wants to leave them to their own devices, let the children play behind, while he sort of goes off and takes what will be a easier victory for him. And Ever obviously completely plain sailing, managing the kart itself and driving it to a high standard. Just a handful of laps left to go. I'd imagine probably we're going to get 3, I think, at the line. 2 minutes left to go. Maybe even, yeah, it's going to be 3, I think. We've completed 6 laps, of course. Like I say, predict 9. Ellsworth now stretching it out nearly to a second because these two continue to squabble. Reg Hayward through on Ed Matthews. The space opened up for him on the inside and was ahead before the next corner. Now look over the shoulder. Can Ed Matthews afford to try and go for a switchback? He can't because that space gets closed by Reg Hayward, who opens up the hairpin very brilliantly indeed. Ed Matthews going to give it another go then, but gets squeezed once more to the outside of the circuit, and that just doesn't give him the advantage that he needs. So into the chicane. Reg Hayward goes defensive, brings it back over to open up that line. Harrison Crook back involved. He's side by side with his championship rival. Nicely done indeed. The 23 of James Lingard goes through as well. So the 2 people he needs to stay in front of to make this championship win nice and easy are the 2 people that's now just got through him as Ed Matthews runs wide on the exit of the final corner. So now the superheat. You've got Hayward from Crook and Lingard that fight 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Look at the gap that Ellsworth has got. He's completely ran away with things. A point forward though from Harrison Crook. Not got the message as Reg Hayward as he goes defensive. That's going to open the door for James Lingard to go for 2 in 1. Oh my goodness me, what a move that was from the 23. The switchback is there from Harrison Crook, but capitalisation at its finest. It's all come undone almost immediately though. James Lingard so late on the brakes. Probably surprised himself a little bit with that one. Not entirely sure if it was 100% intentional or just a case of not trying to hit the karts in front, but 3 karts then find their way back through. So just as quickly as he could celebrate the move, he's had to give all the places back again. 16 seconds left on the clock, plus of course the lap. So heading on to what will be the penultimate tour of PF International for the Superheat. The space opens up there for the battle for 2nd. So that's going to be Reg Hayward through. Edward Matthews back into the conversation. Don't count him out until that checker flag waves. Next time by will be the final lap. So we've still got a good lap and a half still to run. Through the chicane. And look there, that was the 132, Jimmy Galloway, making up the back end of what is now a, 7 kart train. And going slowly there, who's that? That's the 24, that's Rob Simpson, who was running inside the top 10, now going slowly. Not sure what the problem is for him, but one that's terminal in this race. The final lap. And Will Ellsworth, with 4.3 seconds clear of the rest of the pack, is looking pretty safe, I'd imagine, to take victory in the Superheat. But who's going to join him on that podium? Will it be Harrison Crook, Reg Hayward? Will Edward Matthews or James Lingard getting themselves back involved? I mean, the spaces have opened up a little bit, so I wouldn't imagine there's going to be too many sends going on. James Lingard runs a bit wide, and that's going to allow the 132, so the lime and the blue and the white of Jimmy Galloway to get involved, but Samuel Cornwell is there to sort of spoil that party and sort of put his car in the path, sort of prevent that from happening. Final couple of corners though. Harrison Crooks, that's the fast lap of the race, a 57.71, but it's not going to be enough for race victory. The checker flag will wave. We'll see Will Ellswood, of course, across the line. He will take victory here at PF International. What a weekend it's been thus far for him. Harrison Crook, Reg Hayward join him on the podium with Edward Matthews just outside. We'll run through the full results in just a moment. But that does allow Harrison Crook technically to close the gap in the championship. Took a victory earlier on, took P2 today. So he's on a string of some pretty good results. Is Harrison Crook. Not going to be enough, I don't think, to catch Ed Matthews for the championship, but we'll see as we go into the final race this season later on. Will Ellswood, Harrison Crook and Reg Hayward the podium for the final Rotax 177 Superheat of 2025. Edward Matthews, James Lingard, the top 5 from Cornwall Goodyear in P7. Then comes Galloway, Chafer and Thompson out just inside the top 10. Behind that, of course, it's a very long, extensive list of results. We've got plenty of carts out there on the field. Scott Smith from David Mitchell, then comes Arthur Thacker and Scott Clee with Cole Edwards and Jack Taylor, the top 16. Bradley Heath from Mark Gilly and Jonathan Relton. Then comes Josh Howard rounding out the top 20 drivers. Matt Lear, Ashton Parsons, Will Milner. Then comes Dan Wright. Joshua Gollin, just not been his weekend at all from Rob Simpson and Ian Brownfield. Yeah, a shame for Josh Gollin. It's not at all what you want to see, and a lot of it has been a bit of misfortune. Not a lot of it can really be pinned on him, but yeah, a weekend maybe to forget. Still got all of tomorrow, of course, with the national trophy for those drivers that are going to be joining us for that event. Next up, though, we'll be heading to the first of 2 Junior Max Superheats. Will be first Superheat B. Time then for the first of 2 Junior Rotax Superheats, and for the first one it'll be Matteo Palazzo after a victory and a second place in the heats that will start from pole position. Kean Bernard and Eva Morris in second and third. Noah Barham rounds out the second row of the field. Jack Robinson from Jared Fox Whiteley, who showed some good pace, will start 6th from Finley Smith and Ed Spain in P8. Rounding out the top 10, Alfie McBain and Alex Lynn, the top 10, with Sam Collar and Will Archer in P11 and P12. Charlie Wolfett and Max Colbert will share row number 7 from Lomond Wilcox and Sebastian Clark on row number 8, with a couple of drivers behind that, of course, rounding out the top 20. Jensen Chalk, Joseph Mills, Jack Beasley and Hugh Priesner being those 4 drivers, with Daniel Kilpatrick and Jacob Jack in the 11th row. Thomas Harper from Daniel Clancy in P23 and 24. Hani Sadiq and Riley Bishop, the 26th and final driver to take to the Superheat this afternoon. No repechage for the Junior Rotaxes, so they've got all of the hard work to do in this one. Their final opportunity to earn their space on that grand final a bit later on in the day. The penultimate race of the day, in fact, will be the Junior Max final. So we only get 35 karts that make it. We've got plenty more than that entered for this weekend, so we are going to be saying a premature goodbye to a number of them, and that means they've got to make the most of their final opportunity to score those heat points, basically just finish as far forward as you possibly can. Into this race, we've got Jacob Ashcroft that leads the championship by a healthy margin. All he needs to do, I think, really is just keep it on the tarmac when it comes to his heat in a moment in time, actually, after this one, when we see him out on circuit with the likes of Kai Clark and things. So, yeah, it gets to the point where even if he does get disqualified in the final, it won't be enough for Matteo Palazzo to go and catch him. Of course, we'll give them all the big celebrations later on with the finals when things are all confirmed. But by my mathematics, as long as Jacob Ashcroft in the next Superheat crosses the line and finishes it, it'll be his championship to have. So a couple more moments until we get karts back out onto the circuit. Once again, the usual 8 minutes plus the lap. We've had some very exciting Junior Rotax action thus far throughout the entire day, starting all the way back at 10:30 this morning. Just waiting the final confirmation. There you can see some karts rolling their way down pit lane and out onto the circuit. So looking forward to this one. Again, Junior Max always gives us some intrigue, and well, let us know again in the YouTube chat if you are now just tuning in. Obviously, welcome if you've been with us since at the very start of the day. Thank you for sticking with us. A lot of your patience has been welcome, but I hope you have been witnessing some good racing. I know I definitely have in the commentary box. Let us know what's been your favourite so far, and what do you think of the up-and-coming Junior Max field that we've got here. Anyone you particularly got your eye on to watch out for as they make their way around. Matteo Palazzo and Kian Bernard at the front row, the number 9 and the 182. So you can see the Sam Pollitt car alongside the Chaos Sport. So the one that says Kart Republic on the front, that's the Sam Pollitt Racing Kian Bernard, and then the sort of the purple and the white striped on the front end is Matteo Palazzo, who has been incredibly impressive this season. He's taken a number of victories, hasn't yet won a final in 2025, but plenty of heat victories to go with it. A lot of it, you know, is bad luck and things, but a lot of it, Jacob Ashcroft has just been so strong. But what can Matteo Palazzo prove then in his final superheat of 2025? One of the karts is peeling off and into the pit lane, so they're going to finish their race before they even get it back underway. However, the front row will see the lights and will go racing. However, already underneath another car, there's a crash before they've even crossed the timing line. Oh my goodness me, that's definitely going to be a false start there. Not entirely sure as to what happened with that one. But yeah, just buried the nose underneath the front end of one of the karts there, and that sent them round. So that's going to bring a momentary pause to the racing. We'll restart that. We'll try that one again. But I wonder if the drop downs again are going to be applied, because yeah, if they've dug their nose in, that's a slam dunk 5-second penalty going their way, even if it was before the actual race start. So Matteo Palazzo and Kian Bernard will once again bring the pack round the final couple of corners, and we'll give this another go, shall we? With, yeah, you can see Palazzo, you can't miss him, he's got his name on the back end of his overalls. And now through the final corner, let's see if we can get this underway nice and cleanly. The lights on the gantry will go out, Matteo Palazzo will lead them from pole position, and we get this superheat underway as they jostle towards the opening corner. But a good launch there from Evan Morris on the inside of turn number 1. Kian Bernard doesn't really have much of a counter-offensive for that one, so Chaos Sport will make up 1 and 2 in this race. They've been so strong in Junior Max all day, as the 42 as well of Jared Fox-Whiteley picks his way past a couple of karts. You can see him in the light green liveried machine, now fighting for third place, but he's stuck on the outside. He's got 3 karts on his inside. He's got to brake nice and late, as late as he dares, but he gets muscled past by all 3 of them up over the bumps on the grass, and has to settle in behind at 4 now. A bit of a hip check at the apex of the second hairpin, as well as the rest of the pack try and funnel their way through. It's getting very aggressive because you're tunnel visioned almost on one kart, trying to keep them behind. You almost forget that you've got the influence of everyone else behind you. A couple of karts cutting over the chicane as well. And that's just caused that, yeah, a couple of slow exits for these drivers, and definitely a lot of lost places to go with it. First lap is in the books though, and Matteo Palazzo leads Eva Morris, the number 9 from the 132. And then comes Kian Bernard, Jack Robinson and Noah Barham, the top 5, as they complete the opening lap of this race. There we can see the 288, that of... I did see the name on the overalls, didn't quite catch it though. We'll confirm in a moment, but that's definitely going to be their race. Done and dusted. Could be the 258 of Daniel Clancy potentially. Again, we'll see who doesn't break the beam this next time through, but that's going to be them out of the day. Hopefully no terminal problems to the car, and they can still participate later on if they have qualified for that Senior Max final. Of course, all of the heat points they get accumulated as Jared Fox-Whiteley looks to the inside of Finley Smith. That was a very late move, but a very brave one at that, and he's got it sealed. Now, his attention has to focus forward. You can't sort of celebrate for too long because you've got a job to do, and that's to go and catch the karts in front. Matteo Palazzo leading Eva Morris. What a weekend she's having at the moment. That's absolutely incredible, in all honesty. She's not taking part in every round, but most of the rounds she's been in, she's been fighting inside the top 10, a couple of podiums this season already for Eva Morris, and well, at the moment is knocking on the door of another one, maybe even a race victory. There's a move to the inside from Cian Bernard. I think Jared Fox-Whiteley is going to go with him. Noah Barham as well, the number 7, getting caught out ever so slightly. Actually, no, he was the cut that went with the 182. I do apologise. So he followed him through quite nicely. That was on, could well have been the 239 of Jack Robinson that they both found their way past. Jared Fox-Whiteley then is the one just in behind that. So staying firmly within contention. Got some Drew Prisoner fans in the YouTube chat cheering him on. Running inside the top 10 at the moment. However, that's just been demoted all the way down now to P16. So he's got a lot of work to do to claw back into that position he was just in. Up and under is there comes Cian Bernard on the inside of Eva Morris. Very nice recovery after what was not the best of starts in the world. Behind that, that's going to be Alex Lynn and Charlie Wolfert fighting towards the back end of the top 10, side by side, as Eva Morris tries to launch the move on the inside of Matteo Palazzo as well. The gap opened up. There was a bit of side-to-side contact between the two teammates. Cian Bernard goes through to the lead. Eva Morris gets herself back in a second. Matteo Palazzo drops to 3rd place. Now, out of the chicane. Through the flick to the right. On the brakes for quite some time, trying to manage the slip angle of the kart there, get back on the power as soon as you can, but not slide too much. Four minutes plus the lap still to go, so just under halfway done for the first Junior Max Super Heat. And Jared Fox-Whiteley is doing some battle with Noah Barham there, so that's the fight for 4th place, and Jared Fox-Whiteley has found his way through. The number 7, that's the Down Honda Racing of Noah Barham. So we've got 5 karts even, nose to tail into the chicane. All trying to chase after the rear bumper of Cian Bernard, the 182 Sam Pollitt Racing Senior Rotax with Eva Morris in 2nd. Matteo Palazzo for KL Sport again, 2 and 3 for that team. Again, Junior Max and Senior Max, they're so strong. Three minutes plus the lap still to go, and Cian Bernard has to go defensive, so I think a couple of looks there from the likes of Matteo Palazzo, Fox-Whiteley, maybe Noah Barham trying to show his nose a bit. But Bernard now, you can definitely feel the pressure. Matteo Palazzo has to go defensive because Jared Fox-Whiteley's found a way through. He's going to break nice and late, try and go the long way around of Eva Morris. No way has he made that one stick. Incredible from Jared Fox-Whiteley. That took some bravery there. While they were all concerned about managing their exit speed, Fox-Whiteley just broke as late as he dared. Now contending for the race lead. Eva Morris has got Matteo Palazzo just on their rear view mirror. Or just, well, the proverbial rear view mirror. They don't have them actually in cars, but just over her shoulder. And now Jared Fox-Whiteley finds the gap, he threads the needle, forces his way through and takes the lead of the race to complete lap number 5 onto lap number 6. What an incredible battle this so far is being. And Jared Fox-Whiteley from 6th place now leads from Bernard, from Morris, from Palazzo. Then Robinson, the top 5. They're all as close as each other, and Matteo Palazzo looks to go for the move on the inside of Eva Morris. Tags her just a little bit. She gets a slight snap of oversteer. That invites the 239 to go through. Jack Robinson, and now a change for the lead as well, as Cian Bernard finds a way through on Fox-Whiteley in a very intentful point forward there. He's like, it's fine. Just go, get away from this chasing pack. I don't want to be involved in them. Let's have a 1v1 on the final lap. Let's not get tripping up over the rest of the field. So Eva Morris drops down to 4th. Noah Barham up to 5th. Matteo Palazzo has dropped to the rear end of this train. Look out for the number 9. Yeah, he's, I think, maybe about 7th. On to the 3rd to final lap of this race. So, the 182, you can see the Sam Pollitt Racing colours, the orange, the white, the blue, leading from Jared Fox-Whiteley, the Jax Motorsport livery car, with 50 seconds left on the clock. Next time by will be the penultimate lap of the race, and a further lap beyond that to decide who wins in Superheat B. Managing that rear locking there. Of course, they've only got rear discs on the senior Rotax, so managing, trying not to lock those rear tyres too much, but crucially just enough to get the slip angle that you need, using the brakes for that rotation. So crucial in karting. 20 seconds on the clock. Chasing pack in behind. Eva Morris has got Noah Barham just over her shoulder. The number 6 of Charlie Wolfert is there as well. Finley Smith and Matteo Palazzo dropped to 8th place. It's even lower than 7th, as you would imagine. And that's not been the race that he'd have wanted from pole position by any stretch of the imagination. We just about make it 2 laps to go. And now Jared Fox-Whiteley is trying to mount a bit of a challenge. His plan of working forwards to get away from the chasing pack is, well, in ruin. So now he's just trying to settle for his losses and go for the lead and get as many karts between himself and that pack as possible. Through into the race lead. Kian Bernard drops to 2nd. Jack Robinson has to go to the inside, but ascend from 2nd place for the 182 of Kian Bernard. Jared Fox-Whiteley then has to see it coming. I think there was a slight bit of contact between the two of them. And that front nose cone looks a little bit wobbly for Jared Fox-Whiteley. The last thing he needs in a pack as close as this is a drop-down penalty. Through the chicane. 1 lap left to go after this one. Noah Barham getting pointed forward by the number 6 of Charlie Wolfert. Matteo Palazzo trying to overtake the likes of Ian Morris and the 16 of Will Archer. So it's just been a case of wrong place, wrong time for a lot of these drivers. On to the final lap of the race. And we've seen a lot of pointing from a lot of the drivers chasing after them. Kian Bernard has just got 1 more lap to lead. It's been a very intense battle from start to finish, trying to jostle where the space is. Where do you put your kart? Which line do you go through? Semi-defensive from Kian Bernard. Doesn't want to take any chances in allowing Fox-Whiteley through, because he knows he's one of those drivers that will take and seize any opportunity he can. Just in behind that, it's the likes of Matteo Palazzo, Charlie Wolfert, Noah Barham for the final couple of places on the podium. Here comes Jack Robinson to take 2nd place into the chicane. The 239 goes through. Can he keep that momentum up and go for the race lead as well? Kian Bernard just has a couple more corners to defend. Jack Fox-Whiteley tries to find a way through. There's a slight bit of contact with the 239. That sent Fox-Whiteley in deep. That's lost him the place to Noah Barham as well. Now out of the final corner, the checker flag will wave, and in favour of Kian Bernard. Jack Robinson will take 2nd place, but it's Bernard that takes victory for the Super Heat B of Junior Rotax. Charlie Wolfert in the end was the one that would take the podium place from Jared Fox-Whiteley and Matteo Palazzo in 5th. We'll, like I say, run you through the full results in just a moment. But we tick past the half distance mark of our Super Heats. Just 3 more to go before we then go into our finals. There we can see some last lap spoils for a couple of karts, one of them the 39 and the 90, that being Joseph Mills and Lomond Wilcox, the Origin Motorsport and Hunter Motorsport karts respectively. But let's run you through the results. Kian Bernard from Jack Robinson and Charlie Wolfert, the top 3. Jared Fox-Whiteley, then Matteo Palazzo, the top 5, with Noah Barham and Will Archer, the 6th and 7th place drivers. Eva Morris from Jensen Chalk and Ed Spain, the top 10. With plenty more drivers, of course, behind that. We've got Alfie McBain, Finley Smith, Daniel Kilpatrick, Sebastian Clark and Hani Sadiq, the top 15. With Drew Priesner, Thomas Harper, Max Colbert, Jacob Jack and Alex Lynn, the 20th driver to be classified. Daniel Clancy from Jack Beasley, Joseph Mills and Lomond Wilcox, the 23rd and 24th classified drivers for the first of 2 Junior Rotax Super Heats. Looking forward to the second one, where, of course, Jacob Ashcroft will be out on circuit to effectively crown himself as champion. He cannot be caught after the pre-final as long as he finishes this race. There'll be nothing that Matteo Palazzo can do, despite, well, to be fair, I think even now, technically Ashcroft, as long as he starts the race, will be the champion, but we'll call it at the line. And then again at the final, see how he does. But it's looking very, very strong for Ashcroft. There's no mathematical way he can lose it now. What a season it's been. It was the clean sweep at Wilton Mill. He took 2 further victories at Lark Hall. Got a bit unlucky with the tyre choice in the final with you know, the sudden downpour that we had and the changeable conditions. did 3 of 4 races at Dunkswell, lost out in the final to Finley Buck, who just had a sensational weekend fighting away with the likes of Palazzo, Ashcroft, Albie Lapper that was up there as well. Those that can think back to the, when would it have been, Dunkswell? Probably middle of June, I'd imagine. Then we had Rauer, of course, where he took victory in the final. Didn't quite get it last time out at Warden Law, but he's taken plenty of victories to go with it. So he's actually only won 1 final this year so far. The rest of them have either been 2nd or 8th, which is a bit anticlimactic for Ashcroft, but the rest of the season has been incredible. And so too is the rest of the junior Rotax field. You see them, through the British, through the European karting scene. They all compete to a very high level. And you just look at these names, and you sort of you want to remember them. Those that are watching along, those that are maybe tuning into karting, those that like to scout out some young talent. You can look at pretty much anyone in any of these fields, and you've probably got a good bet as to someone to back for the future, particularly those fighting towards the front end of each of their championships. So much talent on the UKC grid. I mean, we've got so many of them that have gone on to do some great things. I know Rachel Robertson, who took part in the, was it the juniors or the seniors? Either one, who was racing with us at Lark Hall and throughout a couple of rounds this season. Obviously was racing, took P3 in the Radical Cup UK in 2025, and is now over in Saudi Arabia racing in Formula 4 machinery to contest in the F4 Saudi Championship. We've had the likes of Super GT, Steve Brown, come through the ranks in the in the past years. He's obviously racing in the Nürburgring Landstrecke Series this weekend in the BMW GT4. We'll get started, though, with the next Junior Rotax Superheat. Of course, it'll be Kai Clark alongside Jacob Ashcroft on the front row of the field. Lewis Ratcliffe from Sebastian Leutsch in 3rd and 4th. Behind that, Charlie King and Easton Seng in 6th. Albie Lapper and Eli Baden will round out the 4th row of the field from William Webb and Connor Large in P10. Albert Friend and Luca Holmes-Balak will be in P11 and P12, respectively, from Riley Morgan and Ryan Gandor in P14. Finley Buck will start this race from 15th from Teddy Cooper alongside on row number 8. Then comes Rory Armstrong, who unfortunately his chain came off in the first heat. That's why he finished P32. From Lewis Sumner in P18. Hasnain Khan from Bella McConneville will start this race from P20. Then comes Jake Gruffity, Bless Smith in P22, and a couple more behind that as well. They're out on to circuit. We're getting this race underway very shortly. 8 minutes, of course, plus the lap. And for, well, it will be the second and final Junior Rotax Superheat, but yeah, got a message from Rory a bit earlier on about his chain unfortunately coming off in the first heat, and that's just dampened his weekend a little bit, put him on the back foot, despite the pace maybe being there. But before we get this final Junior Rotax Superheat underway, let us know what you're thinking at home. Who are you cheering out for in this Junior Rotax field? What has been your race of the day so far? What are you most looking forward to, and who do you think is going to come out on top in the finals a bit later on? Can see a number of you posting in. I can also see Motorsport Magpie done some rough maths to post in chat to keep people in the loop over the finals. That's great. You'll probably be keeping me in the loop, I'd imagine, as well. I've got the championship in front of me. I've tried my best to comprehend it as best as I possibly can. I think as long as Ashcroft is able to come through and finish this race effectively, it should be enough to secure the Junior Rotax UKC title. But of course, we'll see in 9 or so minutes time, provided everything can go nice and smoothly. Kai Clark and Jacob Ashcroft will, of course, share that front row. The number 4 KR Sport Machine getting tapped towards the front from the 82 of Lewis Radcliffe. Out of the final corner, put to the floor, and we'll go racing for Super Heat B. But already it's been declared, I think, as a false start, and they'll immediately back their way up. I think Kai Clark maybe went a bit too late or a bit too early for the show's likings, and everyone a bit out of formation. So we get to do that again. So another formation lap to go again, basically. And yeah, of course, when it comes to DQs and things. So basically, I'll do my best to wrap this up in half a lap that we've got. But in the UKC, you drop your 2 worst heats, your worst pre-final, and your worst final. to my knowledge. So that's 4 scores that you can drop, obviously in different scenarios. Obviously a DQ, obviously if you don't show up for a round, that's different. That can get dropped. But if you get disqualified from, so if you enter a race and get disqualified from it, that can't be dropped. You carry that score as a 0. So that's why I've sort of been saying it's a bit more complicated than just calculating drop scores and going, okay, you can only catch X amount. Bit more complicated than that, but I think even with a DQ, even with a 0 score for the pre-final and the final, as long as Ashcroft finishes this race, it should be done to add another title to an already impressive list of championships that Ashcroft has won in 2025 and also 24 in his entire karting career, in all honesty. But we'll get this race underway once again very shortly, with Ashcroft alongside Kai Clark on that front row. Kai Clark, of course, for KR Sport, took a victory in a 2nd place over the course of the heats. Ashcroft took a 3rd and a 1st. So it's very close in terms of those points. Out of the final corner, the lights on the gantry will go out and we'll go racing for 8 minutes, of course, plus the lap. And a good launch from the front row and trying to follow through on the inside. Sebastian Leutsch, of course, getting cheered on by the YouTube chat. Starts very well in this race. Up now already into 3rd place. Couple of cuts, 2, 3 wide up the hill towards the bridge, and one of them quite a slow start towards the back end of the field as well, and has got a lot of catching up to do. Kai Clark leads Ashcroft down the hill towards the first of 2 hairpins. Inside line assumed as the outside driver there tries to go the long way around. That's the 82 of Lewis Radcliffe trying to get his way around the outside of Jacob Ashcroft. I don't think it's quite paid off, but it's a good effort nonetheless, and trying to apply as much pressure as physically possible. As a couple of carts quite slow off that hairpin, they all bunch nicely up together, opening the door for some good overtakes. Space opens up nicely for the inside of the 155. That's Eli Baden, who again just puts his cart to the inside, and the cart on the outside just washed wide ever so slightly, and that allowed him to find a way through. I think that could have been on the 74 of Charlie King. Nonetheless, lap 1 in the books. Clark from Ashcroft, Radcliffe, then comes Leutsch from Baden, the top 5. Easton saying just outside of that, with Albie Lapper, the 2-plated cart, on a recovery from starting all the way back in, I think it's P35 in across his heats, to be inside the top 10 in the pre-final is very good indeed. That's the number 8 of Rain Gandel, though, is spun round, and that is one of the worst places to have done it as well. Whether he was tagged round, or I doubt you can spin off your own volition through there, but that's got him round. That's towards the back end of the field. That's going to be a tough ask to claw back. He'll be starting towards the back end of the field in the final as well. And that just goes to show that the implications of one race to the next, you've got to have such a consistent momentum through a weekend. Darting to the inside, and you can see a bit of that tyre smoke being kicked up. Eli Baden trying to replicate his move he did this time a lap ago. Albie Lapper goes with him as well. That's both through on Louis Radcliffe. Through the final corner, and Albie Lapper has closed the gap quite nicely. He's quite committed through that final corner relative to Eli Baden in front of them. Both of them have moved up into the top 5. Kai Clark still leads Ashcroft, who again is in championship mode. He knows he can basically not lose it, but he just wants to make sure it's signed, sealed and delivered. When he was last month, when he was out in Sarno for the final round of the Euro Trophy, he had a bent chassis after contact with one of the drivers. Quite a hefty impact. Was driving with one sort of a left hand down, as if you will, as a move to the inside from Louis Radcliffe. Picks in place picks himself up a couple of places. But Jacob Ashcroft has been fighting tooth and nail to win these championships. He knows how good he is. Five minutes plus the lap to go. A 5-second penalty has come through already for Albert Friend. Jacob Ashcroft has found his way into the lead as well off the exit of the final couple of corners, as Albie Lapper is there with Eli Baden. So you can see the number 1, usually the 246 of Jacob Ashcroft, in front now of Kai Clark. Are they going to do some battle down into the hairpin? Of course, you want to win the championship by winning the race to go with it as well. Defensive goes Albie Lapper, trying to keep Eli Baden at bay. But the long way around there, that's Luca Hombalik. Nicely underneath at least one of the carts. The 82 of Louis Radcliffe, that would have been. Trying to get another one as well. Tries to set up a double switchback, but darting across and nearly chopping the nose off Louis Radcliffe there was Eli Baden. Out of the chicane, and we've got a queue of about 8 carts behind Albi Lapper, trying to contest for the space inside inside the top four. The podium have gotten away a little bit. Ashcroft, Clark and Leusch very close. And then a bit of a gap back to fourth and beyond. Four minutes plus the lap. We're ticking through these races thick and fast, and well, these drivers are making some pretty bold and brave moves all day long. There was a look there from, that was Louis Radcliffe trying to find a way past on the likes of Albi Lapper. Now it's caused absolute pandemonium in towards the first hairpin. Albi Lapper, the number 2, getting caught up, but just trying to hold on to his position. They'll also the 74 of Charlie King trying to pick his way through some of the drama and again just deciding where to put the car. What line do you take? Which one is going to be more favourable? Do you give space to the guy on your inside? Have you got the awareness to deal with everything that's going on around you? Do you set up a switchback and risk being sent from behind? Do you try and brake as late as you can and go around the outside, risk being pushed off the circuit? It's a very tough affair to juggle and manage. Jacob Ashcroft from Kai Clark still able to control that lead as we follow them up over the bridge. Bit spaced out are the top 3. Well, the top 2 are quite close. Lausch just languishing back a little bit. It sends to the inside there. We caught a huge move and great sensation of speed from that camera angle into the opening hairpin with Eli Batten and Luca Holmes-Balak doing battle. Out of the chicane through this fast right into this long right. Again, you come completely back on yourself and then some by the time you've opened up the next left. Just a couple of laps left to go, and this hasn't really been as intense as some of the other races, but the tension is there for the likes of Ashcroft, who knows this is probably going to be the race that he wins the championship. Luke Holmes-Balak with Baden just in behind. There goes Baden defensive, trying to keep Lapper from going for a move, just deterring him more than anything, but also you can see the knock-on effect that has. We've got side-by-side for the lead, though, because Kai Clark has gone for it. Ashcroft still has the inside through the chicane. Goes in a bit too deep, though, so that's going to, once again, open the door for Kai Clark to have a good run. Defensive goes Ashcroft, squirming the car underneath him as Clark thinks about the look to the inside of that long right. Ashcroft has got the maturity to think better, though. And with, 3 laps left to go in the final Junior Rotax Superheat of 2025 before the finals. Ashcroft from Kai Clark. What can Lausch do? I mean, he's in a good position here. If, you know, Clark and Ashcroft go side by side for a bit too long or they take a bit too much aggression, he can be the one to truly capitalise. You'll see every time they go defensive, that gap comes down and down just that little bit more. And he's in a good position to react here. So if these two send each other a bit too deep, he can get involved just like that when he gets underneath Kai Clark. Not quite close enough as they'll draw almost 3 wide, just slightly staggered in their racing lines. Ashcroft having to keep Clark at bay, looking over his shoulder, deciding where's the best space to fill. Even taking a slightly larger lift with that right-hander just to cover off further to the right and deter that move. 2 laps left to go in Junior Rotax. All of them vying for that space, and Ashcroft, of course, wants to win the championship with winning the race. A lap and a half still to go, though, to decide that. Does the space open up? I don't think so for Kai Clark on the inside. So once again, they spread across the circuit, all 3 of them. Sebastian Lausch for Sam Pollitt Racing over the rear end of Kai Clark, who himself is over the rear end of Jacob Ashcroft, their nose to tail. A lap and 3 corners to go. A big snap of oversteer there as Kai Clark got on the brakes. Keeping that momentum up, though. And on to the final tour of PF International for the Superheats in Junior Rotax. Jacob Ashcroft has got one lap between him and championship glory. And he'll wrap it up a couple of races early as well. Outside line for Sebastian Loesch as he tries to get underneath Kai Clark. Now through over the bridge and down the hill towards the hairpin. Kai Clark looks over his shoulder, goes with Ashcroft defensive to the inside because he doesn't want Loesch to try something around the outside of him, but that's not really ever going to work. He was later on the brakes. But that's the problem with Kai Clark. He's sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's looking forward to attack backwards to defend. Ashcroft goes defensive once more into the chicane as Loesch tries to go the long way around. Decides better on that one. Not taking any chances. Is Jacob Ashcroft not even trying to open the door for a switchback? He's immediately over to cover the inside. And it'll be victory in the Superheat as long as he can keep it nice and tidy on that run to the line. Not only is he a European champion, he's a British champion, he's a Belgian champion, and now he's the ultimate karting champion of 2025. Jacob Ashcroft with victory in Superheat A. He cannot be caught and will take the championship crown in 2025. Kai Clark and Sebastian Loesch will join him on the podium for his crowning race. And ahead of the final a bit later on in Junior Rotax, Jacob Ashcroft sets himself up brilliantly. But a tense battle between Ashcroft, Clark and Loesch all the way through that race. We'll run you through the results in a few moments' time. And what talent that we've got on this field. Jacob Ashcroft, Kai Clark, Sebastian Loesch, the top three. Luca Holmes-Balak and Eson Singh, the top five. Then comes Finley Buck, Albie Lapper, Eli Baden and Louis Ratcliffe with Charlie King rounding out the top 10 in Junior Rotax. Lucas Howell from Albert Friend, Rory Armstrong, brilliant job to work his way up a few places into P13. Conor Lage from Ray and Gandol, the top 15. Hasnan Khan from Lewis Sumner, then comes Teddy Cooper and Cody Leputrell with Blair Smith, the top 20. Jake Rafferty, Ralphie Branscombe, Bella McConneville, William Webb, Riley Morgan and Thomas Jackson, the 26th and final driver to take to the grid and to be classified at the end of Junior Rotax. We've got just two more Superheats left today before we move on to our finals. And I've just seen a comment about how good seniors is going to be when the talent of the juniors move up into those slightly faster karts. I mean, seniors already is quite intense as it is. We're about to see them now. But yeah, the future is very, very bright when it comes to the future of karting, the future of car racing. Your Ashcrofts, your Clarks, they're so strong, they're so good, and at such a young age as well. They're only going to get better with time, and hopefully, their careers allow them, circumstances allow them to progress as far as their potential will take them, because they've proved it. Not only on the British stage, not only on the European stage, but also on the world stage, that they can compete with, some of the globe's best in karting, and that potential shouldn't be wasted at all. But yeah, it should be Ashcroft himself I think he's only 13, so it should be a couple more years before he's up into seniors. But it shouldn't be too much longer until we get the next race underway for the first of two Senior Rotax Superheats. Just shuffling around some paperwork, getting things in terms of the standings up for seniors. So like I say, Gabe Fairbrother now has officially lost the championship lead to Cian Geraghty, who has taken it. Now, he's got, 32 points clear of Tristan René. Now, it's not going to be decided in the Superheat, but it will be decided in the final. Cian Geraghty just has to keep his car effectively just in front or just behind Tristan René for the rest of the weekend, and it will be his championship to lose. And we've got a few minutes until the karts are rolling their way out on to circuit. So we'll run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time. It's Macaulay Bishop that will take pole position from Joshua Turnbull on the front row. Ewan Sharman and Jack Lilly in third and fourth place. Jamie Perrelli from John Brown, 5th and 6th, with Harrison Crowther and Louis Merica in 8th place. Rounding out the top 10, Jack Thompson and Morgan Hudson-Brown, with Alex Moody and Adam Wooden in P11 and P12. Miles Roby, Deacon Russell 13th and 14th, with Nathan Smith and Charles Green keeping each other company on row number 8. Alexander Cole and Caitlin Seabrook on row 9, with Sam Kelbrick and Harry Hertz-Grover the top 10 rows. James Philip King, Freddie Ingram, who's had some issues this weekend, starts 22nd from Jack Baker, and Max Taylor in 24th. Ethan Head and Braden Hill 25th and 26th place for the penultimate superheat of the weekend. 7 races still to complete here at PF International as the sun begins to dip. Probably won't be too much longer until we're in darkness as we approach about 4:30 in the afternoon here at PF International. So we've still got 2 more superheats, 5 finals as well across our 5 classes. Hope everyone is enjoying the coverage. Of course, whether you're watching on Alpha Live or on the UKC YouTube channel, make sure to like, subscribe, and stick around as well. I know at the beginning of the season, Alpha Live ticked over 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, and that's only continued to grow as they, pretty much dominate the broadcasting for the UK karting scene. They also do a lot of car racing across Europe and cover quite a lot. So if you're interested in a lot of racing, club racing and beyond, definitely. Stick around with Alpha Live, and of course with the UKC. This is the final round of the 2025 campaign, but I'm sure we'll be back and stronger for 2026 as well. Very much looking forward to following it over next year. After this year, my first sort of full season of karting commentary. Did the British 24 in 24 hours. British 24-hour race in 2024. That's a lot of 24s to deal with. But then this year, being able to do the UKC has been a huge privilege, and I've enjoyed every single second of it. And we've just got a couple of minutes before we get the next race out onto circuit, just with the senior Rotax Super Heat. We've ran through the grid, and our championship leader of King Geraghty is not out in this one. He'll be out in the second and final Super Heat of the day. So we've gone through a lot of races. Actually, it's just dawned on me how much we've gone through over the last 6 hours. We've had 2 cycle throughs of both classes, plus extra 2 races for junior and seniors. That was this morning. We've now gone through another cycle of classes, plus now going into the seniors for the superheats, and we get to go through another cycle of classes later on in just what will be about probably half an hour's time, I'd imagine, when we get into the finals. Just waiting on confirmation as to when the carts can get themselves out onto circuit. I can see one of the marshals very eagerly stood with a green flag awaiting the arrival of some of the carts, so I'm sure they'll be dispatched very shortly. And it's been a long day, but it's been very much worth it. I mean, usually we only cover the superheats and the finals on Alpha Live on the Sunday of UKC. And of course, with the doubleheader that we've got with UKC and the Rotax National Trophy tomorrow, it's a very busy weekend, very tightly packed schedules, and means that we get to cover all of the racing action on a Saturday, the entire round's worth of action, in fact, of a UKC. Which is always good to have. The green flag waves and the carts get released out onto the circuit. We've got 8 more minutes of superheat action, the penultimate superheat, of course, of the day. A quick reminder, it's Macaulay Bishop on pole position, and a small issue there for the 27. That of Joshua Turnbull. So not entirely sure as to what's happened there. He's holding the engine cover. They often do that, but maybe it's cold. Hopefully he's able to get back going again. Won, of course, the first heat earlier on in the day. He's proved to be quite strong over today as well. So no doubt in my mind that he'll be able to work his way forwards no matter what. But definitely feeling a slightly warmer climate here at PFI, maybe because the sun's coming down. I'm in a glass box, and it's definitely pointing down on me a bit more, but it definitely felt like it's got warmer throughout the day. And we are going to be covering not only the rest of today's action, but also tomorrow with the Rotax National Trophy. So it'll be myself and Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box for all of tomorrow as we get to give out some more grand final tickets for Rotax. But let's focus forwards on the Senior Rotax Superheat B. Macaulay Bishop, Ewan Sharman on the front row, Jamie Perrelli, Harrison Crowther just in behind that as well. And plenty more kart racing to come over the course of today. Macaulay Bishop, whose win streak was ended today, is looking to get that back with victory in Superheat B. We'll go racing for the penultimate time for Senior Rotax Superheats, and, well, a nice start from the front row between Macaulay Bishop and now Jack Lilly has, I think, picked his way through a couple of places, maybe up even into second as they broke the beam for the first time. Macaulay Bishop, though, comfortable in his stride to lead this race. There's a couple of bits of grass being kicked up there. Some of the carts running quite wide into the hairpin for the opening time. Macaulay Bishop holding station. The 321 of Jack Lilly is, in fact, the driver that's up there. He started this race from fourth, up now in a second. Ewan Sharman, John Brown, the top four behind that. Out of the second hairpin, we've got 3 or 4 carts jostling at the apex as they all try and fill the space as best as possible. Out of the chicane now towards this quite tricky right-hand complex through the right, then into another right where you've balancing the cart as best you can, trying to keep the slip angle measurable. You'll see they've pretty much got the wheel almost straight through most of the corners, just using it as more of a directionary tool than anything. As soon as the cart's pivoted in, it's back to them being straight because you want to get that power delivery as best as you can. Macaulay Bishop, though, leads the opening lap as Ewan Sharman finds a way through on Jack Lilly. You could see there a huge send to the inside from the Hunter Motorsport 421. Into the first hairpin once again. Jack Lilly under investigation. I did think his race start was quite good, but the stewards are now looking into it. We've just had confirmation on the timing screen, which, by the way, if you do want to follow along, you can head to Alpha Live Timing. You can find the UKC. You can follow along everything that we see in the commentary booth if you fancy. Might be a bit easy to follow as well. 6 minutes plus still the lap. Again, predicting around about 9 laps. We've completed 1. We're about to complete 2. With Macaulay Bishop, that number 6, now leading Ewan Sharman. Who's just in behind. Well, he's not behind any longer. He darts out very late, uses the slipstream to his advantage, and will take the race lead on this lap. Coming in quite nicely. Ewan Sharman, he's found his stride, I think, in the UKC. In this round. He started strong. The mid part of the season wasn't looking too good. However, he's immediately under back attack from Macaulay Bishop. The 321, that's Jack Lilly, the OTK liveried. OTK, funnily enough. With Jamie Perrelli just in behind that in fourth. So keeping an eye, of course, all the battles that we've got going on, and a send there from Jamie Perrelli. That was, excuse the pun, perilously close to the inside of that right-hander. Jack Lilly didn't really see that one coming, but definitely got a bit close for comfort, and it was a good send indeed. Macaulay Bishop once again leads Ewan Sharman. 5 minutes plus the lap still to go. Ducking to the right hand, there is Macaulay Bishop. Doesn't really want to give Ewan Sharman any space to even think about going for a move. It's not worth the risk. Although track position not overly important at PF International. We've proven that today with just how fruitful the amount of overtakes that we've had has been. Working their way back onto the pit straight as Macaulay Bishop is closely hunted down by the Hunter Motorsport 421 of Ewan Sharman. Jamie Perrelli is close back into contention as well. Over the bridge and defending quite nicely is Macaulay Bishop. He knows where the overtaking opportunities are. We've had 87 different entries for Senior Rotax in 2025. It's been one of the most competitive grids in UK motorsport as the 321 of Jack Lilly looks to the inside of the 65 of Jack Thompson and seals that move quite nicely. Now through this complex once more as Bishop has opened up a slight bit of a gap. There's a spinner there. That was the 119. That's Deacon Russell that's gone round and facing the wrong way. So that's dropped him out of contention and pretty much out of the running of this race. That's going to be difficult to claw back as the day goes on. Well, I say day goes on. They've only got one more race after this one. But we've got a train of 3 carts, nose to tail. Harrison Crowther not a million miles away off the back of them either. In fact, actually, it's a train of 4 carts now. Macaulay Bishop goes defensive. Jamie Perrelli goes with him. Harrison Crowther tries to go around the outside. That's beautiful stuff. As Jamie Perrelli got boxing on the inside, Harrison Crowther now assumes the inside for the second hairpin. That was a sensational move there. However, as it all come undone, as the up and under for Jamie Perrelli prevails. Up now into 3rd place once again. And a point forward from Ewan Charman. He knows what he wants to do. He knows that he wants to get after Macaulay Bishop. He doesn't want to risk it. He doesn't want to let Macaulay Bishop get away and reignite that win streak that we've seen from him. I mean, he's missed 2 rounds of the UKC. He's dropped an extra 4 scores than he necessarily needed to. But the race that he has done, I mean, he's only finished outside the top 5 once. He's only finished off the podium twice. The rest have either been a win or a P2. Incredible form from Macaulay Bishop. Fought very hard in Sano as well a couple of weekends ago in Senior Rotax. Fight there, Harrison Crowther on Jamie Perrelli. You can see the Jax Motorsport livery number 40. Through the chicane. A minute and a half plus a lap still to go. So not long. It's Dan Holland Racing and Macaulay Bishop that lead this race from Hunter Motorsport. And Ewan Charman behind that, Jax Motorsport. And Guy Cunnington Racing of Harrison Crowther just in behind that as well. So it's the blue, the white and the yellow of Dan Holland Racing that leads. There's, oh my goodness me, 2 carts buried into the wall there. There's one of them, the 69 of, that's Freddie Ingram. Can't quite see the number of the other cart, but I would assume it could well be maybe Max Taylor or even Alex Moody potentially. Full course yellow has been brought out with just under a minute to go. So 40 seconds plus a lap. Now they're going at a reduced pace. A red flag has been brought out as well, so that's been deemed, well, enough for a stoppage. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, I doubt we're going to get this one restarted again. Hope everyone is okay, of course. Maybe barrier damage too severe to continue. So getting the instruction to go back to pit lane for these guys. And that's going to bring a halt to racing action. So I think we can assume that that's going to be the race results as they are. And that's going to wrap up the final superheat of 2025. So after this, we'll move our way into the... Oh, sorry, no, we've got one more senior superheat, haven't we? We've got superheat B and superheat A. So getting ahead of myself there. We've got one more after this one. So the next one will be the final superheat B. I thought we got to the finals a bit too quickly. So we'll run you through the provisional results in a moment as the drivers make their way back into pit lane. Of course, provisional is it's not been fully confirmed by race control yet, but with 30 seconds left on the clock, a red flag coming out, you wouldn't assume it's going to go back going again. Macaulay Bishop will provisionally take victory from Ewan Charman and Jamie Perrelli on the podium. Harrison Crowther and Jack Lilly, the top 5, with John Brown in P6. Then comes Jack Thompson and Alexander Cole in 8th. Jack Baker and Nathan Smith, the top 10 as they round out, with Charles Green and Miles Roby in P11 and P12. Ethan Head from Adam Wooden and Morgan Hudson-Brown in 14th and 15th. Harry Hertz-Grover made some good progress up to 16th place from James Philip King, and Caitlin Seabrook, I think, staying station from 18th to 18th. Sam Kelbrick just in behind that, with Deacon Russell, Alex Moody, Freddie Ingram, Max Taylor and Joshua Turnbull unfortunately not getting the start that he would have wanted to, and again his results not representative of his pace by any means. Just had a very unfortunate run of form, and there we can see the 2 carts that were involved. The 69 of that would have been Freddie Ingram, and also the 88 of Alex Moody that was involved as well. So the drivers are out of the car and okay, but as you can see, the track rods or steering rods are very bent. The car is tracking in a straight line, but the steering wheel, as you can see, firmly is not straight or centered. So a bit of a whack, and you've got to be careful with your wrist on that one as well. Can be quite dangerous, but the recovery effort is there. We've got one more super final, and then just 5 more races to conclude the 2025 season of the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's been a nice, I've always said, a pleasure to bring you the action from here. I think we've got, probably shouldn't be too much of a delay with marshals on the scene, tending to what needs to be attended to, drivers, barrier repairs, that sort of thing. So should only be a couple of minutes before we get the next superheat underway. And yeah, keep the comments coming, by the way, in the YouTube chat, guys. Can see a lot of people chiming in, a lot of people showing their support and for the series and for the drivers generally. So if you are out there and you've got something to say, definitely drop it into the chat. And I hope everyone around the paddock as well is having a good day, good way to round off the season. I know obviously it's been a topsy-turvy day in terms of results for a lot of drivers, but you know, it's good weather and a good way, and we've had some good racing to round off this season. Can we get a happy birthday to Dave Ives, celebrating his 70th birthday today? Yes, we can indeed. Declan Miles in the YouTube chat, of course. Happy birthday to Dave Ives. And yeah, so like I say, keep the comments coming, and you can see a couple of people cheering on Michael Walker in Superheat B, so that'll be coming up very well. It just happened now, actually. Unless he'll be out in the in to be A, of course it's done by the groups, not which one goes first. Yeah, so we'll see Michael Walker out in a moment. We've got a very busy race control going on in the in the background. It's been quite a frantic day by any metric in terms of the busyness, and again a good opportunity to thank all of our marshals, all of the staff at PF International, all of those behind the scenes at UKC Race Control, Motorsport UK, Rotax, for their support and their help and making sure that this can get done as effectively, as safely, and well as brilliantly as it is each and every single round. It's not an easy job logistically to run a motorsport championship, as I'm sure anyone can imagine. As we see there, Alex Moody speaking to some of the marshals, and he's up, he's okay, and walking off back into the paddock. So after a pretty decent crash through the final couple of corners, he's up and he's okay, and we're all good to get the final superheat underway for Senior Rotax in a couple of moments' time. And like I say, we'll run through the grid when we get closer to the time. But this race is pivotal, and I say pivotal, crucial for Cian Geraghty to win. Tristan Rene didn't have the best of runs so far today. He'll be out in a moment. And the likes of those that can catch him, the likes of Ewan Charman and things, not quite. I mean, Ewan Charman did a fantastic job, don't get me wrong. But I don't think it's going to be enough to catch Cian Geraghty with just 2 races left to go. So again, all Cian Geraghty really needs to do, and it's probably the mentality he's coming into this with, is, don't overly mess it up. Just bring it home in a decent result, and you should be okay for both the superheat and for the final. We'll run through the grid in a moment just to confirm, obviously, as to where everyone is starting. The final superheat of 2025. Harry Bartle and Cian Geraghty will share the front row. Both of them have taken victory so far today. Neo Clark has climbed his way up the order with some consistent results in P3, with Kai Hunter alongside him for Hunter Motorsport, unsurprisingly, on the second row off the grid. Behind that, of course, we'll have the, it'll be the third and fourth rows of the field. Of course, looking at the top 4, it's very, very close. Harry Bartle, Cian Geraghty. We'll run through the rest of the grid in a moment. It's fine. But at least we saw the top 4. You can also see a couple more happy birthdays coming in. John Brown and Matt McGilvery in the YouTube chat. So happy birthday to everyone that is celebrating their birthday today. I hope you've had a wondrous day. And if you are spending your birthday cheering on some drivers here at the Ultimate Karting Championship, then good on you. Always good to celebrate by watching some good racing, and that's exactly what we've had in pretty much bucket loads from start to finish today. It's definitely been a challenge on the vocal cords to stay on top of everything and pace myself through the heats and the super heats as well. Still got 6 more races to go through. Let's try again with the grid. We know the top 4, Bartle, Geraghty, Clark, Hunter. It's beyond that we're interested in. It's Joshua Graham, William Antrobus, the front 3 rows from Mikey Walker and Tristan Rene in P8. Jack West, Benjamin Baker will complete the top 10 with William Pemble and Louis Harvey in P12. Oliver Liversedge from Leon Hasty will start this race from P14. Charlie Cox from Matt McGilvery. Then comes Lex Quintons and Agnes Scrivener in P18. Benjamin Lee and Taylor England, the top 20. Marcus King will start this race from P21 from Elliot Foster in 22nd. Callum Kinder from Elliot Surtees in 24th, with Kieran Ives, Dominic Darling and Reece Bailey in 26th and 27th as well. Unfortunately, we won't have Marcus King joining us on the grid for this race. He was involved in an incident earlier on. We'll update you with news on that a bit later. There is a dog enjoying the green space around PF International. And is facing the wrong way relative to the track if he wants to watch the racing. That is a hedge that he's facing, so probably turn around if you want to watch the go-karts, mate. But yeah, we'll have karts on track very shortly, and always good to see a good turnout with spectators and people coming and supporting, their drivers and stuff. So thank you, of course, for those that have made the journey to come and watch and show your support. We're looking forward to rounding off the season on a high. Just 6 more races left to go in the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. We've got 1 more Superheat and then all of our finals to smash out just after that. We're on a bit of a time crunch as well, to be fair. We're now coming to 4:45 in the afternoon in the UK. We've only got, I think, about an hour. I think it's 6 o'clock curfew or 5:30 or whatever it is. We're on a bit of a time crunch anyway to get these done. But obviously we want to make sure the meeting is done safely. And that's why we've just got a couple of moments of time to wait before we get the cars back on track. You can see the jostle of the paddock and the conversations that get had. It's always very, very busy in and amongst the paddock. Can see that guy. We can see you waving. Don't worry, guys. We can see you had a bit of a struggle trying to find the camera, but you got there in the end. It's all good. And hopefully you're having a good day. Like I say, it's nice weather considering. I mean, it's the 11th of October and it's a really warm day. It's unbelievable. At this sort of time of the year, I'm sort of waking up and it's chilly, and then it gets really warm during the day, and it's like, well, hang on, where was this during August? So hopefully it can cool down a little bit and get us into that festive mood. I mean, we've got Halloween and then Christmas first. Let's not even get started about that. The green flag is waving, though, so we've got karts making their way out onto circuit for the final Superheat of 2025, so I can stop rambling on and we can actually focus on some go-karts out on circuit now. So they're making their way onto the formation lap. And Harry Bartle, who's won a race this weekend so far. We've got Kean Geraghty, who's won a race so far this weekend as well. Kai Hunter, who's been up there. Neo Clark, who's been up there. Jack West, who, of course, has got the pace to contend very, very well indeed. Unfortunately was let down by a P23 in the first heat. Took 2nd place in heat 2 though, so that obviously made up for it just ever so slightly. Has got a bit of an uphill battle to climb here. Seen a couple of questions about sort of the format and things. So they did time qualifying this morning. They also did some of their first heats, and now we're into the super heat. So each of these, the heats and the pre-final as such, the super heat, contribute points to the championship, but also the higher up you finish, the better you start for the final later on. You basically, if you win, you get 0 points added to your tally, and a bit like golf, you want as little points as possible. The less points you have, the higher up you start, effectively is what it is. But there is also an extra championship points bonus for the super heats that these drivers are going to want to get relative to just the regular heats. And well, as they round the final corner, let's get the final superheat of 2025 of the Ultimate Karting Championship underway, as the number 2 of Harry Beetle will get us underway through the opening couple of corners. Kean Geraghty in 2nd, but Harry Bartle controlling the pace very, very nicely indeed. Now into this left-hander over the bridge and towards turn number 5 as you begin that descent down the hill towards the first hairpin. Looks over the shoulders. Do they need to defend as that gets very, very close in the background? And one of them completely missed, forgetting to break the 312 there, Charlie Cox. Forgot his left foot existed, it seems. He just went completely straight on there, tried to avoid a couple of karts as well in his way, but got caught out there and was able to recover quite nicely to get that slowed down for that hairpin. Luckily, he's got the track space in order to use to get that done. But 7 minutes plus the lap still to go. These heats do fly by nice and fast. Harry Bartle leading Cian Geraghty, leading Kai Hunter. We'll see what the status quo is as they break the beam, but touch wood, it's been a pretty tame start so far. Bartle from Geraghty, Hunter, Clark, Antrobus, the top 5. No changes really in and amongst that. A couple of small swaps within the top 10. Most notably, obviously, Kai Hunter finding his way through on Neo Clark. But Cian Geraghty is closing the gap to Harry Bartle. And all he needs to do is keep it clean. Where he is right now is more than enough to win the championship when he gets to the final. But again, he's a racing driver. He's not going to settle for that. Tristan Rene, the 173, you can see there on the back of the number 9 of Jack West, who's carved his way up now into 7th place from 9th on the grid. So up a couple of places. And of course, yeah, good point been made, and did allude to it as well with the superheat. You score 4 extra points for a race victory in the superheats relative to a heat. So in terms of the points and the starting position for the final, it carries the same weight, but it has got extra championship point implications. You get 40 for a race victory in a superheat. You get 36 for a race victory in a normal heat, so an extra 4 points, and you know who's not going to say no to some extra points. Of course, Cian Geraghty leading this race side by side, a bit further back between the likes of Jack West. Tristan Rene trying to get himself involved as well. That's the battle for 6th place. As the number 8 of Joshua Graham finds a way through, tips up the 173 onto 2 wheels, pops up a pretty nice wheelie, does Tristan Rene, probably one that he would have wanted to avoid making as he loses a couple of places as a result. At the front though, Cian Geraghty leading, Kai Hunter now through into 2nd, Harry Bartle, the Strawberry Racing teammate of Cian Geraghty, in 3rd, sort of sandwiching in Kai Hunter. It's a Hunter Motorsport sandwich with that Strawberry Racing bread either side of him, and trying to maybe close him in and put some pressure. Onto the pit straight once again, we're focused on that 32 of Mikey Walker, who was getting cheered on in the YouTube chat. He's inside the top 10, running very, very nicely as well indeed. As what on earth has happened to Harry Bartle? We didn't quite catch that on the YouTube stream, but he's tumbled his way down the order to what is now P25 and last for the number 2. So caught up in some sort of an incident. Neo Clark gets promoted to 3rd place. A good spot in the YouTube chat. But what on earth has happened there to Bartle? Cian Geraghty, Kai Hunter now lead, obviously with Neo Clark into 3rd. Coming up on the timing screen, the number 2 of Harry Bartle not responding his transponder. It's in the pit lane effectively. So that's going to bring effectively an end to his race. But across the line once again, the fast lap trades hands all the way back to Joshua Graham in 5th. Cian Geraghty doing a pretty decent job as to control this race thus far, as the sun continues to sort of set here at PF International. Side by side is the 28 of Neo Clark, picks the way through on the O plate of Kai Hunter. And it's nice stuff there from Neo Clark, just spotted the gap quite nicely. You've got to be careful, obviously different chassis will have different braking temperaments and handling prospects and stuff. Even in karting, the smallest of differences can make quite big differences, and how they're set up with stiffness and cables and things. But you have got to be careful sending a move that late. If you lock those rears up ever so slightly too much, you can loop round, and we have seen it. And the last thing you want is to send a move, lock the rears, almost have to correct, and the car snap back the other way and into the path of the other car. I've been guilty of that a couple of times. I've been given a couple of penalties for that a couple of times, where I've just been a bit too brave on the brakes, locked the rears, and the front end of the car snapped backwards the other way. So good commitment from Neo Clark, while also managing that brake pedal. These guys obviously much better drivers than I am. There's a reason I'm in the commentary box, let's put it that way. As Cian Geraghty leads by a good half a second or so from the rest of the pack. He's stretching that advantage quite nicely. The O-plate of Kai Hunter, the space opens up on the inside. That could open the door as well for Jack West to follow him through, and it is indeed going to do that. Now the O-plate of Kai Hunter's got to be careful because Jack West might eye up a bit of a move of his own. But Hunter goes through, and well, that's going to demote Neo Clark down to 4th place. So, well, last lap he made a good move to promote him. He's now been, well, pretty much, he's had 2 places stolen from him. He had Kai Hunter as inside, and then Neo Clark, Jack West just sort of went, you know what, yeah, I'm going to follow my way through as well. So we break the beam. Once again, look over the shoulder for Kai Hunter. Jack West goes with him as well. He goes for the position. That's up in a 2nd place. Cian Geraghty, by virtue of all of this, is going to be extending his championship lead and getting as far away as physically possible from this chasing pack. Darting to the inside there, Jack West trying to, Neo Clark trying to keep the likes of Joshua Graham at bay. Has to go defensive again, but wants to open up the corner as much as possible. Doesn't want to park the bus too much because then he's losing all of that momentum and just has everyone involved up over the grass there. And Neo Clark giving Joshua Graham a big old squeeze to the inside going into the chicane. And there's Kai Hunter, the O-plate driver, now in and amongst this battle, just in behind Joshua Graham. So he's been swallowed up by the pack behind, and there's now involved in this skirmish. But we've got 1 minute and 15 seconds, plus a lap still to go. Taking me by surprise as to how quickly these finals get away, but we've got 3 laps including this one. Some brilliant shots being done by this camera crew here at Alpha Live. Obviously the camera up's working very hard. It's been a long day for them as well, being outside, exposed to the elements, following all of the action. Big shout out to all of them for giving us all the action that we come to know and love. Tristan Raleigh sends a move to the inside, but Benjamin Baker, the 234, draws alongside once more on the 173. Doesn't quite manage to get that one done. Jack West, the number 9, up into 2nd, now trying to chase after Cian Geraghty. He's broken away from the pack behind of Neo Clark, Joshua Graham by virtue of their battling. Has he got the pace to go and get after Cian Geraghty for the race victory? That 23rd in the first heat is really going to dampen his prospects in terms of the championship, especially because his drop score is already worse than that. So he's going to carry that point scored forwards. So there's no sort of saving grace for Jack West there. There's a huge send to the inside there. That's Kai Hunter. Oh my goodness me, still getting those two confused. Kai Hunter to the inside. Sends it in quite deep. Had to take quite a lot of the track on the exit as Neo Clark. It's because we've got Neo Clark and Kai Hunter right next to each other. That's the only reason. They're fighting for 3rd place in this race, but Kai Hunter has got away from the chasing pack behind. And on to the penultimate lap of the race, by the way. Cian Geraghty has already ticked us past onto that one. Jack West, the pace is slightly quicker, but not quite enough. And even that time through, Cian Geraghty set his personal best of 56.6. So on to the final lap of the final superheat of the season before we head into the finals. Kai Clarkins Jr.'s, I know, I'm very familiar with him. It's because he's driving so well. And then you've got Kai Hunter and Neo Clark very close together, also very close together. You've got 5 or 6 or 7 karts all squabbling for position into the hairpin. A few up and unders being made as they work their way through the alternate direction hairpin. So you've got a right-hander, then a left-hander in quick succession. But Cian Geraghty has just got a couple more corners left to negotiate to take another victory this weekend and get himself closer and closer to that Senior Rotax Championship in 2025. Out of the final corner, the checker flag waves, and it's for Cian Geraghty, who will take victory in the final superheat of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025, the UKC, the last superheat of the season, and it goes the way of Cian Geraghty. Good little race to round things off. We've now just got 5 races left of the season. And what a way to end it all off with that one. Cian Geraghty taking victory narrowly by Jack West, who got that gap back under a second. Didn't quite have the race time to go and catch him. I don't think really had the pace to go and catch him either. Didn't want to take too much out of the tyres. They're still on the same tyres they were on a bit earlier on as well. They'll be on the same tyres for the finals later as well. Keane Geraghty takes victory from Jack West and Kai Hunter, 1, 2 and 3 with Neo Clark and Joshua Graham, the top 5. Leon Hasty in P6 from Tristan Rene, Benjamin Baker, William Antrobus and Mikey Walker inside the top 10. That'll make the fans very happy, I'm sure indeed. Behind that, of course, it's Lewis Harvey from Charlie Cox. Then comes Agnes Scrivener, Kieran Ives, Matt McGilvery, the top 15. Oliver Liversedge from William Pemble, Callum Kinder, Lex Quintes and Benjamin Lee, the top 20. Behind that, Elliot Foster, Taylor England, Dominic Darling, Elliot Surtees and Harry Bartle. What happened to him in 25th place? But definitely had the pace to go and win. That's going to be a huge dampen for his final prospects. He'll be starting right in and amongst the pack when we get there. Of course, that'll be the final race of the day as we look to get the finals underway. It'll be the first one, of course, will be the Micromax, followed by Minimax, Rotax 177s, then the juniors, and then the seniors. So in this race, of course, the final race of Micromax, we look to crown our 2025 champion, and all eyes point to Benedictus Masiokis. However, Dean Singh Pahal is right behind, and we'll be back with the first final of the day, and it's Micromax. It's time to crown a champion for, well, the second or third time in 2025 already. But, well, for Micromax, it's been a very tough affair. Dean Singh Pahal, Benedictus Masiokis, P1 and P2 in the championship, P1 and P2 on the grid, albeit reversed, coming into the final. Sebastian Crawford and Harris Barber, 3 and 4 just in behind. Chloe McGill, a sensational weekend so far, will start this race in 5th, from Ralph Martin in 6th. Ethan Lloyd from 7th, and Teddy Murphy keeping him company on the outside of row number 4. Arlo Gamble, Dimitar Usmanov, the top 10, from Oliver Woodall and Freddie Baker in 12th place. Freddie Walker and Ansel Murray will line up 13th and 14th, with Jensen Darlow and Albert Farrow in 15th and 16th. Alfie Garrett came into this with hopes of a championship. Unfortunately, falls back in P17 alongside Noah Wilco for the final. Carter Jackson and Jan Prakash in P19 and P20. Arthur Bowers from Archie Gupta in P21 and 22. Then comes Rio Peacock and Isaac Garth in 24th. And a very lonely Lani Udin on the 25th and final grid slot for the Micromax final. And a quick update for points. Masiokis needs 7th to confirm the title. Pahal can steal it if he wins, and Masiokis finishes 8th or lower, with drop scores as well. In terms of finals that can be dropped, Masiokis, to be fair, Masiokis can drop a 4th place. I think it's going to be quite difficult for Pahal to win this. Either way, we'll call it as we see it. And I'll trust your maths, Motorsport Magpie, in the YouTube chat as well. So, and as well, history is repeating itself. Those that tuned in for the British Championships, and another fantastic point being brought up by Motorsport Magpie, Masiokis and Dean Singh Pahal came into the final round of the British Kart Championships, and I think the final race they finished and they were tied, and Dean Singh Pahal just nipped him to take it, and that's why he fills the number 1 plate. Who's going to come out on top in the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025? Well, only time will tell. But yeah, Pahal has got to win this race, and he has to hope that Masiokis drops in behind. And how is that mentality going to shift? I mean, I know they're micro drivers, they're very, very young, but that mentality shift, is Masiokis going to be thinking, has he been given that mentoring to sort of say, look, if you're in 4th or 5th, that's fine. That's all you need to do to win the championship. I know you want to go out and you want to win another final and you want to crown yourself as champion that way, because he's taken 3 final victories of the 5 that we've had so far. Obviously, he wants another one, but if that carries the risk of, losing the championship potentially because of it, then it's better just to stay home in 2nd or 3rd and make sure you secure that championship to the end. There you can see an ambulance making its way around the circuit, so that's why we've not got karts out on circuit for the time being, but shouldn't be too much longer till we get the first of 5 finals underway. We've not got any of the walk-on ceremony or anything like that. We'll just be, as we have been all day long, out of the pit lane, 1 formation lap, and straight to racing. With just how tight it's been. all the way through the day. We've got what should be a 10-minute plus a lap final. Not entirely sure if that's going to run all the way to the end. Of course, we've got 10 minutes. Like I said, 10 minutes plus the lap. So I got a bit distracted there. But with how tight it's been through to the end, there was a bit of discussion whether or not we shorten the final time. So just trying to confirm that. But I think we should be all good to get this done to the end of the day. And well, as we were last confirmed, yeah, it's 10 minutes plus a lap. So still running the slightly longer final format. As we want to see, we want to have as much time in the finals. The most important race of the weekend should be slightly longer, but of course circumstances might not allow that all the time. Nonetheless, let's gear ourselves up for the final Micromax final of 2025. Who's going to win the championship? Will it be Benedictus Masiokas? Will it be Dian Singh Pahal? Both of them have been titans in this championship. Dian Singh Pahal, of course, took himself to the top at Warden Law with his first final victory of the season. He had a fantastic weekend and over the last couple of months has made leaps and bounds of improvement. And like I say, taking that British Championship title as well. Yeah, he's got a lot under his belt. So too does Masiokas. I mean, Alfie Garrett, you can't knock him. It's been a bit of misfortune. You know, you can never really read too much into pace. I mean, he's been consistent all season long. Taking a final victory when we took to Dunk as well, with second place at Rower, third place at Warden Law, with second place at Wilton Mill, third. I mean, he's been on the podium in every single final. You don't just come to PFI and it all be thrown away. So, you know, you can't read too much into it. There could be a couple of issues and things like that have let him down. But the GP plate, an absolute talent. But the focus is between the top two, Benedictus Masiokas, Dian Singh Pahal, coming into the final of 2025. And we've run you through the grid, but a quick reminder as to how things are going to rack up. Dian Singh Pahal will start this race from pole position. Benedictus Masiokas alongside him on the front row. The top two in the championship sharing the front row. And well, where have we seen title deciders like this one before? Masiokas comes into this with the advantage. Anything can happen between now and when that checkered flag falls. We had a very punchy finish to the Micromax Superheat earlier on this afternoon. They get quite aggressive if you give them an opportunity to do the Micromaxes, and well, like I say, even though they're small, they definitely go out swinging with their racing, and the nerves must be through the roof. Let's end the season on a high for the Ultimate Karting Championship. The Micromaxes here at PF International on one of the best stages you could possibly ask for in British karting. Look out for the O-plate in the blue and white colours. Then, of course, you've got the RCE, the orange, the red, the black accented #1. Those are the top two in the championship. Those are the top two on the grid. And as they round the final corner, we get this race underway. And for the final time in 2025, Micromax go green for the final. And already, I think, a false start has been ordered. I think a couple of people just out of formation. So bit anticlimactic, but we get to do that all over again. It will be 10 minutes plus the lap, as it is confirmed in the top left. But the drivers will cue their way around and get themselves back going again. And again, it comes back to this whole thing of, well, you've just done a whole lap of preparation. You've done a whole lap of psyching yourself up. You've then gone through that final corner where your body naturally will spike some adrenaline to get you pumped up, get you into that fight or flight mode. And now it's sort of a case of, okay, cool, yeah, now we're back onto a formation lap. Now we're chill again. So it's about trying to ride that wave, and do you sort of keep the adrenaline going so it's still pumping you up all the way through, or do you try and regulate yourself back again to another level, and then it go back up once you come out the final corner once again? So keeping your composure, not letting this startle you too much, and at such a young age, getting that experience is quite invaluable in all honesty. But with Singh Pahal, Masiokas alongside, Crawford and Barber just in behind that, he tumbled down a little bit, I think got involved in a couple of skirmishes, did the #12, but fought his way back through brilliantly in the Superheat. So all opportunities are still very much open. Look out for Chloe McGill, the #7. She's been brilliant this weekend. Look out for Ralph Martin, the #32. He's been strong. Ethan Lloyd has had some good pace in the 66. It's not necessarily just going to come down to the O-plate or that one plate alongside him on the left-hand side of your screen. We've got 10 minutes on the clock. Let's see if we can get this race properly underway for the final time in 2025 for the Ultimate Karting Championship for the Micromaxes. It's go at PF International, and Dianting Pahal will lead us underway from pole position. There you can see Dimitar Usanov in the black and yellow accident number 4 machine trying to find some space towards the back end of the top 10. But through the first couple of corners, it seems to all be quite good. Masiokas trying to fend off the likes of Sebastian Crawford and Harris Barber as they work their way up the hill for the first time. Masiokas has done exactly that. Dianting Pahal will keep that pole position as they run their way down the hill. Harris Barber, the number 12 OTK, goes a little bit too wide there. That's going to open the door from a couple of cars just to try and find their way through. Inside line opens up as well as Sebastian Crawford tries to tip his way through on Benedictus Masiokas. There's contact behind as well. That's going to collect the GP plate of Alfie Garrett, the 40 as well of Oliver Woodall, and that's going to put them right at the back of the field with a lot of hard work to do with just 9 minutes left to go. Singh Pahal still in control of this race. Who's that behind him though? As they work their way through the very quick right-hander. It's been a good launch from a couple of cars. There you can see Sebastian Crawford, the number 8. I thought he was further up than this. He's tumbled his way down, fighting with Dimitar Usanov, who himself gets an up and under into the final couple of corners, going to muscle his way through. Lap 1 is in the books. Singh Pahal leads Masiokas. In fact, no, he doesn't. It's the 66 of Ethan Lloyd through the final couple of corners. Masiokas got completely dropped by Lloyd and Chloe McGill. So it's the 66 that's made a good start. Masiokas completely on the counter-attack, though, straight back up the inside of Chloe McGill, who would love to end off the season with a podium. Down the hill towards the hairpin. The space opens up. Here comes Ethan Lloyd challenging for the race lead. Masiokas defends with him as well. 8 minutes 20. Still plus the lap. Ethan Lloyd defending Masiokas, who again, as things stand right now, is winning the championship. Singh Pahal, he might win the final, but it won't be enough to win the championship. He needs Masiokas down in P8 in order to do that. So right now, does Masiokas carry that risk? I mean, obviously you want to win, you want to win the final, you want to win the championship, but if you had to choose between the two trophies, you're not going to want to risk the bigger one for the sake of the final one. So just under 8 minutes left to go. So we've ticked our way now into what we'd normally see for a race distance today. Through the first couple of S's. Up this long left-hander, Dianting Pahal opening it up very nicely indeed. Under very little contention, he's running away with things of sorts as the sun continues to dip, sets some nice shadows around the PF International circuit. Masiokas is going to go for second place. The space opens up. Ethan Lloyd can't defend it enough. Chloe McGill goes with him. Nicely done from Chloe McGill. And now Harris Barber, the number 12, trying to put some pressure onto Ethan Lloyd, who, well, can't quite get the counter-attack done. Masiokas spotted the gap. Ethan Lloyd defended, then thought about it, went back out to the left-hand side, and then as soon as he done that, as soon as he showed a slither of hesitation, Masiokas found a way through. Now it's between himself and Chloe McGill to get after Dianting Pahal. Through the final corner, ticking on to another lap. This one, well, it's going to come down, I'm sure, all the way to the final lap of the race. We've got our two championship protagonists in P1 and in P2. Through the long left, onto the bridge, and the gap for the lead is closed back down again. The slipstream working in favour. I mean, the wind is non-existent. It's the pure power of the slipstream and how effective it can be. Singh Pahal over to the right-hand side to defend, and there's contact there. Chloe McGill trying to launch an attack. Masiokas goes around the outside of Singh Pahal, who's not only going to lose the lead, he's going to lose second place as well. Ethan Lloyd, Harris Barber getting involved. So Singh Pahal was in trouble of losing out of the podium there, but he's able to hang on to it. Through out of the chicane. A nice move there from Masiokas, just kept his footing around the outside. Singh Pahal broke way too early. Dimitar Usanov is through on Ethan Lloyd as well. And then Chloe McGill tried to get the switch back, and that was fantastic that we saw a moment ago, but the fighting rages on. Once more out of the final corner, 6 minutes left to go plus the lap. I would imagine that's going to translate quite nicely into 6 laps remaining. Masiokas now leads, and he's favourite for the championship. He needs to, well, he just needs to stay inside the top 7 to guarantee the title, and that's without Pahal winning. Chloe McGill, though, giving Masiokas a good run for his money. She's not competed in every round of the UKC. She's not even finished inside the top 5 thus far in the UKC. But what better time to not only get your maiden top 5 finish, but also your maiden podium, potentially even your maiden win in 2025 than right here and right now. Your final time of asking. As things stand, Masiokas will take the title by 24 championship points. It's been the closest of any of our title rivalries here in Micromax. The slowest and the smallest karts delivering some of the best racing that we've seen. 4.5 minutes plus a lap still remaining. Masiokas still leading Chloe McGill. Dian Singh Pahal from Harris Barber, 3 and 4. Dimitar Usmanov setting the time in sheets of blaze with a personal best that last time through, dipping us sub 105. As Harris Barber looks to the inside of Singh Pahal, and well, that's going to disrupt his momentum ever so slightly. And a point forward as well. Here comes Ralph Martin, the 32 on the inside of Singh Pahal. It's all coming undone for the British champion, who won it, of course, a few weeks ago right here at PF International. Not looking good for Singh Pahal if he wants to get back into contention for the race lead. He's dropped to 4th, but still with just under 4 minutes to go, has got the ability to close back into the top 3, particularly if they start to battle. But time is of the essence. He's got 3.5 minutes to go. It's not very long. Chloe McGill, just saw in the YouTube chat, when emotions can run high, what it means to her to win a heat, let alone in the final. You can imagine her heart rate is going to be through the roof. Under pressure, though, from Harris Barber, who goes to the inside for 2nd place. Here comes Dimitar Usmanov on the inside of Dian Singh Pahal, and following him through is Ralph Martin, trying to deter and force Singh Pahal to concede, and he does exactly that. Singh Pahal, his momentum is swinging backwards rather than forwards, and with such little time left to go in the race, it's becoming increasingly and increasingly unlikely that we'll see him at the front end of the field. But it's still been such a season to remember for Singh Pahal. That is a majestic shot if I've ever seen one, with the sun dipping down here at PF International. That is a profile picture if he wants to screenshot that one. The man involved there, that was a very majestic shot. 218 plus the lap. I've just been told as well, if you do screenshot it, make sure you've got the Alpha Life branding still on the profile picture. Those that the guy that was framed in that picture. Nonetheless, there's still 2 minutes left to go in this race, and a change for the lead as Harris Barber looks to the inside of Benedictus Masiokas. Is he taking many risks? Masiokas, what do we think? Does he want to win the final and the championship, or is he just concerned with the championship? Looks over the shoulder. Ralph Martin trying to deter some moves being made from the likes of Arlo Gamble. They're 3 wide into the hairpin, and very late on the brakes there from Ethan Lloyd. He's dancing his way through there very nicely indeed. So a run there from Masiokas on the back of Harris Barber. Chloe McGill under pressure from Singh Pahal, who sends the move deep to the inside. McGill forced to concede after that one. Singh Pahal not afraid to get his elbows out by any means. So, with 3 laps left to go, tentatively, I want to say, it's Harris Barber from Benedictus Masiokas, from Dimitar Usmanov, from Dian Singh Pahal and Chloe McGill, the top 5. But that is all subject to change, as once again there's pressure for the lead. Up onto the bridge, Masiokas back through in front of the number 12 of Harris Barber. Down the hill, a point forward. I don't think they want anyone else to get involved. And even at such a young age, they're messing around with the engine cover, making sure they've got the prime airflow reaching the radiator and all those sorts of things. That's what it takes to win at such a high level, even at such a young age. Masiokas knows what he needs to do. And even then, just win the race and you're doing yourself a lot of favours. People overcomplicate it quite a lot, but fundamentally, just drive the kart quickly. "20 seconds left on the clock. We'll be heading our way onto the penultimate lap of the first final of the day. Just 4 more races after this one. It's been such a long day, but we're flying through. Masiokas looks back to Harris Barber, who points himself forward, wants to get away from the chasing pack, but Usmanov sort of sees that and goes, well, hang on, let me work with my own partner. We'll close back onto you. However, the space opens up and immediately the alliance has dissolved. Masiokas goes in deep, and as soon as that happened, Harris Barber sort of said, you know what, no, I do fancy going for the lead myself. You can never trust anyone. Dian Singh Pahal looks to go to the inside of Dimitar Usmanov. They're 3 wide. There's contact. Tagging the side there of Masiokas. And Usmanov goes through to the lead. That got very busy, very late on the brakes from each of the drivers there. But Usmanov was the one to capitalise. He's come through from 10th place on the grid, trying to fight his way through to victory. Now with just 1 lap left to go. Masiokas has got 1 more tour of PF International. He will crown himself champion when that checkered flag falls. Harris Barber close to the podium. Chloe McGill as well, searching for her maiden one, but Dian Singh Pahal trying to cause a bit of an upset to that one. Ascend as well from Ethan Lloyd to the inside. That was a sensational dive, bit of side-to-side contact, but his kart definitely was there. Now down the hill towards the hairpin for the final time, and Dimitar Usmanov does not take any chances. Masiokas goes with him as well. As the space opens up for Singh Pahal, he wants him to get himself back onto the podium. He's side by side with Harris Barber, trying to find the space to slot through Singh Pahal onto the podium. The up and under though for Harris Barber. Has he got the drive towards the chicane? Not quite. So for Dimitar Usmanov, this is an important race for him. It's his first final victory in 2025. He came so close at Lark Hall, but it wasn't quite enough, and it's all kicking off through the final couple of corners. Benediktas Masiokas drops to 4th. Dimitar Usmanov, with just a couple more corners left to go, looks to be the favourite to take victory. For the final time in Micromax in 2025, it's Dimitar Usmanov that sees the checkered flag first. But our champion of 2025 is Benediktas Masiokas. The O-Plate will win the Micromax Championship for the UKC in 2025. It's been a long, hard journey, but he edges out Dian Singh Pahal ever so just as Ralph Martin, we can see there the 32, pulled into pit lane late on. Dian Singh Pahal from pole to podium as well. Would be great to have a chat with Dimitar Usmanov when Kev is down there in pit lane, when they're all back in. We'll run you through the results. But of course, provisionally, everything is provisional until the stewards confirm it, and it's confirmed on the website and everything like that. But Benediktas Masiokas is your 2025 Micromax Ultimate Karting Champion. Say that 5 times fast. But what a season it has been for Benediktas Masiokas. And a parade lap on the way in, and I'm sure some very big celebrations in order for the likes of Dimitar Usmanov. That's his maiden victory in a final. He took P6, P2, P6, P12, P7, and now P1 for Dimitar Usmanov. He had to work for it. It was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. But Benediktas Masiokas, he got swamped at the end. There was karts here, there, and everywhere. But he'd done enough. It wasn't a podium in the final. That's fine, because he wins the championship and he gets the big trophy at the end of the year. They're all coming in, of course, for scrutineering and things, and this is where the tide can very quickly change if one of them fails. But as they were across the line, Masiokas provisionally takes in 14 points clear. So they're all making their way into pit lane. Of course, Kev Harris will be down there to have a chat with our winner. We should only have time for a couple or so. That is a very nice shot to read over the results from. That's a good... some good picturesque scenes as the sun continues to set here in Lincolnshire. Dimitar Usmanov from Harris Barber and Dian Singh Pahal 1, 2 and 3, with Benediktas Masiokas taking the title. Chloe McGill, top 5 in the final, was a sensational result, and her maiden result inside the top 5 as well. Arlo Gamble from Ethan Lloyd in 6th and 7th, from Freddie Baker in 8th. Then comes Teddy Murphy and Jensen Darlow in 10th place for the final of 2025. Of course, behind that, plenty more results to go through, plenty 80 more Micromaxes that cross the checkered flag. And there you can see Sebastian Crawford, Noah Wilco, Freddie Walker, Arthur Bowers and Ansel Murray, the top 15 from Isaac Garth. Carter Jackson and Alfie Garrett, unfortunately involved in an incident early on, will only take 18th place. Albert Ferro in P19 from Oliver Woodall in P20. And behind that, of course, Jayan Prakash, Ria Peacock, and then comes Arshi Gupta, Lani Eden and Ralph Martin, who pulled in on the final lap to take 25th place, unfortunately. Very, very close championship, just 9 points in it at the end of the Micromax season in 2025. I think Kev's down there in a few moments' time to chat with our race leaders. And be good to catch up to them in a moment. Of course, after this we'll have our mini inter final, and again we get to effectively have a coronation race for Emerson McAndrew. He's won it, but it's always nice to cap it off in the final. He is searching to go for 6 from 6 final victories in 2025. That's his aim, of course. He's won the championship now. That's his sort of extra goal, as the green flag is already away, so we won't unfortunately be able to go down and have a chat with the drivers. We'll go straight into the next final. Well, after crowning Benedictus Masiokas as our Micromax champion of 2025, it's time to move on to the mini inters, where the champion has already been crowned. Emerson McAndrew will come into this, and he will want to do 6 from 6 final victories. It's going to be a tough ask from outside the top 4 as Ryan White and Lucian Smith keep each other company on the front row. Harry Radcliffe and Otis Cleary 3 and 4 sharing row number 2. As the drivers are making their way around the formation lap, we'll run you through the rest of the order. Alfie Mayer, Josh Cook 5th and 6th, with Max Jolly and Alfie Ward in P7 and P8. Sebastian Behrman from Osanoma in the top 10, with Tom Reed and George Quinlan in 11th and 12th. Leo Livings from Hamish Gordon in 13th and 14th, with Ronnie Smart and Jack Fulbrick-Harmer in P16. Jackson Hilton from Riley Blakemore in P17 and 18. Then comes Ian Campbell and Arthur Farrow in P19 and 20. Casper McAllister from Eddie Duncan, Ollie Brunt and Meal Davey. Then comes Buddy Hugo, Hakeem Bart, Hugo McCluskey, Ryan Townsend, Teddy Higgs, Clark Naylor, James Darling and Jacob Underhill, the 32nd driver to take to the grid. And finally Adam Bart on row 33. He didn't show up on the grid graphic there, but Emerson McAndrew is starting this race from pole position. I was a bit concerned there. He will start this race from pole after 2 victories in the heats and, of course, in the pre-final. And we go racing for the final time in mini inters. And a good start, as always, from McAndrew, searching for complete domination in the UKC in 2025. Lucian Smith, obviously there with him, with Ryan White, trying to keep him company as they jostle their way through the opening sequence of corners and into the shadows of the bridge, dip themselves back down in towards the first hairpin. The number 4 of Ryan White has to go defensive from the 175 of Josh Cook, who's definitely up there and involved. The switchback was almighty from, I think that could well have been the number 3 of Alfie Mayer getting involved. And the 175, Josh Cook, as the 126 of Harry Radcliffe goes over the grass, so too the 51, a bit further back in the field as well. Into the final sequence of corners, and the 126 of Harry Radcliffe getting involved with a couple of side-by-side moments. 9 minutes plus the lap still to go. Emerson McAndrew will lead Lucian Smith. They're not teammates. It's Dan Holler Racing versus KL Sport. The two of them have had some good rivalries over this year. And Lucian Smith will be wanting to put an end to that, to the tyranny, I guess, of some description from McAndrew, who, of course, has won the championship, but wants to go 6 from 6. What can Lucian Smith do to maybe spoil the party? Ryan White, Josh Cook, Alfie Mayer, the top 5 behind that. Coming into the closing stages of 2025. Look over there, you can see Ryan White having to keep Josh Cook at bay, but it's not enough. The KL Sport had the run that he needed to find a way past. Alfie Mayer as well on the inside. Then comes the number 6 of Osternoman, and that's just how quickly things can shift. You're stuck on the outside and you just get muscled wide from everyone else on the inside. Through the left and back onto the pit straight. McAndrew will lead another lap, this time from Lucian Smith as they breach the gap back. Now just a second to Josh Cook and Alfie Mayer. So that's gap It's getting bigger and bigger. The fast lap of the race, though, came in from Max Jolly in 9th place. What's gone on here between two of the karts? The 177 involved with an incident. I think it was with the number 50. Yeah, indeed. So Leo Livings and Ronnie Smart involved just outside of the top 30. Just under 8 minutes left to run in Mini Inters in 2025. Of course, a lot of them will be back out tomorrow for the Rotax National Trophy, but that's a separate championship entirely. This is to decide the positions inside the Mini Inter grid. Max Jolly seems pretty safe in his runners-up spot compared to Ryan White. Alfie Ward, the 183, is closing into Ryan White, but I don't think he's quite going to be close enough to tip the scales and get himself inside the top 3 in the championship, but of course we'll have to wait and see. Just under 7 minutes still to run. Looking for around about, I'd imagine, 10 laps on the dot for this race. Emerson McCann-Duren just leads by 1/10 of a second from Lucian Smith. Josh Cook and Alfie Mayer. Now, these guys do need to work together a little bit just to close that gap to the top 2 if they want any chance of winning. However, Alfie Mayer straight up the inside of Josh Cook as soon as the first opportunity opened the door. And I guess maybe he wants to be the one to lead the charge. He's confident he's got more pace, but quite often what you find is that you're quicker when you're behind, and then as soon as you're in front, you're then sort of slightly slower by virtue of the slipstream, obviously, is the obvious one, but also you've then got nothing to sort of go and chase and reference off. Obviously, Alfie Mayer in a slightly different position because he's trying to go and catch the top 2, but yeah, that slipstream very strong. So I think it's more just a case of, you know, running together, not battling each other too hard, maybe giving him a bump or 2 on the straight without dropping your nose cone down to allow them to close that gap. And to be fair, for the most part, it's worked. It's now back under a second to Lucian Smith in 2nd place. But as things stand, they're going to need a lot longer than 6 minutes to close that gap. So Emerson McCann-Duren, Lucian Smith looks over the shoulder for the pair of them. And a dart to the inside. That's Ryan White trying to keep. That'll be Alfie Ward and Max Jolly at bay. You can see the O-plate of Max Jolly runs very, very well in British karting. Is definitely a star for the future. Definitely got a good social media following as well. And that's incredibly important in, you know, the world of getting sponsors and getting attention and getting that support on your motorsport journey. But Max Jolly not only has the following, he's got the results to back it up as he tries to make one extra position as he barges his way through on Alfie Ward as well. Those two very closely came to blows as we saw it just in the corner of the shot. As Tom Reed and Austin Oman potentially going to do battle. Is the gap closing? It is. Alfie Mayer is chipping away at it. That last time through was a 1/10 and a bit quicker than Lucian Smith and Emerson McCann-Duren. Is it enough to get them into slipstream? Because obviously now they're doing the hard work. They're having to reel them in, you know, with sheer hard labour. As soon as they get within maybe sort of half a second or so, then that slipstream will kick in and the gains will be exponential. They'll be right within the pack as, well, that's a send once again from the number 5 of Tom Reed on the inside of Austin Oman. The number 5 works his way into 5th place. But once they get into that slipstream, that's going to then be an exponential gain that they can sort of work from. 4 minutes plus the lap, over half distance in the second final of the day. The final sort of 5 minutes of the championship. Like I say, we've battled our way through some of the best venues in British karting, some of the best racing that I've ever seen. Karting really is the purest and the rawest form of motorsport. Almost a separate sport in of itself with just how differently it races and the physicality of karting. It takes a lot to succeed at such a high level, and it's a testament to all of the drivers, the parents, the teammates' hard work for arriving week in, week out. For some of these guys, you know, with how many championships they race in, it really is a weekly affair. Yo. Okay. So with 3 minutes left to go in this race, Emerson McCann-Duren from Lucian Smith, Alfie Mayer. With McCann-Duren leading from Lucian Smith, Alfie Mayer and Josh Cook with Tom Reed the top 5. Not long left to go in this race. And the sun continuing to set, giving us some brilliant views out there on circuit. But McCann-Duren he's already won the championship. He won it in the pre. I mean, he won it in the second heat. I think he won it last time out of Warden Law. Mathematically, maybe so. It would have always been difficult to go and catch. Mackenzie Uren with Lucian Smith, who's now actually maybe thinking about biting the bullet and applying a bit of pressure to the back end of Mackenzie Uren. Alfie Mayer, the number 3, currently in 3rd place. Josh Cook just in behind, the 175. Two minutes left on the clock, so probably about 3 laps to go. And could it be 6 from 6, or is Lucian Smith right at the death of it going to snatch away a dominant victory? Well, that's caused a bit of a paradox with the frame zooming in on the screen. That's going to be a frame within a frame within a frame here at the circuit. But always good to have the broadcast up around the paddock. Thank you to everyone that's been tuning in all season long and today as well. It's been a long one, but worth it for the racing that we've had on offer. Mackenzie Uren from Lucian Smith. Now looking to go for the inside, the first change of the lead. Emerson Mackenzie Uren has to tuck in for second, and with just 2.5 laps left to go, could Lucian Smith go for the first non-Mackenzie Uren Mini Inter final victory in 2025? The rest of the pack have closed back in. The 9 from the 1, then the 3 and the 175. But Mackenzie Uren, you can bet your bottom dollar, is going to fight back almost immediately, putting some pressure on. You've got to be careful though with how quickly momentum can swing. You do not want Alfie Mayer getting involved. You do not want Josh Cook getting involved if you're Emerson Mackenzie Uren. Out of the final corner, starting what will be the penultimate lap of this race, of this season of Mini Inters. Can Lucian Smith make history? Right here and around the outside. Oh my goodness me, Alfie Mayer, take a bow if he facilitates this one. What a move. Around the outside of 2 cars through that long left. He's going to be chuffed with that one. Mackenzie Uren now down to 4th place with just a lap and a half left to go. He's battling to stay onto the podium. Is our 2025 champion. He's down the inside of 2 cars. But look at that from Alfie Mayer. The move of the weekend by far now. And it could well be one that decides the race. So, Lucian Smith has dropped to 3rd place. Now we can see a couple more karts getting involved. Austin Oman, Josh Cook getting a little bit sideways over that curb. That's going to invite Max Jolly, Ryan White, all to get involved. Onto the final lap of Mini Inters in 2025. What is the gap between Mackenzie Uren and Alfie Mayer? Is it still doable for Mackenzie Uren to win every race, or has Alfie Mayer sealed the deal with that sensational move this time a lap ago? Lucian Smith, Austin Oman battling for the final place on the podium, trying to go around the outside is Austin Oman, trying to replicate what he saw from the number 3 just a lap ago. Down towards the hairpin, opportunities wearing thin for Mackenzie Uren if he wants to win this race. Darting across the circuit is Lucian Smith. And he's gone in deep as well to the hairpin. That's going to allow Austin Oman back up the inside. Is there anything Mackenzie Uren can do to win this race? Or is it all going to fall very nicely into the hands of Alfie Mayer? The championship has been won, but this race far from over. 4 corners left to go. Is there anything the number 1 plate can do? He's going to try everything he possibly can to win this race and make it 6 from 6. Is the record going to come undone? He's going to give it a good go all the way to the checkered flag. But Alfie Mayer is going to end the domination streak of Emerson Mackenzie Uren. He will take victory at BF International. He will win the final round of the UKC in 2025. Mackenzie Uren is your Mini Inter champion, and with 2nd place in the final, goes 5 from 6 in terms of victories. What an end, and what a season it was with Mini Inters. Alfie Mayer and that 3 wide around the outside move up the hill towards the bridge. You've got to applaud it. Mackenzie Uren, he can hold his head up high. It wasn't quite domination defying like we were expecting. But hey, you win some, you lose some, I suppose. 5 from 6 is by no means a bad record. And the one he lost, he finished 2nd by 2 tenths in. What a battle all the way to the end. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time, but we tick off another final. Just 3 more races to go And there is your champion of 2025 in the Mini Inters. Emerson McCann has already got a ticket to the Grand Finals. He won that in the Czech Euro Cup in Trinec a few months ago. And is firmly a star of the future. That is a striking livery from Austin Oman. I do like the patterns. He ticks off a pretty good season as well, up there. Fighting actually for the top 10 in the championship. I think he could well have done it with a good result here at PF International. Definitely keep an eye on the results at alphatiming.co.uk to confirm the championship in your own time a bit later on. Alfie Mayer, though, well, we've never seen a different face other than Emerson McCann both today and in Mini Inter Finals in 2025. He becomes the only other winner as Emerson McCann completes the title campaign with victory in the Mini Inter Championship and P2 in the final. Austin Oman P3 from Alfie Ward and Tom Reed in 5th. Sebastian Behrman carved his way forwards, actually a good few places to 6th. Ryan White from Max Jolly, Josh Cook and Lucian Smith, the top 10, and that could have gone any which way amongst those guys. Arthur Farrow from George Quinlan, Otis Cleary, Harry Ratcliffe and Jack Fulbrick-Harmer in 15th. Then comes Jackson Hilton from Eddie Duncan, Casper McAllister, Riley Blakemore from Ian Campbell in P20. Hugo McCluskey, then comes Rian Townsend, Hamish Gordon, Buddy Hugo, Ollie Brunt and Jacob Underhill behind that. Teddy Higgs, Hakeem Bartz, Amelia Davey from Adam Bar in P30. Well, behind that, the final few carts. Clark Naylor, Ronnie Smarts, Leo Livings and James Darling, the 34th and final cart to be classified in the Mini Inter final and the final of 2025. It has been incredible, and we get to, of course, see them off on their future journeys through the ranks of motorsport and up, of course, through the ladder and maybe into 2026 as well. We'll move on, of course, with the... And, of course, when it comes to the interviews that we're all expecting with Kev Harris, they are recording them, they are doing them, but with the schedule being as tight it is, we'll show them on social media. So, a good excuse to plug the socials. Go and follow UKC Official on Instagram and all the social medias possible to follow, obviously, all the social media that Kev Harris has recorded over the weekend and stay up to date with how things are going on with UKC. If you're looking out there, you want a championship to race in 2026, the UKC, one of, if not the best that you can enter in terms of the high-level British motorsport. So definitely give that a go when you're around. But yeah, if you want to have that insight from the drivers after each race, Kev Harris is down there. He is doing it, but yeah, we'll hear that on social media. Of course, next up will be the Rotax 177s. So, with 2 finals down, we've now got 3 to go, and with Rotax 177s, we've still got a champion in Matthews to crown. So, that's up next. Well, 2 champions officially crowned in the UKC in 2025, and 3 more still to go. Will Ellswood will start the Rotax 177 final from pole position. Harrison Crook will keep him company on row 1. Edward Matthews looks favourite to take the title. As long as he doesn't get disqualified in this race, it should be his. Reg Hayward will keep him company on row number 2. Behind that, James Lingard from Ollie Goodyear on row 3. Then comes Jimmy Galloway and Samuel Cornwell on row number 4. Rounding up the top 10 just in behind these guys, of course, will be the likes of Arthur Thacker and Jack Taylor, with Steve Thompson and Scott Smith in P11 and P12. Josh Howard from Louis Large, the 13th and 14th place drivers on the grid, with Nathan Schaefer and Scott Klee in P15 and P16. Then comes David Mitchell and Rob Simpson in 17th and 18th, sharing row number 9, with Jonathan Railton and Mark Gilly rounding out the top 20. Carl Edwards from Joshua Gollin has not been his weekend, despite the pace and despite the racecraft being there. Ian Brownfield from Will Milner in 23rd and 24th position. Ashton Parsons from Elliot Kennedy, Matt Lear and Bradley Heath, 25th, 6th, 7th and 8th on the grid, and a lonely Dan Wright on the 15th row of the grid. Looking into the Rotax 177 Championship, thanks to Motorsport Magpie for their insight into this one. A top 2 for Matthews would seal it. Crook must win to have anyone to must win to have any sort of chance to seal this. Coming into it, it's what, a 48, sorry, no, even a 58-point margin for Edward Matthews. And with drop scores and things, it is going to be a difficult one to go and close. So Edward Matthews is firmly favourite, and as long as he finishes in front, he shouldn't have too much of a problem. So we can see the drivers making their way around on their final formation lap of the season. And yeah, the Rotax 177s, I mean, we've had some good moments with these guys. Jamie Zyra back at Larkhall taking off over the curbs. We had with so many memorable moments. Walton Mill was gloves off racing from start all the way to the end. And these guys, of course, they've done a lot of years of karting and with the minimum weight as well. It's usually pretty quite equal in terms of the racing that we get in store for us as well. So these guys, always good fun to watch, and obviously a lot of them, like I say, with racing backgrounds themselves, maybe going into cars, then coming back to karting, or just progressing their way and staying in karts all the way through their career. 12 minutes will be the heats for the bigger karts as such. So the 177s, the juniors and the seniors will all get 12-minute plus a lap final. So we've still got plenty of racing to come over the next sort of hour or so that we've got left of the season. And while as they run their way now into the final corner to start their final race of 2025, Will Ellswood will send us underway for Rotax 177. Final action here at PF International, and a good launch alongside him, Harrison Crick. However, Edward Matthews is straight up the inside, not messing around, and straight to second place, up the hill, over the bridge for the opening time. And well, side by side for the leaders, Matthews tries to tip his way through and up into the race lead almost immediately. Doesn't quite manage to do that, as Will Ellswood is able to sort of apply that pressure and stay in front. Moves over to defend as well to the inside of the hairpin as the gap closes tremendously under braking from Harrison Crook there, as the rest of the field funnel their way through the two very distinct pinch points on the circuit, the two hairpins. Always a sight of drama, especially on the opening lap. Now into the chicane, very fast-paced in its own right. We've seen a good couple of overtakes happen. No one really making any changes inside the top 10. Couple of looks, couple of thinks, particularly a little bit further down the field. Maybe the likes of Louis Large in P12 was thinking about a move once or twice. We're still 11 minutes left on the clock. Lap 1 is in the books. Edward Matthews goes for the race lead. He wants the championship and he wants the final victory. Will Ellswood gets off-sighted ever so slightly. That's going to allow Harrison Crook through. He immediately assumes the inside line the moment that he's fully ahead of Will Ellswood to cement himself in second. Now Edward Matthews chased down by his championship rival, as they're very wide in the background and using quite a liberous amount of track limits. Some sends being made. Changes in the sort of the P6, P7 area, as Will Ellswood is under pressure and, well, actually putting the pressure on, I should say, on Harrison Crook to the second hairpin, now towards the chicane. The TH Corsa 72 of Harrison Crook trying to chase after the 17 Craft Motorsport of Will Ellswood. Edward Matthews still able to sort of hold firm in front, and those two behind have got to be careful actually not to battle too hard as to allow Edward Matthews to get away. 10 minutes now on the clock, so 2 minutes down, 10 to go. Taking them through thick and fast. These lap times, yeah, around about a minute, just under a minute for the 177s. Of course, these tyres have been on the car all day long, and we've had some pretty, I don't want to say hot weather, but definitely a lot of sliding around, and a send to the inside from Will Ellswood. He retakes the race lead from Edward Matthews as they draw themselves alongside. The space doesn't reopen as Edward Matthews probably would have hoped to have done. But these tyres are definitely going to be maybe feeling a little bit worse for wear, as they've had a lot of racing to contend with, especially with these guys and how hard they've been battling it. So let us know what's been your favourite final of the day so far. What do you think's going to happen for the rest of the Rotax 177s? Who do you think is going to be coming out on top? 9 minutes plus the lap still to go. Is it going to be Matthews that takes victory? Will Ellswood take victory? They swapped places that last time through. 17 through on 79. Side by side for P3. Ollie Goodyear on Harrison Crook, up now into the third position. Quite aggressive driving in the midfield of the top 10 as they again squirm their way through. That was the number 10 of Nathan Chafer, who just sort of found some space on the inside, and as soon as his kart was there, just the gap was still closing, but he just went tighter and tighter in response to the point where he was committed and alongside and got that move sealed. It's always a difficult one, especially with braking zones not being overly long in karting. It's almost like a, you know, you're using the brake to rotate the kart, not so much to slow it down as such in some cases, but definitely are some opportunities to chuck the move to the inside. Ollie Goodyear up to 3rd place, Harrison Crook demoted to 4th as things stand. Edward Matthews is comfortably taking this championship. Down the hill, picking up some good speed as probably the longest flat out section on the circuit as it looked to the inside there. Very nicely done as it all bottles up to the apex of the first hairpin. That was the 132 of Jimmy Galloway finding a way through on David Mitchell. Scott Clee, I think, was just about involved in that battle to some extent. But an up and under from the 132 there. He really picked his moment. There was a bit of side-to-side contact, but I think all is fair in that respect. Back to the sort of the front. And, well, Will Ellsworth still controls the pace from Edward Matthews, who's more concerned, I think, about just winning the championship than winning this race. Look over the shoulder. 7 minutes plus the lap remaining in Rotax 177. Outside line being made there that's Edward Matthews getting forced wide. A couple of karts find their way through. One of them Harrison Crook, the other one the 73 of Reg Haywood, now with the fastest lap of the race as well for the Coles Racing machine, and up over the grass there, one of them having to rejoin the circuit. So no love lost at all out there on circuit. The number 19 David Mitchell and the 71 actually out of this race. That's Jonathan Railton, who's had to pull over, and that's going to be a really anticlimactic and, well, not the way you want to end a 2025 campaign with a retirement. But alas, motor racing is a very, very tough sport in its own right, and definitely does not love you as much as you love it, let's put it that way. Under 6 minutes to go, plus a lap. I think Ellsworth is pretty comfortable. I mean, there's yellow flash through this section, so there's not really going to be, well, there's not going to be any overtakes. There's a car just on the outside of the corner, so completely ridiculous to have that on the green flag until that's clear. So that's taken away an overtaking opportunity for these drivers, probably their favourite one of the lap. So that means they've got to get creative with 5 minutes to go as the 38 of Scott Smith fights away with James Lingard. Lingard straight back up the inside. Remember in the previous race he sent the move up the inside of 2 karts into the first hairpin. The kart has been moved out of the way and the yellow flag has been put away, so that overtaking opportunity is back into that first hairpin. Is anyone going to capitalise on it? I think they're quite close enough. I mean, one of them was. That's Harrison Crook on the inside of Edward Matthews. Matthews gets the up and under in the 79. Gets ahead. Very nicely done indeed for Dan Holland Racing. So, of course, you've got the blue, the white and the pink of TH Corsa. That's Harrison Crook. You've then got the blue, the white and the yellow of Edward Matthews. That's the championship leader. And at the end of this race will be championship winner of the Rotax 177s in 2025. He's been the most consistent of anyone. Looking at his spreadsheet of scores, and it's mostly gold, silver or bronze in some capacity, not really any positions off the podium or outside of the top 5. It's been a season to remember. 5-second penalty has just come in, by the way, for Nathan Chafer as well, so he's inside the top 8. That's going to be disastrous for his top 10 hopes, as he's going to drop way outside of that. He's got to really drive hard if he wants to mitigate that penalty, but I don't think he's going to be able to, in all honesty, with just how how little time there is left. Just 4 minutes and a lap still to run. The number 10, Nathan Schaefer, still with a 5-second penalty. To be fair, the last thing he wants to do is be defending, because that's just going to bring more karts within that 5-second range, and that's just going to bring, well, him further down the order when we get to the checker flag. Out of the final corner, 3 minutes and the lap still to go. It's Will Ellsworth from Reg Hayward, Ollie Goodyear, Edward Matthews and Harrison Crook, the top 5. Will Ellsworth has been incredible this weekend, I have to say. I mean, incredibly impressed. I mean, every time he's competed in the UKC this year, he took 3 heat wins at Dunswell. Didn't convert that in the final. I think he had a couple of issues, finished P17. He's now arrived at PF International. He's won 2 of the heats, including the super heat, and is now looking good to go and take the victory in the final and get redemption for Dunswell a couple of months ago. 17, chased by the 73 of Reg Hayward, who's, again, another driver that's looked very, very strong this weekend. Only joined us for the final 2 rounds of the championship, but he's never finished off the podium. It's been a winner, a second or a third in every single race he's competed in this season since last time out at Warden Law. So Reg Hayward, incredibly strong, and carrying that into today at PF International. Darting to the inside there is Will Ellsworth to cover that off. Edward Matthews closes the gap under braking onto the rear end of Ollie Goodyear. In fact, actually draws alongside the 55 by the time they get to the next braking zone as it gets quite busy. Matthews tries to keep his foot in around the outside, goes over the curb, able to keep that acceleration and get his way back into third. So lost out a couple of places, did Edward Matthews, throughout the duration of this race, but he's clawing them back slowly but surely, and now with just what will be 3 laps to go at the line, should well be able to bring it home for a decent result, you'd imagine, and more crucially as well, that all-important championship victory for Ed Matthews. But the entirety of the top 10 really are locked into a bit of a train, bit of a slipstream train as they work their way up the hill. Side by side there, a bit of contact as the 73 of Reg Hayward tries to go for the lead, gets a little bit missighted. That's going to slow everyone else down. Edward Matthews gets swamped by a couple of karts. He's stuck on the outside as Harrison Crook picks his way through the sides in the blue and white overalls to go the long way round. Hop, skip and a jump from Edward Matthews to try and hold the inside for the second hairpin. Does break late enough to do that. The 38 of Scott Smith getting involved as well. This is playing nicely into the hands of Will Ellsworth, maybe even Reg Hayward as well, as he gets very busy to the chicane. Edward Matthews losing out there. That's the 55 plate of Ollie Goodyear, and he's going to lose out again. He's stuck on the outside. This is the worst corner to be washed out wide through, because just like that, he's lost 4 positions. And just when you thought the tide was shifting in favour of Edward Matthews, it quickly shifts back. And with just 2 laps left to go, it won't be the crowning moment that Edward Matthews would have wanted. Sent to the inside from the driver into the first hairpin. This is a battle, I think, a bit further down the order. We've got, yeah, this is the battle sort of in the mid part of the top 10. So this is David Mitchell, the number 19 that we were following through the last couple of hairpins. And a red flag has been brought out, in fact, actually, with just a minute left to go on the clock. They've called an end to the race. A red flag, not entirely sure as to what's brought it out, but the race control have decided that is the case, and that's going to bring a halt to the racing action as well for the final of Rotax 177. That is going to be it. It will be Will Ellsworth that will take a provisional victory then under the red flag period, with Reg Hayward and Ollie Goodyear joining him on the podium. And what that means is in 2025, round 6 at PF International, the Ultimate Karting Championship has crowned Edward Matthews as the Rotax 177 champion. A sensational season for him all the way through, and a very deserved one at that. A shame, of course, to have come under red flag, but of course safety comes first. But he crowns himself as champion. Hope all the drivers that are involved, of course, are okay. The drivers will make their way back into pit lane, and well, we'll be able to take another one off the list in terms of finals completed. Just 2 more left to go as karts are getting themselves recovered. So what do we think so far? What's been the best final? Has it been the micros, the minis, the 177s? What's been the best race of the day? I know some of the heats and the super heats were pretty strong. Let me know in the YouTube chat what you guys think if you've been following on all day long. Thank you, of course, if you have been here since 10:30 this morning. Props to you, in all honesty. And thank you, of course, to everyone's support, cheering along at home, watching the YouTube streams, making it all worth it, of course, for these drivers and teams to have that support. So a red flag in effect, and the kart recovery effort making its way out. So the third final in the books, and well, Will Ellswood, we'll run you through the full results in a moment. Will Ellswood takes victory for that one, gets redemption for Dunks at round 3. Rich Hayward, Ollie Goodyear on the podium, but most importantly, Edward Matthews taking the 177 UKC title crown in what has been a very competitive 177 field, beating out Harrison Crook to the death of it by a pretty comfortable margin in the end. Actually, in all fairness, you can see a lot of people around the circuit. Of course, hope everyone is having a good day. I know it's a little bit later on in the day, might be a bit more chilly. You might have your coats and hoodies back on. I was a bit warm in the commentary box, took my hoodie off. Now I'm feeling a bit chilly again. Regretting my decision a little bit, but we move. But you can see we just 2 more races in 2025. The Junior Max and the Senior Max finals left to complete. I think the track is clear. And don't forget, of course, when it comes to the final interviews that we usually have, we go down to Parc Fermé with Kevin. He chats through with some of the drivers. Those will all be uploaded on social media for those that are interested in what the drivers have to say, or you want to grab some screenshots and videos of what's going on with that one. So Kev is down in Parc Fermé. He's recording, and we won't be able to jump down to him. And yeah, we'll move on with the day. We've ticked off the micros, the minis, the 177s. Next up is the Junior Max final. We cap off a fantastic 2025 UKC campaign with one final race in the junior Rotax. Of course, we've got the senior Rotax after this one, but for the juniors and for Jacob Ashcroft, our 2025 champion, he'll be starting from pole position. Kai Clark alongside him with Matteo Palazzo and Kian Bernard. Those 4 have been on top form all weekend. So too is Eva Morris alongside Sebastian Loach on row 3. Louis Radcliffe from Jack Robinson, 7th and 8th. Noah Barham, Easton Seng, the top 10 with Charlie King and Albie Lapper from 12th. He's had some sensational recovery drives. Look out for more of the same. So too, Jared Fox-Whiteley from P13, Finley Smith in 14th, from Ed Spain and Eli Baden in P16. Luke Holmes-Ballock from Charlie Wolfett in 17th and 18th. Then comes Alfie McBain and Will Archer inside the top 20. With Finley Buck and Albert Friend sharing row number 11. Rain Gandor after a spin in the pre-final starts this one in P23 with Jensen Chalk in 24th position. Alex Dinn runs off the top 25 with William Webb on the outside of row 13. Rory Armstrong, been a weekend to forget for him, but will chuper on from 27th. Connor Large alongside him. Max Colbert, Teddy Cooper just in behind that as well, as the karts are making their way around the circuit for their super final. We've got some of the helicopters around the circuit taking in some of the good racing, I'm sure. Hopefully not getting too distracted in the cockpit. But so far, what is everyone's, like I've already said, what's everyone's favourite final? But what are we expecting from the Junior Rotax Super Final? Is Ashcroft not only going to have won the championship in 2025, is he also going to have won another final this year. I mean, to be fair, he's not won many. He's only won one of them, in fact. It's been, oh sorry, two of them. He won Wilton Mill, he won at Rowrah. Can he win at PF International? As the field flocks to the circuit, getting those tyres up to temperature, most important probably now in the day, as it's, you know, the sun's low, the track's probably quite cold. Obviously it's nice and rubbered in. We've had a whole day of racing action to get the track nice and rubbered in, but probably the temperature a bit colder. Make sure your brakes are where they need to be. Make sure you've got all the power that you want as well, and nothing's overly wrong with the kart before you get yourself back going again. Jacob Ashcroft and Kai Clark on that front row. Couldn't really think of a much better showdown to round things off for Junior Rotax in 2025. Slowly crawling their way around. Jacob Ashcroft, European, world, Belgian, British champion in 2024 and 2025. The last 12 months for that young man have been absolutely sensational, and he's got one more race of the UKC to try and cap it off what has been a fantastic season. However, Kai Clark, right alongside him, will be looking to maybe spoil the day just a little bit as we go racing for the final time at Junior Rotax, but immediately has been called as a false start, so we won't be going racing for Junior Rotax. They'll get one more formation lap and go round again. A quick thing as well, look out for Kian Bernard. He's been quite aggressive all weekend long, in a good way, right? I'm not saying this to slander him or anything like that. He's been very, very strong on his overtakes, very clinical, very aggressive in all the right ways. And Matteo Palazzo as well for KR Sport, always one that you cannot, you know, don't ever count them out. Eva Morris as well, she's had a fantastic weekend. So it's, yeah, it's been sensational. Good points been made in the YouTube chat. Obviously, Ashcroft is the champion. Obviously, even a win means he wouldn't obviously pass Emerson McCann-Duren's score, because that season of McCann-Duren has just been so strong. But downhill racing, I mean, Ashcroft and McCann-Duren, you see them all the time on social media, definitely close. Ashcroft maybe given Emerson some tips and things, but for downhill racing as a team, they are incredibly successful. And this will be a good crowning race for Jacob Ashcroft, maybe to bring home an extra trophy to the tent for his team. 12 minutes on the clock once again, and Jacob Ashcroft crawls around the final couple of corners to get this race back underway. As, well, Kai Clark has been punchy. They've both won heats this weekend so far. They've both been up there in terms of pace. They are two of the UK's quickest drivers in karting. And as they crawl their way through the final couple of corners, getting themselves into the zone, getting ready to put that foot to the floor for the final time in the Junior Rotax Super Final for the Ultimate Karting Championship here at PF International. We go racing, and Jacob Ashcroft leads us across the line. A nose ahead though for Kai Clark, but he can't quite edge himself in front for the race lead. So Jacob Ashcroft is going to assume that into the uphill climb towards the bridge for the opening lap here at PF International. So far so good for the top three, as Matteo Palazzo is through on Kian Bernard as well. So Down Holland Racing being chased down by 2KL Sport Machines. There's a few karts running wide in the background, and a complete gaggle of them trying to work their way to the inside and defend into the opening hairpin, as you've got to brake as late as you possibly dare. There's a bit of contact. I think maybe the 34 gets stuck a little bit. Finley Smith with a bit of contact and getting absolutely swamped by those around him, wide in the background as well, and jumping back onto the circuit. Thankfully no one else was there. As they tick on out of the chicane, now into the final sort of complex, the 82 versus the 336. That's Louis Ratcliffe versus Sebastian Lausch, as they run through the long right into the long left with 11 minutes left to go. Jacob Ashcroft leads Kai Clark with Kian Bernard, Eva Morris, Matteo Palazzo, Louis Ratcliffe, Sebastian Lausch from Noah Barham in 7th and 8th. Jack Robinson and Jared Fox-Whiteley round off the top 10. Jacob Ashcroft in control and looks over the shoulders there. You can see two karts running very, very wide and responding to each other quite aggressively. Jared Fox-Whiteley trying to fend off. I think that could be Jack Robinson, maybe Sebastian Lausch as well. So Ashcroft, well, in control for now, but he can't be feeling too safe by any means. Kai Clark up there, Kian Bernard up there. Obviously, not often you get to see all the drivers with clear visors on, so you really get to look into the emotion of each of their faces as they're running around, what maybe their body language is telling you how stressed they are, how frustrated they are, how determined they are to go forwards. 10 minutes left in this race, and dipping his head down, a bit of human DRS in effect for Jacob Ashcroft, who leads another lap with now 10 minutes left to go. Under the bridge, and now over it. Quite a steep incline, so all important to keep the revs quite high. Look over the shoulder from Kai Clark. Is he close enough for ascend? Yes, he is. He pulls out very late, under braking, finds his way through. Jacob Ashcroft now finds himself alongside with Kian Bernard, gets forced off the road there, and now comes Matteo Palazzo, finding his way through, just pitching the car in front, and there's contact for the race lead as well because Kai Clark is immediately under pressure from Kian Bernard. The 182 goes through 2 karts in 3 corners. Sensational stuff from Bernard. And now Ashcroft has got a bit of hard work to do to get his way back into the race lead. Quick flick to the left, the 132, Even Morris as well, under a bit of pressure from, I think that's Louis Radcliffe, maybe Jared Fox-Whiteley as well. Very close in situ as the 42 has climbed his way up a couple of places, now into 5th. Under braking, Kian Bernard. Pretty comfortable as things stand, but definitely going to be feeling the pressure from Kai Clark and Matteo Palazzo in behind. Chaos Sport have been so strong all weekend as there's 3 cuts off in the background, but Kian Bernard not taking any chances with defending to the inside. And straight away to the inside of the second hairpin as well. That's going to force Kai Clark to try and go for a switchback, but gets caught up on their curb a little bit. Has got to be careful because Palazzo and Ashcroft will set their own switchbacks up, as Ashcroft, actually with the momentum that he had, is able to just drive past Palazzo quite comfortably into the chicane. Here comes Jared Fox-Whiteley to the inside of Matteo Palazzo. That's going to open the door for Jack Robinson as well. The 239 goes through. And just like that, you've got a hungry pack of wolves behind you, all wanting, you know, their own bite. And as soon as you open that door, as soon as you give them one, they're all going to be nibbling away, and you're going to lose so many positions as Kai Clark once again reassumes that race lead. Kian Bernard drops behind, but there's contact between the two of them. Kian Bernard has spun Kai Clark round as they go up the hill. Jacob Ashcroft will find his way back into the race lead, and it's disaster. The race goes on towards the front end of the field, though. All of them would have seen that. All of them would have reacted to it. All of them would have had their own thoughts and feelings on it in the moment. Kian Bernard, Kai Clark come to blows. Of course, the stewards undoubtedly will be taking a look at that one. 7 minutes plus the lap. Jacob Ashcroft now leads. Jared Fox-Whiteley always knew he was going to climb his way towards the front end of this field. Now in behind Matteo Palazzo, completing the podium, with Jack Robinson up there as well. The sheer concentration, and you can actually see it, like I said earlier, with the clear visors. Maybe some of the stress. I mean, you know, these guys are between the ages of sort of 12 and 15, really. Very, very young on their first sort of steps in motorsport generally. Racing with such maturity. That's gone in a bit too deep though from Jared Fox-Whiteley. He tried to brake a bit too late, locked the rears. Matteo Palazzo goes through. Now second place for the number 9. Trying to put some pressure on Jacob Ashcroft. Now the last time these two competed for a final victory, from memory, was Dunkswell. And the last time these two competed for a final victory, they had a third driver get involved and completely run away with it. That was Finley Buck back at Dunkswell for round number 3. Now these two, if they get too focused on each other, they could lose sight of Jared Fox-Whiteley behind them. I'm sure they're both very aware of it, but with the hairpins that we've got, similar to the hairpins that we had at Dunkswell, if you run each other too far in deep, Jared Fox-Whiteley's going to be there with a bit of a switchback. So maybe learning from those mistakes. And of course, when you build a rapport with each of these drivers, you have those experiences with them. You do race them differently. You know what each other's driving style is like. You know how aggressive to be with each other. And I'm sure that's going to be the case with Ashcroft and Palazzo. 6 minutes left to go, and just aiming the car at the apex there was Jacob Ashcroft. Not really, he wasn't turning in early or moving under braking, he just sort of pivoted the car nice and early. Jack Robinson putting some pressure on Jared Fox-Whiteley. That is for 3rd place. And the penultimate final of 2025, just 5 minutes and 16 seconds left on the clock. It's ticking down. And Jacob Ashcroft, after already winning the championship, What does the future hold for these young drivers, for Ashcroft, Palazzo, Whiteley, I mean Kai Clark as well, no longer inside the top 10, but a star of the future. And, well, reacting very late there was Jacob Ashcroft, weaving around, trying to deter the move from Matteo Palazzo. Didn't want to be proactive, wanted to react to exactly what Palazzo was going to do, being very aggressive. That's opened the door for Jared Fox-Whiteley, who goes through in a second place. So look over the shoulder there from Ashcroft. He knows they're going to start battling. He wants to get his head down. He wants to work forwards. I don't think he's going to have that luxury. Jack Robinson to the inside of Matteo Palazzo. Gets a bit of a bump from behind. Straight back up the inside as soon as the space opens up. Muscled wide there, Jack Robinson. And a point forward there from Palazzo. Think about it. Do we want to fight for third? Or do we want to get back after them and fight for the lead? Because we can settle now for third. But the aspiration should always be, especially when you've got Palazzo and Ashcroft, Whiteley and Ashcroft that are going to be fighting at the front. You know, you never really want to chance it and settle too soon, because the doors are almost always open all the way to the checker flag. 4 minutes left on the clock. 5-second penalty is coming for Luca Holmes-Balak. He's a little bit further down the order, but has received a telling off from the stewards. Just under 4 minutes left to go as the 239 Jack Robinson loses a place. I think getting reeled in from Sebastian Lusch there from Eva Morris as well, getting involved. The 132 has had a stellar standout weekend. And the three of them now making up that back end train. The 7 and the 8, Noah Barr and Ryan Gandor has catapulted himself. He's up 14 places. He started P23. I did think he started further back, obviously by virtue of being spun around in the superheat earlier on. Not representative of his pace by any means. And Ryan Gandor is rapid, both European, British circuits, wherever you put him, he's quick. So to be fighting back into the top 10 just goes to show that determination that he carries. 3 minutes plus the lap still to run. So probably about 4 more laps left of this race. And Jared Fox-Whiteley on track at Lark Hall took victory. I think some sort of a problem dropped him behind. He climbed up 15 places in order to do that. Jared Fox-Whiteley this time climbed up 11 places. He's now in contention for the race lead. He's putting some pressure onto the world champion, and look at this pack in behind. Oh my goodness me. Carts here, there and everywhere. The fight, I think just in behind, that's probably about 15th downwards, maybe even 14th. Charlie Wolfett downwards, all the way to, well, the back end of the field in its entirety. Charlie King fighting away with the number 10 of Finley Baku, picks his way through the chicane. So these guys getting their airtime, because look at how insane this is. Running nose to tail to nose to tail, you know, 15, 20 carts deep. Getting all the way up to the wall as well, as much of the track as they can possibly use for that final couple of corners. 2 minutes left to go on the clock. It's getting busy. The 222 of Riley Morgan picked up a couple of places as well. Side by side, the 74 Charlie King still getting involved. The 91 Drew Presner as well, running wide. And again, it's an absolute mosh pit out there. There's contact. The awareness that you need at this part of the field is insatiable, really, incomprehensible. Just how much your head needs to be on a swivel, constantly checking as to where people are, being savvy as to who's going to be getting up your inside and when you need to defend, when you need to just put your foot down and hope. Finley Buck has been able to clear off, but we've got 3 or 4 carts that are still going side by side in the fight towards the chicane. Jared Fox-Whiteley has got through into the race lead, by the way. That last time through, tipped through past Jacob Ashcroft to take the race lead. Now only does so by 1/10 of a second that last time through. So Ashcroft falling behind Whiteley, just to keep you up to date with what's going on towards the front end of the field. There's sparks. Did I see some sparks on the back end of Finley Buck there? Getting close to the bottoming out. As that's the fight for the lead. So it's all closed back up again. Matteo Palazzo in third. Outside line for Sebastian Lusch as the tail end of this race dawns ever closer. 30 seconds on the clock. Jared Fox-Whiteley, Jacob Ashcroft in second, Matteo Palazzo in third. Defending and trying to go for that victory. He's done it on track before, but never when it's counted in the results page. And what a recovery drive this has been. From 13th up now to fighting in the lead group. One of the highest gainers in the pack. In fact, actually the second highest gainer in the pack, second only to Rain Gandor. Jacob Ashcroft trying everything he can to find a way through. This is the penultimate lap of the Junior Rotax Super Final, the penultimate lap of the Junior Rotax 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship. And it's coming down to 4, maybe even 5 karts in contention. Matteo Palazzo goes wide. Here comes Sebastian Lusch trying to get himself involved. Both the karts go to the inside. Albi Lapper tries to get the switch back on the pair of them, and that is sensational from the number 2. He's picked his way through into 3rd place, and the racecraft and the awareness is incredible. Jostling for the lead as well. Jacob Ashcroft has found a way through on Jared Fox-Whiteley. That's going to allow Albi Lapper to close the gap. Albi Lapper up, well, now 9 places from 12th on the grid, contending for victory. We've had comeback drives aplenty over today. And with just one more tour, 1.38 kilometers left of racing in Junior Rotax in 2025, Jacob Ashcroft, the 2024 world champion, the 2025 British and UKC and European Rotax champion. Can he hang on from Jared Fox-Whiteley, who himself is getting involved in a scrap with Albi Lapper? Down the hill towards the hairpin for the final time. Is it offense or is it defense from Fox-Whiteley? Ashcroft goes defensive. Albi Lapper tries to go for the up and under. There's a bit of contact to the rear end as they draw alongside each other. There's absolute pandemonium in the background as well between the likes of Robertson, Barham. But we have to turn our attention towards the front because the slipstream is so powerful. Here comes Jared Fox-Whiteley fighting away with Albi Lapper, who finds his way through the chicane. And that could well have passed the advantage to Jacob Ashcroft as Jared Fox-Whiteley is fighting tooth and nail for 2nd place. They've had to settle. Palazzo is back onto the back of them. But out of the final corner, Jacob Ashcroft take a bow. It's his 3rd final victory of 2025. Not only does he take the title, he takes the final victory here at PF International and will crown himself as the 2025 Ultimate Karting Junior Rotax champion. Very deserving of that number 1 plate is Jacob Ashcroft. Jared Fox-Whiteley, Albi Lapper the podium. 2 incredible drivers in their own right. 2 incredible comeback drives today as well. And what a conclusion to one of the best seasons of racing. Jacob Ashcroft, I mean, he ran away with the championship. He was long gone, but the level of competition that we had there, and it just goes to show how consistent you need to be at this level when you've got drivers like Palazzo, Lapper, Wolfitt, Kai Clark, all fighting in the same championship as you. To still shine through and show that consistency is remarkable. And the Junior Rotax field, like we said earlier, I mean, the future is bright in the world of karting. Jacob Ashcroft takes the final victory in 2025 for Junior Rotax. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Albi Lapper in 2nd and 3rd. Matteo Palazzo from Sebastian Lusch in 5th place. Rain Gandor, comeback driver of the century, up from 23rd to 6th. Then comes Noah Barham, Jack Robinson, Louis Radcliffe and Eli Baden, the top 10 drivers. Will Archer from Eva Morris, P11 and P12. Then comes Eson Seng, Charlie Wolfitt, Rory Armstrong from P15. Kean Bernard, unfortunately, dropping back to 16th with Finley Buck, Kai Clark, Ed Spain, and Charlie King in 20th. Kai Clark there in P18, not representative of his weekend by any stretch of the imagination. Clark from Prisoner. Then comes Alfie McBain and Luca Holmes-Ballock. Connor Large, P25 from Max Colbert, Albert Friend, Riley Morgan, Teddy Cooper, and Finley Smith, the top 30. Only a couple more drivers beyond that. William Webb, Hasnain Khan, Alex Lynn, Lewis Sumner, Jensen Chalk and Sam Collar in 36th and final place for the final race of Junior Rotax. Just one more race to go. And that, of course, is Senior Rotax. And we've still got a champion to crown. Cian Geraghty coming into that one firmly as the favourite with the advantage, but only 14 points clear of Jack West. And I think in a similar vein to what we saw earlier with the Micromax, Cian Geraghty, if he can finish inside the top 7, should be able to get it. But Jack West needs to win this race and hope that Cian Geraghty falls backwards ever so slightly. Hopefully it won't be too much longer until we get the racing underway. With only one more race. I mean, guys, the season this has been in 2025 has been remarkable. And yeah, it's been, like I say, a privilege to have called it in the commentary box. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow for the Rotax National Trophy. So, you know, the race weekend isn't going to be done in a few moments' time with Senior Rotax, but we still get one more. So what has been your highlight? Come on, let me know. Don't be shy in the YouTube chat. Let me know what has been your highlight in 2025 when we've got one more race of the UKC to go. Let me know what has been your favourite. Have you just joined for this round? What's been your favourite race today? Have you been an esteemed? What's your favourite historical race? Let's end this season on a high, and especially with the Senior Rotax Super Final coming up now. We'll run you through the grid. Macaulay Bishop alongside Keane Geraghty on the front row with Ewan Charman and Neo Clark in 3rd and 4th place. Kai Hunter, Jamie Perrelli, Joshua Graham and Jack Lilly, the front 4 rows of the field. John Brown from Harrison Crowd with the top 10. Then comes William Antruis and Jack West in P12. He has a lot of work to do to win this championship. Tristan Rene from Harry Bartle in 14th. Mikey Walker from Jack Thompson in 16th. Then comes Joshua Turnbull, Benjamin Baker in P18 from Morgan Hudson Brown and Louis Merica in P20. Lewis Harvey from Leon Hasty, P21, P22. Adam Wooden from Nathan Smith in 23rd and 24th. Then comes William Pemble, Alex Moody, Charlie Cox, Miles Roby in P27 and P28. Alexander Cole, Mac McGilvery, P29 and P30. Charles Green and Agnes Scrivener in 31st and 32nd. Oliver Liveridge from Deacon Russell. Then comes Lex Quintes and Jack Baker, the 36th and the final driver to take to the grid. Keane Geraghty basically just needs to finish inside the top 10. And it will be his championship. After the absence of Gabe Fairbrother, Keane Geraghty has been the one to step up, and he's not always been the quickest. He's not always had the best of rounds, but he has been incredibly consistent in an incredibly competitive Senior Rotax field. And to be fair, it's been, you know, those that haven't been joining us all season long, we've had changeable weather. Dunkswell, Larkhall come to mind, where tyre gambles can sometimes be the be-all and end-all of each of the races. However, we get one more race in the UKC in 2025, and obviously a false start because, well, we had 4 cards up in the air. One of them spun round the wrong way, not the way you want to start the final race of the season, so we'll try that again. So Macaulay Bishop and Keane Geraghty on the front row. Yeah, you'd have thought they'd know what to do by now, but apparently not. Just 12 minutes of racing to cap us off for 2025. So they bunch themselves back up again. And yeah, if you are now just joining us, you know, the likes of Matthias, I can see you in the YouTube chat. Make sure you stick around for race weekends to come. There's always content on Alpha Live, whether that's karting, cars, whatever. Make sure you are sticking around because Alpha Live is the place to be for motorsport, not only in the UK, but in Europe and everywhere around, covering a plethora of different championships from different disciplines as well. So make sure you are here. And if you are a new fan of the Ultimate Karting Championship, make sure you do stick around for 2026. This is the final race of the final round of 2025, and I cannot wait to see what happens over the course of next year. I'm happy to see the conclusion of the UKC, but I am of course sad to see it end. Looking forward to seeing how we can cap off an excellent year of racing, spanning all the way back from April now to October. 6 very hard rounds, and well, with just 12 minutes on the clock, Macaulay Bishop and Keane Geraghty will see us off for racing for one final time in 2025. And already having to go defensive is our race leader, Keane Geraghty. Thwarts off the attack from the 3rd place driver of Ewan Charman up the hill for the opening time as the field funnel their way through. And oh my goodness me, up on the 2 wheels there. The 95 goes in backwards, and that could be a huge shunt there. The race goes on that descent towards the hairpin as a couple of moves look to be made. The 95 going out though, so the front end of the field, Ewan Charman, the 421 holds firm into 3rd place. So the 95 being John Brown, unfortunately getting tagged there. Just had to confirm as to who that was. Now into the chicane. Through the fast right-hander into this long right-hander that almost goes on forever, having to balance the car all the way around now through the left. And into the final sequence of corners, open it up as much as possible, stay as far over to the left as you can, that leads you onto this backstretch. Keane Geraghty looking strong for the championship. Macaulay Bishop, though, just wants to go out on a high, wants to get another final victory. Now we're sent to the inside, just a little bit further back, having to go defensive. That was Jamie Perrelli as well. A bit further back, also the 7 King Geraghty has dropped down a couple of places, trying to keep Kai Hunter at bay. So look over his shoulder there, but again, he's doing enough to win the championship. And at this level, Senior Rotax, you've got that experience to know that you don't need to win the race to win the championship. That's not how it works. You just need to score the points that you need to. That's getting very busy between the number 2 of Harry Bartle up onto 2 wheels, and another wheelie been pulled off. The 74 of Louis Harvey goes round as well. That's down in, well, that would have been P13, P14 between those guys, battling so hard. And that's the problem when you've got all of these drivers that are so good, that have had off weekends, that are starting further back. They all want to fight at the front, but they've all got the same amount of pace and aggression as each other, so they're going to be fighting. The likes of West, Louis Harvey, who's of course very, very strong as well. Joshua Turnbull, Harry Bartle as well. They're all going to be fighting each other as hard as possible, even though they're down in the field, as getting muscled off the road there. There's contact even more as the second hairpin comes through. Ewan Charman gets tagged round and probably isn't going to be overly happy with that one, but has to settle behind a couple more karts. So Macaulay Bishop still leading now what is Neo Clark from Ewan Charman, who's, well, dropped down a few places. That's going to promote the likes of Cian Geraghty up a place, now back into 3rd place for our champion in the making. 9 minutes left to go of the season, 10 more laps of PF International for the UKC in 2025. Open it up as much as possible. Bishop staying in the middle of the circuit, doesn't really want to chance it by opening it up and having a cut take to his inside. Cian Geraghty all over the rear end of Neo Clark, couldn't be closer if he tried. Not going to tempt fate with that statement, but hopefully not. As a point forward from Neo Clark, saying to Macaulay Bishop, try and go forward, stop defending, I want to get away from Cian Geraghty, but Macaulay Bishop not interested in that by one bit. Cian Geraghty saying to Neo Clark, just sort of, you know, go forward. I'm not going to overtake you for second as long as you're closing for first. That's the sort of mutual agreement that you get. You sort of go, as long as you're catching, as long as we're staying in contention, it's okay. When we're there, then it's obviously gloves off and, you know, I don't care how much you've helped me, I want to go and win. But to get there, you sort of do need to work together. There needs to be an element of cooperation. Through the long left-hander and a change for the lead almost there as Macaulay Bishop gets put under a bit of pressure by Neo Clark. Down the hill, Cian Geraghty looks over his shoulder. Is he safe from Kai Hunter? There's a send though. That's Jamie Perrelli on the inside of Kai Hunter. Nicely done indeed from the 40. And again, leaving it as late as possible. You don't want the driver in front to defend, so you don't show your nose until the very last moment. You think they're safe, then at the last moment you pull out and you send it. Because they then can't react at that point. It'd be moving under braking and erratic driving. So you leave it as late as you possibly can to go for the move. Make the most of that slipstream. Seven minutes plus the lap, so taking ourselves closer to half distance in the final of Senior Rotax. Under investigation is the 13. Alexander Cole has been brought up by the stewards. He's down in P17 as things stand. Macaulay Bishop, he's probably safe. Cian Geraghty, though, does not allow Neo Clark to think he's safe. There's contact between the two of them as Neo Clark squeezes the gap, and it's cost him on the exit. Because now Jamie Perrelli tries to go around the outside of the 28 machine. So the 2D Motorsport 28 drops down. Kai Hunter finds a way through as well. So the O-Plate just trying to ride the wave through this excitement in the mid part of this race. But yeah, Cian Geraghty did not want Neo Clark to think he was safe by any means and just sent it up the inside, got the move stuck. Very touch and go, really. There was a bit of contact. I don't think really at the fault of Cian Geraghty there, but Harry Bartle has moved his way up into the top 10. Tristan Rene, the one with the fastest lap, he's down in P8, the 173. Has showed some really strong pace most of the weekend. has been up there or thereabouts, but it all comes down to the final. Who saved their tyres better in some capacity could be the deciding factor as Kai Hunter launches the move to the inside of Neo Clark there. In 2 laps, it's been 2 disastrous moves for Neo Clark. This time he's lost 3 places behind not only Kai Hunter, but also the number 40, Jamie Perrelli, also the 57 of William Antrobus. As now Ewan Charman tries to launch a bit of an attack on Harry Bartle, the 31 of Harrison Crowther as well, and just like that, you get washed out on the outside. And as long as you get lucky with the 32 getting pinched on the inside, you're always going to be losing some places in that sort of exchange. 5 minutes left to go. Neo Clark drops to 6th place. Ewan Charman drops down to but a P11 or P12. Five minutes plus a lap still remaining. Black flag has come out for Alexander Cull, actually, in fact, so he's going to be making his way back to pit lane. And that's going to be his day done. Macaulay Bishop, just by 0.2 of a second, is clear of Cian Geraghty. They're inseparable in this race. Oh, up onto 2 wheels there. Tristan Rennie driving straight into the back of the 57 of William Antrobus. Sparks flying as the rear bumper grinds along the tarmac. The 57 draws alongside Neo Clark. Clark goes around the outside, pinches the 57 to the apex. Here now comes the number 2 of Harry Bartle to capitalise as best he can. And to be fair, I mean, despite not the best of qualifying after some misfortune in the heats, he's firing back on all cylinders. William Antrobus gets demoted to P8. And the positions are chopping and changing here, there and everywhere. Sent to the inside, that's very nicely done. That's the number 2 of Harry Bartle on the inside of Neo Clark there through the first hairpin. Just spotting his braking point and again just pivoting the car exactly where it needs to be. He's not desperately going to the inside, just pointing it at quite an acute angle, aiming it at the apex, getting that kart there first, and then sort of claiming the corner. So Macaulay Bishop still leading this race, trying to get himself back onto that race-winning form that we know he's got. I mean, he went on a streak of 8 consecutive race victories, did Macaulay Bishop. I think the most of anyone in the championship across all of our categories. And he's not done every single round. He's missed 2 of them. So what could have been if he'd have done a full season's campaign? Would have been a very different story indeed, I'd imagine. Probably one in a similar vein to Ashcroft or to Mackenzie Uren. But Cian Geraghty is the one that sets the benchmark as the champion to be, the 57 of William Antrobus. And, well, I can see a red flag in effect out on circuit, so that's going to bring a halt to the racing action. Is there time to get this restarted, or is that going to be it for the 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship? So the red flag is out. Not entirely sure as to what's happened with that one. So maybe with the timings of things, and we are obviously a little bit later than we would have planned. The drivers are making their way back into the pit lane. We'll confirm obviously if we get this back underway. I don't think we might. So just got confirmation that that is going to be it for the Senior Rotax Super Final. With just under 3 minutes left to go, the race gets red flagged, and that is going to crown our champion of Cian Geraghty, the Senior Rotax Ultimate Karting Champion, and Macaulay Bishop, who once again returns to winning ways with, I think, his 11th or 12th this season after victory of the Super Final. So we'll run you through the final results in a few moments' time and then cap off with just some final thoughts of the championship. Any sort of final thoughts that you guys want to be jumping in there in the YouTube chat before we round off as well will be greatly appreciated. Just to sort of reminisce on the championship that we've had. Not the way that we want to end it by any means, don't get me wrong. But at the end of the day, you know, rules are rules. We have to follow them, and that's the way that things have played out this evening. I can tell you Macaulay Bishop took victory. Cian Geraghty took 2nd place, and like I say, with it, the championship in Senior Rotax, and joins the likes of Benedictus Masiokas, Emerson McAndrew, and Jacob Ashcroft, Edward Matthews, and now Keane Geraghty, our 5 Ultimate Karting champions in 2025. The season's been incredible. I hope everyone has enjoyed it as much as I have, whether you've just watched for this round, the last 10 minutes of racing, of course, or for the entire season, whatever you've been joining in for. Well, thank you to everyone for joining us. We'll do some final thoughts. I mean, it's been incredible from my side, of course, to jump on board and to be working with the UKC, with Alpha Live, the incredible production crew, of course, James, and all of our camera operators, not only today, but also throughout the entire rest of the season. They've all done a fantastic job. To all of those that work at UKC, those in timekeeping, race control, our marshals, our medical crew, all of the clerks of the course, of course, with Motorsport UK, everyone has come together to make this work. And a big thank you to all of the drivers, to all of the teams, to the parents, and all of your hard work throughout the entire season. I know it's not easy, and I hope that the final round and the championship results and everything makes it just that little bit worth it. In the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025, well, I'm looking forward to 2026, and, well, the conclusion that we had here today, the 22 races, of course, that we had, all of them were memorable in their own right. We had excitement from start to finish. Of course, myself, Zach Sweeney, we had Kev Harris in the box for the best part of the season. We also had, of course, the sub-in from Chaz Draycott during Rower. From all of us here at Alpha Live and at UKC, we'll see you tomorrow for the Rotax National Trophy, but for those, the fans of the UKC only, we'll see you in 2026. It's goodbye for now.